And here again, the one who time after time got the role of the doomed villain, once again has to be the main antagonist and wait for her painful fate. That's why every time the girl has to die at the hands of the noble protagonists, apparently this is her last chance. Let the young man serve her as his sole mistress, and not the family of Duke Felicity. Let it serve only her. It's time to rewrite the monotonous romantic plot and change the fate of the villain. The girl's ruby eyes flashed predatorily. This sufferer is simply incredibly beautiful. His appearance is simply mesmerizing. This handsome hero's name is Lu Dian, and he is rightfully considered the most handsome and powerful in the fantasy world called Norna. The girl came so close to the prisoner that she could not restrain the urge to touch this unearthly beauty. These sharp facial features that can hurt you, the cold marble skin, his whole appearance speaks of inaccessibility and unattainability. In the ice-colored eyes there was a threat and unattainability. Lu Dian will not recognize as a mistress someone weaker than him. It seems like something didn't go according to plan, of course. The girl knew that she had a difficult task ahead of her. So, where did it all start? With yet another plot that deprives the villain of a chance for a happy ending. Before meeting Lu Dian, the girl made a great contribution to the development of this family. Therefore, the head of the house is ready to listen to the girl's wishes, because her birthday is coming soon. The cold and powerful appearance does not deprive the villainess of determination. She is so similar to her mother. So, on the occasion of her birthday, the heroine wants to get the keys to the underground laboratory. The daughter knows about the horrors that happen there and still asks for the keys. She is also part of Felicity's family, which means the laboratory is hers too. What people call a generational breakthrough is a conveyor belt where the living weapon of Felicity's family, Norn, is being struck. None of the residents in the area can even imagine how much blood and horror is locked within the walls of the dungeon, and the strongest of these terrifying creatures is the perfect Lu Dian. Moreover, the beautiful weapon that languishes in the dungeon laboratory is also the main character of the novel, A Dance on a Summer Night. Well, the girl herself is the main villain of this novel, the eldest daughter of the influential Felicity family, Shiani. Each reincarnation, for some reason, was accompanied by the role of a villain who was awaiting a sudden and bitter end. The lady who had fallen into the trap died again, and because of her, the angel still couldn't leave work. She hoped that at least this time she would play longer. Well, what a child. First of all, it was necessary to explain why the girl was here at all, and why she had to do all this. The angel again ignored the stream of questions, so this would be the last chance for the girl. She had exhausted too many chances. The last reincarnation, how tired she is of endless reincarnations. Will there really be a long-awaited end? She entered the bodies of heroines with limited time, who died before they got out of bed or as a result of stupid failure. Could this finally be the end of the cycle of painful and senseless deaths she had experienced dozens of times? The lady who has just arrived is happy in vain. She hardly understands what awaits her this time if she screws up again. But from this point on, let the bird tell in more detail, she still won't be able to imagine something like this in her head. Let the newcomer not even ask, Mr. Padion will definitely be beside himself. The angel's eyes suddenly began to turn black. The pupils became vertical, like a predator's. Perhaps they would not get off with just her life. All living things can die in an instant. In order to avoid terrible consequences for everyone, the angel has prepared something this time for the wayward child. The traveler will be allowed to use her memory and previous experience so that at least she won't screw up this time. Since the girl is currently carrying the burden of responsibility for the life of this world, it will be possible to at least try a little. Shiani Felicity. It was she who drove the main character to madness. The daughter does not even imagine how dangerous it is in the dungeon. Of course, how would the heiress know what hell looks like if she grew up in hothouse conditions her entire life? Shiani has seen hell. All the monsters were selected by her father personally, and undoubtedly everything alive that is there breathes hatred. Norna is a one-of-a-kind living weapon serving Felicity's family. A father must not forget that his eldest daughter is also part of their family, and that is enough. So the villainess has no choice but to rewrite this damn novel in order to escape from the hands of the main character. Tears streamed down Shiani's cheeks. She didn't know that he would become the crown prince, otherwise she wouldn't have tormented him. And this disgusting and rotten girl thinks that such words can serve as a worthy justification. Regret and remorse look and sound different, but this vile spawn will never understand it. The villainess threw herself at the feet of the protagonist. She begs the crown prince for mercy, and she was merciful to others, showed compassion and humanity. So what right does this filth have to ask for mercy for itself? The villain does not deserve forgiveness and mercy. There was a ringing of cold steel as Le Dian's sword blade cut off the head of his tormentor with one precise blow. The severed head of the villainess rolled to the feet of the protagonist, and this was only the least of what she deserved. The crown prince grabbed the severed head by the hair and lifted it above himself. Le Dian will follow Shiani to hell itself. Well, it's a dark story. The villain massaged her neck, and this time she can't ruin everything. Well, the girl looked at her written fate from the outside, and she became scared. She doesn't want such a death. It was not enough for this beautiful beast to cut off the villainess's head. He was going to escort her to the very depths of hell. It gives me goosebumps, and Daisy accidentally didn't hear anything about a gift for the young lady on her birthday. A whole day has already passed, and in any case, Duke Felicity will have to talk to Mr. Eric. There is not much time left before the terrible events. Not a day can be lost. We need to rewrite our destiny in this world. A menacing roar was heard. Here is the sister, and here is Eric Levi. The villainess has already been waiting for him here. Mr. Eric is the adopted son of Duke Felicity, and his manners are clearly not up to scratch. Impulsive, warlike, and wild, this is the kind of younger brother the girl has, with whom she is not related by blood. The adopted heir needs to speak with his sister immediately and have the maid leave her chambers. Daisy looked at her mistress with fear. Everything is fine, the maid can walk. The maid carefully walked around the angry gentleman and left the bedroom. Why such a sudden visit? Shiani has gone completely crazy or something. She wants the keys to the underground laboratory for her birthday. If her personal reputation has long since sunk to the bottom under a pile of garbage, then let her think about her family. She's completely out of control. How to make this boy quieter and stop glaring at the villainess? Eric grabbed the back of her chair with his hands. He had already thought that his sister had finally taken hold of her empty and useless head. Ruby eyes immediately flashed. The unmannered brat should be more careful. He is the one locked in here with the villainess. The girl squeezed her stepbrother's fingertips tightly. He had not been taught to knock or speak respectfully in the barn. This brat shouldn't even strain his diaphragm trying to intimidate his sister with his pathetic arrogance. What she said, there are also problems with the perception of information. Shiani can draw everything for him schematically. Let the little ones get out of her private quarters. That's the best this cretin can do. The heiress only has to look at these shifty eyes, and echoes of the past immediately sound before her eyes. Then still a very young villain, suspecting nothing, was in a hurry to meet her father from a business trip. But upon Shiani's return, Felicity was in for a stunning surprise. Let her daughter come here quickly and meet him. These are the children of their father's comrade in arms. The Duke will not abandon them on the street because their father was so devoted to him. They will live here. From this day on, the children are part of their family. Let the servants prepare something special. This is the children's first meal within these walls. And let the butler take care of preparing a grand banquet for such an occasion. Does the little lady have a favorite dish? From the first minutes of her appearance in the house, this pink-haired girl captivated everyone with her sense of smell. The maids can bake lemon pie for the little ones. It must be delicious. She's so cute. And the Grand Duke likes lemon pies. The girl would like to treat him. She is very charming. Is it possible to be so sweet? I just want to eat this baby. It's so sweet of her. The Duke will be happy to eat with the children. Let the little one feel at home. Everyone here is very happy to have her. This is her home too. The Grand Duke is so wonderful and kind. She and her brother are very lucky to be part of such a big and wonderful family. This girl is like an angel. The entire staff immediately began to whisper about how the Duke had become so happy with the appearance of this girl. And where does this father get such hatred for his own daughter when he has so much warmth and cordiality towards other people's children? Ever cold and distant from Shiani, the father has been currying favor with his new and beloved daughter since the very morning. Apparently, the father doesn't like Shiani because he considers her a witch who killed her own mother. And the older sister is always so gloomy and distant or just pretending. What powdery hair, mother-of-pearl eyes, and blue tones. These children have a very pleasant appearance. There is a smile on this child's face, but there is no warmth in it, only venom. The little sister looks like a loser. Lord Benio, the heir to the Archduke, is holding a reception to choose a bride. The lady does not want to get married. She wants to live next to her brother and Duke Felicity forever. You need to be quieter. My sister is still sleeping. How much longer is the charming lady going to take care of Princess Shiani? Why be so angry? My sister has not yet recovered from her wounds after Lord Benio. My lady does not want to see her sad face again. But the younger Lady Felicity is more suitable for the role of the next Archduchess than the older princess. The maids embarrass her. This little brat knows perfectly well that Shiani hears them and pricked her as if by accident, and how can one not become a villain with such relatives? It is only her own fault that the princess has to listen to such things even from her own servants. And let the envious sister not even try to blame Luna for everything once again. What is this idiot talking about? Did he forget to take his medication or something? Shiani was speechless from the absurdity taken to the extreme. So stop, the real Shiani is cold-blooded and calculating. You need to watch your emotions. Eric is as talentless and pathetic as ever. Doesn't he know that servants represent their masters? Cowardly vultures only reflect the inside of the moon. So Shiani is forced to follow the ironclad villain cliché, no concessions and no exceptions. This is her last chance. Let's start with the simple. Get rid of the stinking garbage. No matter what outfits these scum are wearing, there is not a drop of Felicity's blood in them. Let him stop hiding in Shiani's bedroom and continue being her father's lackey. He must do it impeccably because he has nowhere to go. This insignificant brat is doomed to a miserable existence. He will spend his whole life only executing someone else's will in exchange for being a shadow in Felicity's house. Once the relatives have sorted out their internal hierarchy, it is time for the true and only heir. It's time to move on to the villain's main task. We need to use all possible resources. Down there in the underground laboratory, a beautiful prisoner is now rattling heavy chains and waiting for his moment. So the villainess needs to be immediately escorted to the dungeon to the living weapon Felicity. Let the perfect and terrifying in his power Lydiane await his new destiny. Why are the obedient little ones frozen? Let them take their older sister to the underground laboratory. Eric immediately grinned angrily. He hoped that Shiani would not regret this. It was hard to believe. Did my brother really just agree to this, and that there would be no useless advice or abuse? Stop spewing poison here. In this family, it's called communication. After this, Shiani shouldn't ask for help anymore. Eric activated the magical artifact on his neck, and magical runes of movement formed under their feet. This key gives the owner free access to the basement, regardless of its location. And to begin implementing her plan live, the villain needs to get such a key. By the way, Eric has only one clear order from the Duke. He must take his daughter to the basement. Norn is kept there, but the girl will look for the beast on her own, which means this magic staircase leads to the laboratory. Shiani began to quickly take steps into the unknown, where her sister rushed to. It's actually dangerous. The villain is going to meet her happy ending, where it's dangerous, okay, they'll go together. An out-of-breath Eric approached her, and where did that small, skinny body get so much energy from? Stop whining like a girl. The heiress Felicity was met by a guard. Mr. Eric finally arrived, and who is this? All the researchers and guards were gathered. Only Eric and His Excellency have access here. Who is with him? This lady's presence here is a birthday present from his lordship. They were late with the explanation. Among the bloodthirsty monsters, there is one toy that the guest is eager to see, which means it is Princess Felicity. Well, why shouldn't such a confident and proud little sister look for her monster here on her own? Let Eric move away from her. He is unpleasant. What? And where are so many people here anyway? It looks like a welcoming ceremony. Apparently, this is part of a birthday present, but it does not touch the villainess's heart one bit. It seems that the search for the main weapon and the key to saving the girl may drag on. It's so noisy here that it's simply impossible to concentrate. You need to turn to the original plot. So where could her beautiful Lydiane be? The book said something about the Red Oath, so it's not a coincidence. This means that the perfect prisoner is in that direction. His new destiny is already very close. What is it like for the main character to sit alone deep underground, where even the air is filled with fear and pain? Wait, what? There's just a brick wall behind the curtains. Did the girl make a mistake? My sister needs to be more careful. Well, now everything has become clear. The villain didn't expect him to give away the location himself. This wall is different from the others. And of course, the original Shiani simply wouldn't have had the strength to break down that wall. However, the angel said that the girl could now use all her previous experience. Well, the reincarnation of the heroine Rebecca, who solved everything with her brute force, came in handy. Then the girl was forced to develop strength in her body in order to survive. Who would have known that she would need it again? The service staff froze in shock and stared at Shiani. Hulk, smash. She always wanted to say that. What the hell? My sister could get hurt. She just broke through the wall with her fist and Eric could get her dress dirty. By the way, the girl found this wall thanks to her brother. He is not always useless. Let him endow his talisman with the ability to shut the owner's mouth. It will be more useful than from pathetic tricks. But thanks for worrying about her. Since they're done, Shiani has unfinished business here. Finally, it's time for the main villain to meet the main hero of the novel. Shiani froze. This was not the first or 10th time, but she had never seen anything like this. How can such a perfect angel be called a monster? He just sleeps peacefully despite what is happening around him. Perhaps the beautiful beast is wounded. Lydiane is too quiet. The girl touched the food tray. Here, the villainess's attention was drawn to something in the prisoner's ordinary meal. There were traces of some white powder left on the tray. Could it be that these freaks were trying to poison the young man just so as not to show it to her? My sister lived quietly. Why did she suddenly rebel now? Could it be that she has set her sights on the chair of the successor to Felicity's family? Why is this worm shaking over something that will never belong to him? His chatter is so irritating. Shiani must have gotten so bored that she decided to play with Norna. Eric really is the worst. What Shiani just said, his spineless character can't even bear the weight of the villainess's words. Where is this weakling going anyway? He has again forgotten about boundaries and his place in the food chain. He is ready to remember them. Steel flashed in his ruby eyes, and it would be better for Eric to shut up now. To make her words more convincing, the girl grabbed her stepbrother by the collar of his shirt. What for? And from somewhere in the girl there is such power. Cold water began to flow down the young man's face. Such an oppressive aura emanates from Shiani. What's wrong with this spoiled princess? The villainess swung her leg and kicked Eric in the knee with all her might. The only spoiled princess here is her brother. Shiani has completely lost her mind. This little brother has lost his mind, since he allows himself to touch the heiress of the Felicity family so carelessly. The young man opened his mouth indignantly, but the villainess immediately shut him up, telling him to close it, otherwise Shiani would rip out his tongue. The girl was distracted from her family's squabbles by the velvety voice of the waking prisoner. Well, they woke up the angel with their screams. Even in his frown, the perfect young man looked so cute and defenseless, who even thought of making him a weapon. If we rely on the plot of a fantasy story, then at this time the main character is still quite young. Not even that, right now this unearthly perfection is still small and is only just forming. And what all children love is sweets, so Lydiane should like candy. There was a rustling sound in the cell. If the young man remembered Shiani the next time they met, he would receive 2 more candies. This time the villain is so lucky with the main character. He is the most beautiful creature of all. What? My sister is somehow strange. She never behaved like this before. Where did this sudden flow of tenderness come from? Let Shiani just act like normal and not scare her brother like that anymore. Eric put his hand on the villainess's shoulder. Why does it take so long for this idiocy to get through? Is Eric even capable of grasping the essence of the words spoken to him? It doesn't matter whether the heiress is playing with weapons, aiming for the chair of the head of the Felicity family, or behaving strangely. This doesn't concern the foundling. They are not blood relatives. Eric is nobody here. And stop feigning concern. There are no spectators here. What's all this annoying noise? Why is there so much noise around? What are these people talking about? What smells so delicious right in front of Lydiane's nose? The beautiful and shiny wrapper says that it is a candy, and the young man is interested in trying it. Lydiane had never seen candy before it was put there by the lady who had just punched the red-haired guy in the face. The candy tasted very nice and sweet. This girl promised that she would give more candy the next time they met. The villainess did a leg sweep and knocked her brother to the floor. Was Shiani raised by ninjas or something? It was worth telling this woman that there was no need to bring candy, but Lydiane was not used to interfering in family matters. Well, after the guards had to separate the brother and sister, it was unlikely that Eric would bring her to the lab again. Brother came out of the dungeon with a black eye and a swollen face, which was quite nice. However, now she will have to get the key to the laboratory. The guard said that only her father and this little rat have access. This means there are only 2 ways to get the coveted key, and the most optimal one is to get the key from Duke Felicity. Duke Romeo Felicity, a soldier who rose to the rank of general in the Imperial Army, is a true legend on the battlefield. In close combat, the Duke has no equal, but finances and family life do not come so easily to Lord Felicity. Thanks to numerous reincarnations, the villainess has found out that any business with her participation begins to bear fruit. She has golden hands, and with the help of money it will be easier to win the Duke's favor. This means that having won the trust and favor of the seasoned warrior, the villainess will be able to get the key. Then the maid burst in. The young lady must see this soon. She has received a personal invitation from Lord Benio. From Arthur Benio himself. My lady must be happy because all the high society will gather at his lordship's reception. Mrs. Felicity has been waiting for this important invitation for so long, but she doesn't really care. Whatever, but my lady was so upset because Lord Benio did not answer her letters. Let the maid get rid of the invitation. The girl has more important things to do and goals, and today she wants to have dinner with her family, my lady. This is serious now. Well, of course, that's why the heiress of the family wants the maid to help her mistress with the preparations. The table was decorated with an abundance of different and exquisite dishes, and a wonderful aroma spread throughout the entire dining room. This time the lemon pie turned out amazing. Come on, let the men praise Luna, she tried. Yes, the girl prepared this wonderful dessert herself. What will her brother say? My sister actually made the lemon pie herself, and no one helped her at all. Well, since Eric began to doubt the fact that he prepared the dessert on his own, it means the pie is really delicious. And what happened to Eric's face? It was as if a gang had attacked him in a back alley. Nothing significant. The young man should be more careful, because the most important thing is the safety of the residents of this house. Eric will strike first from now on. Whatever, there were sounds of approaching footsteps. Shiani was a little late. The villainess asks for forgiveness for being late. She took a long time to choose an outfit. The father immediately froze in amazement. This is it. This outfit with its delicate satin embroidery is well known to Duke Felicity. This outfit is a priceless thing for the heart of a great warrior, and the Duke kept it carefully. It was not difficult to find out about this relic. Portraits of Shiani's mother in this dress were hung everywhere. This dress was left for her by her mother, but didn't Shiani look at it with rejection all her life? Well, it would be fair to say that the villainess was indeed incredibly similar to her mother, which caused even more pain in the Duke's soul. And very soon the estate will celebrate Shiani's birthday, but that day will also mark the anniversary of the Duchess's death. The head of the house became furious and angrily hit the table with his fist. Why was his daughter saying this? Shiani decided to remind the Duke of the death of his beloved wife so that he would not suddenly forget. That's right. A smile appeared on the villainess's face. Everything was happening exactly as Shiani had planned. Her father granted her request for a birthday present, but this is not enough for Shiani. The family hasn't had dinner together for so long. There's no need to quarrel. His Excellency needs to calm down. After all, a birthday is celebrated only once a year, so it is quite natural that a sister demands appropriate congratulations. Let the moon not interfere. Shiani, as always, is simply trying to make noise around herself and seek attention. How childish. The villainess's words caused such jitters, which is why the heroine forced herself to remain silent, even though she was consumed with anger. The heiress of the Felicity family wants only one thing: for her birthday to pass peacefully. Shiani's birth date coincides with the date of her mother's death, so she has never been able to honor her memory properly. The hands of the Empire's best warrior shook. This man did not flinch before 100 enemies, but one mention of his woman took the air out of him. Since childhood, Shiani has heard that she was called a witch who killed her mother. Luna immediately bit her lip. Their brother didn't mean it at all. The heiress was acting frivolously. All this time, the villainess hoped that her own father would stop seeing her as her mother's killer. Immaturity and naivety made me desire my father's recognition and love. The Duchess loved Romeo Felicity and considered him the best husband in the world. She hoped that he would also become the best father for their child. Shiani's mother believed that the Duke would become such a person for their daughter, but he was consumed by pain and despair, and he forgot about his wife's words. However, Shiani doesn't need this now. What his daughter really wants, the Duke cannot allow. Well, since all questions have been closed, the princess would like to begin the meal if she is allowed. The head of the house swallowed nervously and looked at his daughter with different eyes. Let Shiani sit down. And here is the girl's favorite pumpkin soup with a delicate, creamy dressing. What a spicy aroma. Eric and Luna looked at each other in confusion, fearing the changes in their half-sister. The Duke sat at the head of the dining table and was clearly nervous. The food clearly appealed to the eldest daughter. The three children turned sharply and synchronously to the head of the estate. What was it? This soup is incredibly delicious. Who made it? What kind of nonsense is Shiani talking about? That's all she wants to say here. Let His Excellency answer whether he has thought about investing in a jewelry store. This scum didn't even try to disguise his ignorant interruption into the conversation, and Luna immediately picked it up. They are pushing Shiani out. The Teika area seems more suitable than Welland, Luna agrees. The square and the road are connected. The interchange there is much better. And Eric thought that his sister only hung around the shops. These two bacteria always work together, as befits cowards. Based on the general facts, the Teika area is indeed ideal, but only Shiani knows what will happen next. The Duke should hold a few more meetings. Since Luna and Eric supported the idea, the Teika area would be preferable. Has no one in this family studied the news about the districts? They should pay more attention to their affairs. The Welland area is to become an imperial resort island. This is reliable information straight from the original. The imperial family plans to take on the new area in earnest. Abandoning the previous one, no one has heard of building a temple in the Teika area. The affairs of the imperial family are known only to its members. They cannot believe unfounded rumors. Eric is right. Quite expectedly, Shiani wouldn't believe it either. She only cares about the money that will end up in her hands. In that case, the villainess will invest in the Welland district instead of her father. The property left to Felicity by her grandfather is still kept in the main bank. Shiani is completely confident in the veracity of the rumors. If she invests in her own name, her father will not suffer any losses. Let it be so. It's high time for my daughter to learn how to invest, and she needs to start small. Duke Felicity cannot help but note that Shiani's ambition and confidence are worthy of praise. The princess is a blood heir to the family line, so a strong will is embedded in her genetic code. The young lady is clearly in a great mood today. Is it really that obvious? Yesterday's family meeting already went quite well. The villainess took out a golden key on a pearl string from the hem of her dress, so Shiani is in a great mood. The thing is that in Felicity's house they praise not only with words. What kind of award does the daughter want to receive? Well, since the head of the family himself offered a reward, then perhaps there is one thing. The villainess pointed her finger at the wayward brother. She wants it. She's completely crazy. Eric is not a thing. She's talking about the key on this cretin's neck. The coveted key fell into the hands of the villain so easily. Even before her first profit, she didn't even have to try. And today the girl will finally be able to visit the beautiful Diane, dirty monster. This place would become the Spawn's personal hell. Shiani was in a good mood, but not now. Does this devil's Spawn really think that someone can save him? He is doomed here. He will only serve obediently. In the cold and damp dungeon, the clicking of heels was heard. Who was that? What is the princess doing here? This place is clearly not for noble ladies. The guard decided that he had the right to decide this. Apparently this scum also doesn't understand that he has no right to touch what belongs to her ladyship. The guard froze in amazement and stared at the heiress Felicity. How did the princess get here? It's dangerous here. The villainess got her key to the underground laboratory and she is rightfully here. The soldier swallowed nervously. What the hell? So that rumor was true after all. Not long ago, a rumor reached the underground laboratory that the princess and sole heir of their master would become the mistress of Diane. Moreover, they say that very soon the only daughter of His Excellency will take possession of the entire castle, and Sir Eric asked the guard to take care of this beast so that it would not do anything stupid. And if the new owner finds out that the guard tried to harm her property on the orders of her half-brother, he is finished. He will be the first one killed by the princess, but Sir Eric must protect him. The guard simply trained this Norn. This cretin has only one chance to explain to the heiress Felicity why Diane is bleeding. The soldier trained the beast and tried to strengthen its body, making it more resistant to physical damage and injuries. This is just one way to tame a living weapon, and Sir Eric knows it. Even Mr. Eric doesn't interfere with the training process, so the guard asks the princess to leave. What was he saying there? Why in this novel no one understands the first time, the day again begins with warming up her fists. The villainess dealt a crushing attack on the soldier's body, while his trembling body became more stable and strong. The guard winced in pain, and it was definitely a girl. Shiani dealt a series of more blows. This time the trainer should be even better. This is his own method of taming, and so the princess tames the stupid creature. Well, how are things going? Has the stupid coach become more accommodating, or does he need a couple more lessons? The villainess squeezed the scoundrel's jaw with her long fingers. Her knuckles turned pale. Let him say his name. His name is John. John must be able to quickly navigate the situation in front of him now, is the only successor to the great house of Felicity. Where does this psychopath get so much strength? She'll wring John's neck now. What do they feed her in the palace? Judging by the frightened eyes, John won't last long, but he will have a chance to prove his ability to learn. The villainess threw the guard away in disgust, and he crawled away from the princess in shock. By the next time Shiani comes, all the wounds inflicted on Lydiane should be healed. If everything is finally clear, the guard can get away. The beautiful angel is waiting for the girl to say hello to him. Well, judging by his displeased expression, the young man clearly didn't like the compliments. However, today the perfect hero is much more emotional. Well, hello. Lydiane remembers the girl. Shiani came to this dungeon today to keep her promise. The villainess brought the handsome prisoner some candy that she owed him from their last meeting. Lydiane doesn't need candy. Let the guest say what she needs. The villain made a mistake by not looking him in the eye. Thus calling Lydiane a child, this cold, gloomy look, you need to give him something more substantial than candy. The princess wants Lydiane to make a deal with her, well, who the young man should kill, well, and the experience will be on the guy's resume. Beautiful Lydiane should not kill anyone. At least for Shiani, she will teach him another life. The heiress will protect the prisoner so that no one else will dare to offend him and remember the pain. The perfect beast didn't even move. Lydiane can be understood. After years of torture and abuse, he lost faith in people. So let the living weapon of the house of the great Felicity family serve its only heir as its mistress. The beautiful Lydiane must no longer bow before Duke Romeo Felicity. This incredible hero is now only for the villain. He is now hers, and she has become the mistress of the devil himself. Shiani is dangerously close to such a perfect creation. She cannot restrain herself. He enslaves her thoughts. The girl ran her fingertips over the prisoner's icy skin in one breath. The dark eyes cast a chilling glance at the villainess. Lydiane would not serve someone weaker than him. This is a bit unsettling. The villain didn't expect this. This is the reason why Lydiane is being kept here. The young man will not serve a man. He is too weak. Well, it's admirable, so independent and unwavering despite absolutely everything that was done to him. The princess clearly expected something different from the visit to the underground laboratory Shiani had not yet finished with the main character. Lydiane will not become a toy for a bored heiress. The girl has only just begun to tame the beautiful demon. There is a lot of justified mistrust in the head of this perfect creature she has to earn his favor. At first, Lydiane may not trust the heiress Felicity, but later he will have no choice. Shiani will not give up. This perfection will become her faithful friend, because this is her last chance for salvation. The villainess slowly ran her hand through the protagonist's silver hair. It was time to free him. What is this strange girl up to, and why are her pupils so big when she looks at the prisoner? The young heiress tries to seduce with sweet words. Someone who has never seen the light aristocrats always have obvious intentions. The nobility always needs a strong and weak-willed slave. This girl believes that the life of a prisoner is worth 2 candies. If it weren't for the plot of this novel, she would have simply let such a beautiful young man go free, but her salvation is in his hands. The girl gently and smoothly ran her hands over the wounds from the shackles. She wants Lydiane to be faithful to her until his last breath. The man is so pathetic in his attempts to challenge the elements. This is the best that Shiani can do for him now. The villain will not allow what the author has planned to happen this time. And one day the girl will give the handsome young man real freedom. No man is able to share freedom. Here the line between courage and stupidity ceases to exist. First, the young man must stop being a slave himself. How can one trust life and freedom to such a weak and greedy creature as man? The maid threw up her hands in shock. It was not too late for the young mistress to come to her senses. Why is the maid so nervous, and what is she even talking about now? The assistant tells Milady about the invitation from Lord Benio, of course. Lady Shiani has been eager to receive it for so long. The villainess snorted in disgust. That's what she was talking about. Shiani had already made her decision and would not regret it. Arthur Benio is known as a kind-hearted person who can calm even a crying child passing by. The noble and magnanimous Lord of House Benio, blonde hair, gentle smile, and open gaze. Moreover, Arthur Benio is also very handsome. He has a gentle and soft disposition. This is how he appears to everyone. The villainess ordered the maid to forget about this damn invitation and return to her duties. The only flaw in the handsome air of the Archduke Benio, in everyone's opinion, was his forced engagement to the villainous Shiani Felicity. The manager straightened his young master's coat, and they received a reply to the invitation from Felicity's house. The ancient Benio family has always been considered an example to follow in everything. So, being a member of a perfect family, the ideal Arthur Benio had no flaws. And therefore I cannot allow an engagement with someone who will tarnish the reputation of his family, and their engagement was destroyed according to the plot. And now that Lord Benio had severed all ties with Felicity's duchy, he needed to find a girl worthy of him. Luna Levi, she did not inherit the Duke Felicity's surname, but the head of the family treats her very carefully. By the way, today my lord does not see a single letter from that unpleasant woman. The manager has already gotten rid of them. No, this is all the correspondence received to date. But where then is the answer from this Shiani Felicity? But there was no return letter from the lady. It's impossible. When Lord Benio was sent to the countryside, he received dozens of love letters from this obsessive. Shiani had begged my lord to renew their engagement, and now she had allegedly failed to respond to his personal invitation. Most likely, the true state of affairs finally dawned on Milady and displaced her fantasies. Be that as it may, there was no reply from Mistress Felicity, and in general, there had not been a single letter for the last month. It was that crazy woman who understood everything. My lord could finally breathe a sigh of relief. That terrible woman had finally left him alone. Well, if that's really the case, then the young man is truly happy that it's all over. After all, to express the feelings of this girl, just one word is enough. Swamp. As if not wanting to die alone, this girl clung to Arthur and did not want to let go, and until the last heir of the House of Benio was drawn into this disgusting swamp. In fact, it was Arthur who treated Shiani dishonestly and vilely, taking advantage of her loneliness, but this does not give her the right to neglect him. Milord Benio rubbed the spot where his engagement ring had been angrily. Shiani Felicity, how dare she? The wedding ring was destroyed along with the engagement. Arthur tore its former place until it bled. It burned and itched so much. Where did the heiress Felicity get the key to the laboratory, and how did she manage to put Le Diane to sleep? 3 big guys can't handle this beast unless they pump him full of drugs, and this girl fearlessly touched his face and talked to him. What a cold sweat ran down Eric's face. That is, Shiani managed to tame the living weapon. That's right, Sir Eric himself knows how difficult it is. Without medication, Le Diane is sick of blood. He can't just go and fall asleep. The young man doesn't understand anything. The guard definitely didn't mess anything up. Absolutely, definitely. His guard was there and saw everything with his own eyes. Princess Shiani really amazed him. In that case, there is only one explanation. Probably that Felicity's heiress has awakened her abilities. What abilities she has, Eric won't believe it. She's an ordinary, capricious girl. However, this ordinary girl does without much effort what even a group of the best soldiers cannot do. In the laboratory, the princess said that the only heir to a great family stood before the guard. The Meteor Empire, it was founded by a goddess because every child knows this legend. The greatest goddess who sealed the devil, the 3 spirits who followed her became the heads of the founding families. The first spirit to enter history and become the founder is Emperor Rixon, aka the Golden Sword. The second spirit and follower of the goddess, Archduke Benio, also known as the Great Shield. And the third free spirit and disciple of the goddess is Duke Felicity, aka the Arrow. What the guard is saying is that even members of the imperial family have not had children with superpowers for a long time. And this soldier wants to say that over so many years these magical talents have awakened in Shiani. If the heiress originally possessed such power, then why didn't Duke Felicity perceive her as his own daughter? Why did His Excellency take Eric and Luna under his wing? And why did Shiani deserve to be special? Let the guard think what he says, or he thinks Sir Eric is blind. If Shiani is capable of anything, it is only one thing: she is great at being furniture. So this is the last person in this world who has the right and reason to be considered special. This is Lord Benio himself, the most eligible bachelor of the Empire. Behind this mask hides a stinking rot. Daisy herself wants to go to this reception or something. In no case, what does Milady say? Shiani has nothing more to do with Arthur Benio. Therefore, let the maid cast aside all her improper impulses and worries. As the young lady wishes, the maid wanted to clarify one more thing. And what is this brew boiling in a huge black vat? These are candies being cooked. Well, to be honest, this is a medicinal product that will become a candy in the future. I will kill the false prince and bring back the real one. That's the title of the novel she got into last time. There, the girl was the healer of the crown prince. According to the order of the main character, she had to slowly kill the prince. And that very moment when she entered the body of this healer was decisive. For it was then that the hour came when the imperial physician had to administer poison under the guise of medicine. The doctor understands that there is no prince who would like a tasteless medicine. Let the doctor hand over his potion. The young prince will close his eyes and quickly swallow it. It was as if the little heir to the throne voluntarily accepted his death from the hands of the doctor. Since then, she has been working on making an antidote that tastes like candy or chocolate. She doesn't know the ending of that story, because the main character killed her earlier, but Shiani fed the antidote to Lediane under the guise of candy. Milady can treat Daisy too, but didn't the lady just put some medicinal pueraria root in there? And in general, the maid doesn't really like sweets. Lady Felicity isn't talking about candy. This boiling decoction can help relieve the itching. Let Daisy enjoy in good health. What a beautiful box. Shiani prepared it especially for her assistant. The maid clutched the bottle given to her by her mistress in shock, but how could she accept something like that? But still, the assistant is very grateful to her mistress. This will make her work easier. I can see that child again before my eyes. He didn't even know what she was giving him, poison or medicine, but he took it all with a smile. Daisy thought it was just a regular medicine, but her hands felt like velvet. It was just incredible. It also smells wonderful. Shiani had noticed the damage on the maid's hands a long time ago, so she decided to make a cream for her. There's enough for all the maids. Daisy can share the cream. Yesterday the lights were on until late at night, so it's all for the servants. Lately the lady has been incredibly charming. Her heart melted by the story from the original. In that case, why not share such a wonderful thing with Duke Felicity? The lady was pleased with their dinner. The maid would like my lady to become closer with her father. Oh, Daisy asks forgiveness for the liberty. She was touched. The maid had absolutely nothing to apologize for. She said it sincerely from the heart. And the heiress Felicity always liked children's openness and purity. Daisy has never seen her mistress smile like that, and she hopes to please her lady even more. Only 30 minutes had passed since the cream was applied, but all the calluses and cracks on the maid's hands had already disappeared. That's great. The girl is glad that she was able to at least make her maid's work a little easier. Milady really doesn't want to give one of these jars to the Duke. It's worth it. Why, he probably has a panacea, a magical stone that is known in this world as a panacea. Well, why does the lady say that about herself, who would exchange such a wonderful little cream for some stone? Daisy is right. The reason why magical stones that cure all ailments are not common is their cost. Besides, the side effect of such magic is too significant. This is well known in their house. Duke Felicity did not recover for a long time after using the panacea during the battle. Everything was just like that, by the way. Now they say that the Empress has not left the palace for a long time, and the reason is precisely the use of magic stones. The Empress's personal maid reported that Her Majesty's entire face was covered in red spots, and now the Empress is forced to hide the side effects from prying eyes. And the miracle? The lady's cream helps a lot, and it also doesn't cause any side effects. In fact, the villain has nothing to lose, and the great warrior Felicity's hands have really become rough from the sword. However, does the Duke need ointment for his leper daughter? Will he accept it from Shiani? The point is not that Shiani feels sorry for helping the Duke, or that she is seething with the poisonous resentment of a real heroine. It's just that, unlike the true heiress Felicity, she doesn't have any illusions about her father's recognition and doesn't strive for it. So she used young lime flowers as an antibiotic, and you also need to add cinnamon to it. You also need young fresh pueraria root, finely crushed citrus powder, and vitamins. This is how a natural and effective skin remedy was created, apparently. Golden hands were activated again. Daisy doesn't compare at all, but Luna collects medicinal herbs for the Duke every week, and the lady's ointment is much better than some leaves. Shiani immediately jumped up. Luna Levi is the main character of this novel. She was predicted to become the next Archduchess of Benio instead of Shiani. From the very beginning, this heroine drove Shiani into the shadows and made him think, along with his brother, that she was a worthless person. Thanks to which, Luna systematically took away everything that rightfully belonged to the Duke's own daughter, Felicity. By the way, where is Luna? My lady hasn't seen her for a long time. Most likely, the girl is currently busy preparing for Lord Benio's banquet. Now all the salons in the capital are sewing dresses for his event. It will be the most luxurious banquet in recent years. When Arthur Benio and Shiani's engagement was broken off, she couldn't find peace. She loved him so much and was so devoted. How could he do such a thing? Lord Benio never truly appreciated the lady and never knew how wonderful she was. Let the maid not even start this story again. Shiani will not brighten his banquet with her presence. If Lord Arthur Benio falls on his knees before his ex-fiancée, then she will think twice. And also, my lady doesn't want her assistant to worry about breaking off her engagement. If Daisy promises not to mention Lord Benio again, then milady will become closer to her father. Of course, the maid agrees to the mistress's condition. She can warn his superior about the meeting. Although no. To begin with, for such an occasion, it is not your highness who should dress up. Let Daisy pick some wildflowers and find a cream box, which is not too modest. The Duke would be pleased. Then the maid will distribute the remaining jars of cream to the other maids. Except for one, Shiani will still need her. Let the maid take care of the preparations, and Shiani needs to go down to the underground laboratory to her treasure. The villain needs to test her personal devil, because it is in his hands that her happy ending lies. And why isn't Her Majesty sleeping at such a late hour? The night guard didn't expect to see the heiress here. That's it. Wasn't there a guard named John who was supposed to be on duty today? The heiress remembered that for sure. Well, why did the guys suddenly go silent? Let them answer when the heiress of the duchy asks them. His comrades answered synchronously, but not to the point he was on sick leave. John was self-studying, so it was one or the other. The boys were really poorly prepared. John asked them to do all this. He is sleeping now. The guards are asking for forgiveness. The villainess came here to apply ointment to Lydianne's wounds, and John knows about the unrest in the dungeon. So John ran to report everything to Eric, a pinch of power, and the man will show his true face. And the sixes of this vile slug are to match him, which was to be expected. In that case, the guys will have to tell their wayward colleague that the princess came at night. Heiress Felicity came to visit Lydianne, and at the same time to check every part of his body, to make sure that no new injuries appeared on this beautiful young man. Why is Her Highness risking her safety? Is she bored in the castle? If that horrible monster gets angry, the heiress will leave the underground laboratory in bags. Wouldn't that be for the best? In that case, there would be one less problem. That's right, at this facility, the guards are not responsible for the lives of others. It's the fault of the careless visitor. The perfect Lydianne, his fantastic face and body still had wounds on them. When every day is like the previous one, the sense of time disappears. Lydianne was so tired of the endless hell, locked in a lifeless basement, not knowing when the sun rose and set. As if in the cycle of samsara, their lives with the prisoner play out the same scenario day after day. Lara Fury, this name, like an obsessive echo, continues to sound in the echoes of memory. Now they both have no right to make their own choice, and Lara Fury remains just the same name. She is the same as Lydianne. She understands his feelings. She also can no longer bear living according to other people's scenarios. The only thing the prisoner asked was what Shiani wanted. She just wanted to live. That's all she needed. After his release, Lydianne will become crown prince. She needs to help him so that her life doesn't end so stupidly and quickly again. And if Shiani finally manages to live, then she can even achieve redemption. But for now, they should stick together. So the princess definitely went to the beast. She even came out with all her limbs, and how did this psycho fall asleep without medication? And what is that on Lydianne's face? Did Her Highness really come here to personally take care of the beast? Heiress Felicity is too good-natured and naive, and what could a princess see in a demon anyway? As soon as the main character felt the guard's touch on his skin, he immediately grabbed him by the throat. The demon is not sleeping. What the hell are rats in uniform doing here at such a late hour? The guard immediately began to shake with fear. He asks for forgiveness, and this coward thinks that this is enough for forgiveness. Let this filth name at least one reason why Lydiane should not kill him. He just wants to live. That girl, her voice sounds in the young man's head. She suggests that they stick together until then. Let the rats get out of Lydiane's dungeon before the young man changes his mind. The main character cannot understand the motives of this girl, but he will definitely figure everything out. She said that she too was a prisoner, that she too had no freedom, but why? His Excellency's order was carried out in the morning. Could it really have happened so quickly? The intended plot of land in the Villan area was registered in the name of Princess Shiani, and yet the Duke is very curious as to why his daughter suddenly decided to buy a plot of land in such a remote place. His heir said she would use her own money to invest, so her father couldn't stop her. Who knows? Perhaps in the long run, Princess Shiani is much more far-sighted than all of them. The manager was also surprised that the only heiress had developed an entrepreneurial streak. Even among the maids, there have been many interesting rumors about the princess lately. For the maids of the main house, Milady Shiani spent the whole night preparing some incredible ointment. And this ointment has an effect similar to a panacea. The maids talked about it so much, and the butler also became interested. The manager takes his hand out of the glove. The Duke sees it. His skin shines like an emerald and is soft as pudding. The great warrior looked at his rough hands. Well, that was very sweet of his daughter. The butler's keen and attentive gaze did not miss the reaction of the head of the duchy. Honestly, after applying this wonderful cream, you can't stop touching this velvety skin. Could it be that Felicity's heiress didn't share such a priceless creation with the Duke? No, she didn't share. Well, my lady probably thought that since the Duke had a panacea, he didn't need the ointment. What a pity. His lordship will not experience this softness and tenderness of hands. Stop bragging. The Duke is offended that Lady Shiani has deprived him of her miracle cream, but she most likely simply does not know about the side effects of the panacea. That's why they say that no matter how much a child grows in old age, it will not remember you. The Duke angrily slammed his fist on the table. It would be fair to say that his daughter had grown up as a weed in a field. She had been alone since childhood. And his master's only child did not know parental love at all, moreover. Everyone bullied him for no reason. Simply because there was no one to protect her, and her father's neglect made the poor thing think that she deserved it all. At first, the great warrior spent all his time on the battlefield, and after the death of the Duchess, he left the estate altogether. Having given rise to rumors of a curse, and the princess not knowing any affection or care, the poor girl never felt needed and loved. And when Shiani's only blood relative finally returned, he brought with him other people's children. The gentleman was gone for so long, and upon his return he did not even look at his only and dear daughter. The princess was always just a shadow for him. The unfortunate child grew up in loneliness, resentment, and pain that tore him apart. It's true, my lord doesn't even know what Shiani's face was like that day, and what, shouldn't he even count on a gift? The butler was always interested in why a child deserved such exorbitant accusations and bullying from birth. How could a great warrior who spoke of honor and dignity be so cruel to an innocent child? The Red Witch of the great Felicity family, no one would dare to say so. The Duke's daughter is called that by everyone, and the master knows why, and he himself became the reason for her persecution, who dared to call the Duke's daughter a witch. Didn't my lord himself blame the poor girl for this? Shiani recently said at dinner that she was called a witch and a murderer, the reason for the death of her own mother, and that she had already stopped hoping that her father would stop seeing her as her killer. The Duke has become a lousy father, failing to live up to the expectations of either his wife or his daughter, and he understands Shiani's hatred. His lordship will never understand even a small part of what his daughter endured so steadfastly. The Benio family thanked the son of the empire for allowing them to organize the celebration. Lord Arthur could already greet his majesty. The young man took a step forward. May the goddess Thea bless the great emperor. Arthur of the line of Archduke Benio is pleased to welcome him. Even from here, the emperor can hear how the ladies of the entire capital are rejoicing at the banquet of the young and handsome Lord Arthur. In fact, this entire imaginary aura of purity and nobility of the Benio family was created by a naive girl's imagination. And how old did the heir of the Benio family turn this year? Arthur is now already 18 years old. Arthur is just like his father, empty and dependent only on his own interests, with which one should always be on guard. So 18, if that child had survived, he would have also turned 18 this year. If Archduke Benio's family had known about this, they would not have remained on the sidelines. No one can be sure of this. The Benios always wait for a convenient opportunity. The emperor cannot kill his nephew. The fact that an unmarried princess gave birth to a child is capable of destroying the entire authority of the son of the empire. And besides, the child's father is the owner of the magic tower. The princess committed suicide, and the father ran away, and who needs a street child? Because of that damn Benio, the emperor doesn't even know what happened to his own nephew, and his son grew up so healthy and handsome. The engagement with Felicity had long since been broken off. At such an age, one should think about a new marriage. Arthur had given his father significant support. And this is far from all that the heir Benio can do. He needs time. Soon the banquet will begin in the Archduchy. Well, the emperor hopes that in the future Arthur will have a worthy lady by his side. The heir to the Archduchy is glad that His Majesty is taking care of him, but he has other priorities now. Breaking news concerning the Wellan region, which has caught the emperor's eye. One man bought half of this area, where imperial plots were previously planned. This can't be because the Wellan area is not at all remarkable now. And who is this person? Usually the emperor is very stingy with emotions, judging by his reaction. Something serious happened. What? The informants were definitely not mistaken. This is Shiani Felicity. The head of the empire's loud laughter echoed throughout the entire hall, but that couldn't be. What made His Majesty laugh so much? Let him share with the guests what is going on with Princess Felicity. By the way, the Archduke's son Benio has a rather close relationship with her, which... That's right. Arthur nodded. Despite the broken engagement, they had a rather close relationship. Something really interesting happened. The emperor would have shared it, but he won't. After all, if Felicity and Benio's engagement was broken off, then their relationship is clearly no longer close. And if the emperor is wrong, then Lord Arthur will be able to find out everything himself from Princess Felicity, won't he? The ruler is already looking forward to dealing with this interesting matter. Meanwhile, the villainess who had so interested the emperor faced a new problem. The young man said that his name was Valentin and that he was a close friend of the main character. And besides, Valentine is an incredibly talented knight and the second key to Shiani's cherished future. The princess must understand that this is, after all, a training ground. The knight's hands were numb and shaking from holding a lady's parasol for several hours. The villainess is lounging on a chaise lounge. The soldier is unhappy about something. There is also something to guard on the farm. No, he has a wonderful job. That's great. Let him hold the umbrella more evenly. The sun is shining from behind. The girl took out her binoculars because no one knew that the princess was located here and spying. No, as her grace commanded, the guard found a blind spot. None of the knights will see it. Why would a noble lady watch knights training from the bushes? Ladies don't ask about that. It's so strange this man behind Shiani doesn't know what he's capable of and what he's thinking. For a long time, the laboratory was a monarchy for Eric, where he personally reveled in power, and then the Red Witch appeared. John, his right hand and his main six, heated up the situation from within, and the instructors knew perfectly well who was speaking through his mouth. Mr. Eric will be the sole ruler of the underground laboratory, John himself said, not even believing it. The entire duchy belongs to the Felicity family, whose surname Eric did not inherit. This means that Eric has no real power, and Shiani will become the successor of the Grand Duke Romeo Felicity. Until recently, the instructors and this guy were on Eric's side. But when the princess threw the rope, the boy grabbed it tightly. Isn't this a rotten rope? Now it must get rid of those who in the future can get rid of it. And during Norn's training, the girl will be able to get information. Over there, that's Norna, that's right. The blue training suit means Class 10. Everyone is gathered here because the creatures of this class contain enormous destructive power. She expected to see another slave market, but here everyone looked like elite knights. They are not subjected to violence like Lydiane. The channels in their necks do not allow the destructive force to escape. Any deviation blocks the airflow. What kind of bastard came up with this? It was John, and Eric approved. The Duke doesn't know. He's seen a lot of death and would never approve of this. We need to deal with these sadists. If you stay away, it means becoming an accomplice to the crime. One of the young men in the blue suit roared in pain and began to choke. The channel launched an electrical impulse. What a damn degenerate, and Shiani is definitely a lady. What kind of brew is the guard drinking there? His own strength is not enough. What kind of training is this if it ends in forced strangulation? Don't worry. After the mission, she'll be able to quarter each of these freaks with rusty scissors. The walls of the dungeon really do smell of inhumanity and excessive cruelty. Her escort swallowed nervously. Well, finally, Valentin enters the ring. An illegitimate child of the royal Decilio family, he was once called a prince. During Lydiane's ascension to the throne, the young prince who later cut off the head of Shiani's father also took the throne in the kingdom of Decilio. The young king from the original, this young man will later be very useful to the main character. A nasty smile appeared on the instructor's face without the damn collar. He wouldn't even have raised his eyes to the enemy. Let Valentine raise his sword. Today he will get rid of bad habits. The vile coward rushed at the unarmed Valentin. The young man easily dodged the blow. Let the obnoxious brat raise his weapon and no longer dare to dodge the instructor's attacks. If Valentine had raised his sword, this scum would already be dead. After which a precise and powerful kick landed in the bastard's chest. The guard fell heavily to the ground, wheezing, damn demon. And this pathetic worm calls himself a coach? What can he teach? Does a person deserve the title of a trainer if he needs a leash to obey? And thanks to some collar, dirt imagines itself to be God. Here, all the instructors suddenly fell silent and stared at one point. And what kind of pink cloud is this? Is that a princess or something? Let the heiress Felicity not come close. Valentine is no less dangerous than Lydiane. Let the soldier not make noise there. They had a lot to discuss with this incredible warrior. Shiani walked past Valentine. Let this ghoul lie here. The princess just needs his sword. He doesn't know how to use it anyway. Here, one attack after another rained down on the best knight with lightning speed and precision. What the... Now the villain is controlled by the physical memory of another heroine of the novel named Olivia. There is no point in training hard. You can't fool human physiology. But then how can a girl defeat those bastards? How such a weak girl will be able to take revenge for everything? Let the teacher teach her. The key to victory is very simple. The weak opponent must exploit the weaknesses of the strong. Valentine is truly incomparable. He will have no equal in this world. But Shiani's skills are now different. This means that the aristocrat had been keeping an eye on Norna for a long time and took advantage of her advantage. The beautiful heir of Decilio was very restrained from the very beginning and dodged with his whole body. Don't use your right shoulder. It was only thanks to Olivia that the villain noticed. Well, now they can talk. This novel has so many fantastically beautiful characters. Valentine seems to have stepped off the canvas. This princess really swung her sword like that? They probably gave her to the assassins to raise. Valentine's shoulders can't handle the training. Shiani will give him more suitable work. Heiress Felicity asks the handsome knight to take care of her wounds. No, Valentine has not lost yet. What? This is an unexpected turn of events. The villain is actually on his side. The cold, gloomy eyes of a predator flashed behind the girl's back. The heiress had the advantage of observing and spotting the weakness. Valentine will not abuse force in a fight with a girl. The price of such a victory is insignificant. Although in the laboratory, instructors assign significance and value to such low-level victories, the more this lovely creature talks, the more thoughts occupy Shiani's head. And why does the heiress of a great family care about how Valentine holds his sword? The knight's incredible eyes flashed. Calm down. Shiani is here for another purpose. You can't give in to his beauty. If the villainess weren't threatened with a painful death in the near future, she would train with him for eternity. So we need to return to the role of whether the knight is as holy as he thinks he is here. If Princess Shiani cuts off his head, then her victory will also be undeserved. She would never touch such a beautiful head. In the kingdom of Decilio, they do not know how to lose. How does she know this? Quietly. Valentine wants to go back and see his father and brothers. Let him not forget his manners. A knight has a minute to think. Who has enough power to help him? Whom should such a crushing force serve? The young man of enslaving beauty knelt down on one knee before the lady and kissed her hand. The crown prince is glad to hear about his home kingdom. Princess Felicity saved his soul with the mention of home, and Valentine hopes that with this hand she will help him. Valentine to submit to the heiress. This is an oath of surrender to the winner Decilio. Right before the eyes of the protagonist, his best and most loyal friend swore allegiance to the villain. What the? How the hell did the princess do it? Crown Prince Valentine was exiled for attempted fratricide. Isn't it obvious that Felicity's heiress is stronger than the knight? That's why Valentine gave up. The accompanying knight began to clap his hands for his mistress. It was simply incredible. She was incredible. What was that? The main character just walked past Shiani and ignored her. He became completely insolent. The reason Ledian suddenly pouted was because he thought that Shiani was treating all Norns equally. The princess will prove to him that this is not so, even though Valentine almost made her heart fall out of her chest. The villain doesn't like the tendency that she is here all the time, proving everything to everyone who is responsible for training Ledian. Mads thinks that the Duke's favorite, who led the division, Sir Newell, is only in the lab to train Ledian. You can't make the baby wait that long. What baby? Mads doesn't know anything about the lady. Ledian must follow a diet. He is a growing organism. Let Ledian fight who parries attacks like that. Let the guy try until he feels his strength. This dark hero contains an unbridled and destructive force that has been suppressed for years. What is it like to feel like something inside is locked in the shadows and is constantly pushing out with uncontrollable force? And this very something is an integral part of you. Here, the instructor noticed a sharp change in Ledian's movements. The movements became jerky and abrupt. The voice became steely and low, and then the veins on the dangerous beast's hands bulged. The cold gaze became clouded. The pupils saw only the target. Let Ledian come to her senses immediately. A series of devastating attacks fell upon the instructor with lightning speed. What the hell? The guards are frozen. Let them immediately activate the demon collar and put him to sleep. The guards have already activated the electrical impulse in the collar, but it is not enough, so let them shoot. What's going on? The princess won't let anyone touch her beautiful boy. Hands off. Why does the instructor keep repeating Ledian's name frantically? The enemy's sword fell at the feet of the white beast. Ledian does not forgive rats in uniform. The young man squeezed the trainer's skull with his fingers. All training is over for today, that girl. She's back again. Why is she calling Ledian again? Isn't Valentine enough for her today? The villainess extended her hand to the beast, telling him to come here quickly. Ledian was probably hungry. The power that the princess saw made her tremble. Just one look from him was enough to make her fall to her knees. However, she will not allow fear to prevail over reason. Will Ledian really make the heiress wait? Right now, standing next to Ledian, Shiani felt like she had stuck her head into the mouth of a wild beast. The vertical pupils became human again. The facial features softened, the jaw unclenched. Why did this aristocrat return to the underground laboratory? The young man shook his head. What's the matter? Ledian is fine. He's feeling dizzy. Why does the princess keep worrying about him? And why shouldn't the girl worry about him? Shiani saw everything, including the very part that everyone fears. Stop dodging direct questions. Ledian is just one of many she needs to achieve her own selfish goals. A spoiled aristocrat can entertain herself, however, and with whomever she wants. Ledian will not participate in this. Yes, it was stupid to think that the main character could be brought to heel with boundless kindness. Ledian asks the princess not to appear before his eyes again. He is not the only martyr here. She herself doesn't like to see it, but without this guy, she won't reach the final. Her voice immediately brought the beast to his senses, which means he's not being completely frank with her. She cares about Ledian, and many are really ready to help her achieve her goals, but she doesn't need it. The one Shiani really needs is unbearably rude and stained with blood. Well, what would the lone wolf say about this? The girl managed to convince him. He already knows that the aristocrat needed Ledian for some reason, but for what purpose? Wait a minute. The villainess feels the frantic rhythm of his heart under her palm. She promised him freedom in exchange for loyalty. And apparently she still has a reason to count on the loyalty of the main character. Why does the aristocrat always touch the dangerous beast? As it turns out, any beast can be tamed. But if the predator himself wants it, the girl will do everything to justify his choice. What is the young lady looking at so long and so persistently? The maid has been calling her for 5 minutes without an answer. There was a magic crystal ball lying on the table in front of the girl. The villainess is observing something very interesting right now. What the hell? How did this woman manage to get Valentine and Ledian at once? They are the strongest and most dangerous of all. And the guards saw how this lady handled a sword. They wouldn't want to cross her path. Maybe they should switch to the side of the true heiress. Even Lord Benio broke off his engagement to this witch. And no matter how hard this damned princess tries, she won't even win the favor of her own father. There is no forgiveness for killing their mother. John, Balo, and Thomas believe they have 9 lives. The lady is worried about Diane, but not so much, because today the young man had a great breakfast. The protagonist's wounds heal quickly, and he is more willing to make contact with Shiani. In fact, the maid had already heard that Milady had gone to the training ground yesterday and that she had not gotten hurt. The maid has nothing to worry about. The princess is fine. And again, in my memory, there are fragments of the past, the painfully familiar cold office of Duke Felicity. This is a disgrace to their great family. Shiani better not stick his neck out, the usual indifferent tone of his own father. The daughter has nothing to say in her defense. This man never loved Shiani, and the girl's cold, accustomed face, as a final contrast, why she always has to justify herself without doing anything wrong. It's becoming increasingly difficult to contain emotions. I want to fix a lot of things and hit a lot of people. But this feeling is not hers at all. The impulse of injustice and pain belongs to the real Shiani Felicity. This expressionless face had hidden an immense bitterness all his life. There was a knock at the door of the princess's private chambers, asking if she could enter. "Let Manager Lloyd come in. His Excellency calls Milady Shiani to his presence." I wonder why the maid is so happy for her mistress. "The maid will bring the box for the cream right now." Oh well, Shiani was going to give it to him anyway. Well, the Duke called his daughter too suddenly. It is doubtful that his speech will be sweet over a cup of aromatic tea. Wait, what? Who are these anyway? What's going on here? This is not a good thing. The face of the head of the Felicity clan was impassive. Let his daughter look at this letter. The maid brought the envelope to Milady, and what? Because of what letter all the vassals of the family gathered in their house. Wait a minute. This is the seal of the imperial family. His Majesty sent this letter personally for Shiani. And everyone wants to know why. Well, there is one suggestion. The princess had better confess her crime right away. It would be better for her and her family. Who is this idiot? What did Shiani do? She spread dirty rumors or insulted a member of the imperial family. So that's it, the vile Eric has spurred on the vassals. This guy is climbing out of turn for death. All those gathered here could not open the imperial seal, since the name Shiani was indicated on the letter. That's great. Let your daughter read the contents out loud immediately. Now it is important to immediately clarify one point. The heiress understood correctly that the Duke shares the planted opinion of the vassals. The head of the family believes that his daughter committed a crime. His Majesty never sends letters just like that. The confusion and unbearable pain of the real Shiani now make the girl feel betrayed. And how could you make the brightest and strongest heroine the villain, and the most rotten and pathetic one the main one? She will no longer allow the heroine to be poisoned if her father turns out to be right. She will clear the honor of Felicity's house with her life. The Duke stared at his daughter in shock, wondering what the princess was saying. However, if the vassals made a mistake in their baseless accusations, it would be fatal for each of them. For every insult and accusation, all vassals and those involved will suffer the appropriate punishment. All the vassals are sure that the princess is dishonest. There is no need to intimidate them here. It wasn't enough to break off the engagement with the Archduke's heir Benio. She also had to drag Felicity's family name into the mud. This screaming pig takes more than others from the benefits of the Felicity family and uses their name while encroaching on the dignity of his mistress. Let all the vassals shut their mouths. The princess has not said anything yet. The emperor is interested in the lands she has acquired. His Majesty hopes to meet my lady at Lord Benio's reception and negotiate as landowners. And this is the entire content of the letter. The pathetic and cowardly scum will answer for every drop of their poison. The main instigator's face immediately changed, which meant that Shiani was indeed right. We are talking about her investments in the Welland region. The emperor really has his eye on it. Shiani did not try to tarnish the reputation of the family. It copes with it itself. She learned about the dissolution of the engagement unilaterally. And the fact that so many people rushed here just to harass her won't make you wait long for an answer. Speaking of bones, the girl came here to give this to her father, who threw a stone at her along with everyone else. Like any military man, the Duke's hands have become rough, as has his soul. This cream will help with the skin, but there is no salvation for his soul. To be honest, The princess didn't know that in order to give a gift to her father, she had to go through all this. But now the head of the duchy can be sure that his heir is well acquainted with the big picture. And now it is time for my lady to return to her business and not to remain happily ever after. All these freaks should have fallen to their knees and apologized 1,000 times, but looking at the Duke's detached face, that was no longer necessary. Shiani doesn't have to justify herself to any of these worthless scum anymore. They are all just trash. Why is sister leaving so quickly? Eric grabbed the girl by the wrist again. Once again, this idiot forgot his place and manners. His face just healed. Eric was so focused on the letter that he forgot to mention Lord Benio's arrival in the duchy. And even though their engagement is broken, poor Arthur still has to be polite. And before the official meeting, the Archduke's heir, Benio, must greet Princess Felicity. The letter stated that the Emperor wanted to meet her for negotiations at Arthur's reception, despite the fact that the girl decided not to attend this event. Oh, Eric completely forgot, her precious Lord Arthur can't stand Shiani. So the heir to the Archduchy, Benio, will greet Luna instead of Princess Felicity, and good luck to them all, that's all. Who is Shiani trying to deceive her boyfriend whom she was waiting for will come here, but not to her, but to Luna. So it's a dead-end branch of evolution? Eric has only 2 arms, next time he'll have 1. Let him count how many attempts he'll have left after that. The villainess wouldn't care even if this trash shot himself in the forehead, so he's trying in vain to entertain her. Although the girl would have looked at this much more willingly than at today's pathetic and senseless attempt. Finally, my lady returned. How everything went, the lady gave the cream to his lordship. It's just that the maid overheard at the door and now she feels awkward. Everything is fine. Lord Arthur Benio is indeed coming to the duchy today. This name is not under the ban. What a relief, the lady is fine. Daisy didn't know how to say it, but her mistress really does look happy lately. And the maid was afraid that Lord Arthur's sudden visit to Luna Levy could ruin everything. Wait, what the hell? It's too early for them to meet. In the original, Arthur first meets Luna at his banquet. Arthur fell madly in love with the half-sister of the one who had mercilessly abandoned him. It's hard to imagine what was going on inside poor Shiani when she saw his loving gaze directed at the moon. She hid her wrenching pain again behind a mask of indifference. She had more courage than any man in this house. The protagonists are not always worthy and strong characters, and the villains do not always live up to their label. Sometimes dirt is destined to shine in the spotlight, while uncut diamonds are destined to fade in the shadows. But why would these two suddenly meet so early? Doesn't that distort the plot? It seems that my lady did not know that Lord Arthur's visit was aimed at a personal meeting with Luna. By the way, all the maids are very grateful to my lady for her cream and want to bake cookies for her. It's so sweet. Although what does the villain care about the original plot? Her main goal is survival. The princess is grateful to Daisy for her concern, but now she must go to the underground laboratory. But any minute now Lord Arthur will appear here, and the lady may run into him on the way. Stop being scared already, let the maid find a tailor. I need a pair of men's training gloves. Finally, the heir to the Archduchy of Benio has arrived. Eric Levi is pleased to welcome my Lord Arthur. Lord Benio is grateful for such hospitality despite his sudden visit. The hour of the moon has come. The main groom of the empire, who was prepared for Shiani, must become hers. Luna Levy is happy to welcome the great shield master. She is Sir Eric's sister. Their physical resemblance is obvious. His Excellency was very glad of Lord Arthur's visit, but because of the meeting of vassals, he was unable to express it personally. It was even better that way, because Sir Arthur had not come to the duchy on an official visit. He had definitely come for Luna. She knew it. So this is what these rootless relatives look like. Greedy for other people's wealth and influence, and where is Shiani herself? These pathetic offspring dare to talk to Lord Benio as equals. Who do these scum think they are? The son must get an answer from Shiani Felicity at any cost, and Arthur would be glad to, but she did not answer him. Then let Arthur use his brain and get information about the Emperor out of the princess. If it weren't for his father, he would never have returned here. If Arthur fails, the Archduke will renew his engagement. And now the Lord must grovel before her, before Shiani Felicity, without the one he trampled into the dirt. The young lady looks simply fantastic, so Lydiane must like it. Anything looks beautiful on my lady, and when she dresses modestly, her beauty is impossible not to notice. Daisy is clearly calling the heiress back. The maid hasn't even said anything yet. It is impolite of Levi to detain a dear guest at the entrance. Let Lord Benio pass. Where the hell is Shiani? Maybe she's hiding from Arthur upstairs. If you follow these worthless windbags, you can lose an unforgivable amount of time. We need to get rid of this scented manure and find that damn Shiani. Lord Arthur had not yet received an official invitation and greeted the head of the duchy personally. The lady is so similar to her mother and to some kind of angelic flower, a lily. Shiani understood everything, quieter. As soon as he heard the steps of the heiress Felicity on the stairs, Arthur froze in shock. The girl was impeccably beautiful, like rays of sun breaking through storm clouds. In her ordinary attire, the true beauty of the heiress of the family was so obvious. It was impossible to take your eyes off the princess. That's the impression the main character should make. Even Eric stared at Shiani in fascination and did not dare to take his eyes off her. Could it be that Shiani had decided to leave after all? Luna did not miss Lord Benio's genuine interest in Shiani, and Eric did the same. What should we do if the princess's ex-fiancé visited Luna, and my lady clearly won't like it? The manager cleared his throat, drowning out the whispers of the maids. The servants announced to the princess of the house, Felicity, the arrival of the heir to the archduchy. Benio, Shiani herself sees. Welcome to the duchy of the great Felicity family. Moon's desserts are especially good today. Have a nice time with her nasty relatives. And that's all. Where did such coldness in her eyes come from? The heiress indifferently walked past Arthur. What was that all about? There was so much indifference and calm in this girl's eyes, as if she was looking at the dust under her feet. A deafening silence fell over the reception hall, and what should the lord do now? He had nothing to do with this scum. He needs Shiani. He needs to get information from her, but something is clearly wrong with her. Milady is going to take the candies she prepared in the annex before heading to the dungeon. After so many reincarnations, she cannot get rid of her maternal feelings, as if she were looking after a child. Even though they are the same age as Le Diane, well, as for his taste, the candies are very sweet. The villain understands perfectly well that she is dealing with a grown man, and at the end of the story, he should not kill at all. Yesterday, the heiress did not have the opportunity to check, but today the young man's wounds have almost healed. Shiani begins to realize that she will not be able to tame this beast, but still, it surrenders to her. At that moment, the heroine felt his heart beating, and with it her hope. If Le Diane is going to serve someone, he must be the only one. Until recently, this raging force always had a frightening expression on its face and only emitted warning roars. Although the heiress is considered the mistress of Le Diane, she cannot win his loyalty and trust with candy. Oh, those rosy cheeks, they are like a beautiful and gentle sunset, as soft as a child's. Le Diane tries to draw the line, but his voice betrays a lack of care and warmth. In such conditions, anyone would turn into an embittered beast. So yesterday, the girl carefully watched the young man and discovered something. Why did the princess stretch out her hand? What does it mean, why? Le Diane should put his hand on top. Now the heiress is trying to train Norn like a dog. Come on, his hand. Shiani asked for it. It was simple. Yesterday she noticed that Le Diane was gripping his sword too tightly on the training ground, and it is for this reason that the hero is bothered by spasms in his hands. Because of this, Le Diane gets tired more quickly and does not have suitable training gloves. The princess invited a tailor into the house. The young man needs to go up with her so that he can adjust the gloves to the correct size. The prisoner has one question. The aristocrat treats the other prisoners the same way. There are other Norns in the underground laboratory. Valentine, for example, is almost as strong as Le Diane. What the young man says is that Shiani is always touching others, feeding them strange candies. It sounds just awful, like she's corrupting a schoolboy. The protagonist tries to understand if he is special to her. Norns are terribly jealous by nature. Their destructive power requires an exceptional attitude and does not tolerate equivalence. And the main character is also interested in whether the princess visits everyone at night under the cover of the moon. The dark eyes watched Shiani's reaction closely. One wrong look from her, and she would lose again. Then the girl thought that Le Diane was sleeping, which meant that her visit woke him up. She was sorry. She didn't want to disturb him. The heiress was simply confident that after all the trials, the young man was fast asleep, and even her voice would not disturb him. But the prisoner was not sleeping. The owner of the laboratory would not tell them what they had done wrong here. What did all the prisoners in this dungeon do? Why are they deprived of their freedom? What did they do to those people? The girl won't be able to answer this question. She doesn't like it either. She didn't set the rules here. Deja vu, black, drooling, with ugly poisonous teeth, fear can envelop the heart in just a second. With her whole body, she feels the icy scales of the snake hanging over her. The main character tries to scare the villain, and it would be fair to say that he succeeds. That day, those cold and dangerous, gloomy eyes looked down at her, as if warning her of something. But Shiani has the experience and skills of 100 heroines, and Lydiane has one, because she understands what the young man wants. The beautiful beast shows his strength and true form so that she understands what she is getting into. In fact, Lydiane genuinely cares for her, anticipating her fear and attempts to escape. The beautiful beast contradicts himself by offering his hand to the villainess. Having experienced so many reincarnations, she understood well that the difference inherent from birth cannot be overcome. So, being just a worthless person, Shiani will have to crawl out of his skin to conquer him. He at least imagines how many sins the villainess has behind her back, but still, there are some things that make people change their views. Knowing the imminent danger, Shiani still opens Pandora's box. Let Lydiane think about it. The terrifying beast must have heard that Shiani is called the Red Witch. He is not interested in why. Even if the beautiful creature is not interested, let her pretend to be interested. And then Lydiane will understand the motives of the Red Witch and why she blew in his ear. It was for dramatic effect. You shouldn't do that. What if the demon kills her? Of course he can, but Shiani shouldn't show fear. And as long as the heiress is interesting to the main character, he will leave her alive, because the beautiful Lydiane will not hurt her. The protagonist is able to control himself to do this, but the others are not. An aristocrat shouldn't talk to them like that, shouldn't look them in the eye, stroke their head or blow in their ears. He's the epitome of charm. So, the girl understood everything about the closeness and special effects, but why can't she talk to them? It's dangerous. The more Norna gets used to a person, the more painful it is for him to experience separation from him. They never knew how to let go. It's an instinct against which the Norns are powerless. Those words, "He will follow her to hell." Have the heroes already achieved such a relationship? Wait, Lydiane isn't saying this seriously, right? He's so sweet. She only buys gloves for Lydiane and whispers in his ear. And what will the beautiful prisoner do with this information? He will follow his mistress. Norn's dark pupils immediately lit up upon hearing the cherished words, "Lydiane is ready." Well, it wasn't that hard. Now the villain and the protagonist will stick together on the way to freedom. Meanwhile, Duke Felicity looked at his daughter's gift, at whom he had thrown another sharp stone today. All the words of the vassals passed by his attention. Since the head of the duchy was busy with his thoughts, they finished. Does His Excellency really think about Shiani? She could never get even a drop of attention from him. Duke Felicity always treated her like a void. My lord has nothing to worry about. Eric will talk to his sister. To be honest, the vassals still can't believe that the emperor sent her such a letter. Well, there is still no understanding of what exactly the ruler meant in his letter. And yet the vassals are very concerned about the reason why the head of the empire wants to talk to Shiani alone. There are only more reasons to worry, and this is in the style of their princess. Now she is interested in the monsters from the laboratory. If Shiani were like Luna, the family would live more peacefully. They had just washed themselves clean after the breakup of her engagement to Lord Benio. Let that rot shut its mouth. Shiani never deserved such words, unlike this filth that is using her name to the fullest extent. They all sit at the trough of Felicity's family only because they call themselves the support of the family, since these servants dare to denigrate their mistress. Aaron Port, is it Princess Shiani's fault that Arthur turned out to be a scoundrel despite his white reputation? And why is no one discussing the fact that, thanks to Shiani, their family became of interest to the emperor himself? And it would be fair to say that it is Felicity's heiress who is now pulling their family out of the hole. Senile dementia, envy, and their own worthlessness do not give these cretins the right to discredit the princess. How many centuries must we wait before people at this table begin to think sensibly and not exalt themselves by humiliating those worthy of recognition? During the years when Duke Romeo was absent from the estate, these miserable hyenas placed a little girl on the throne. And they began to mock her, to abuse and humiliate the little girl, no matter what she did, behavior worthy of a stinking dump. These useless and unwanted parasites drove the girl crazy and she stopped talking altogether. and they demand to be considered people. Aaron sat at the table of vassals at the age of 10 in place of his deceased father. But despite the fact that Shiani was even younger than him, she steadfastly endured all this abomination until the end. They all don't even stand a drop of dirt under her feet. Aaron couldn't present anything regarding the fact of bullying the princess until now. Now, let the Duke look at the original source of the rumors about the Red Witch Felicity. What is this puppy talking about? Let His Excellency not listen to this impudent brat. And he will also deprive Sir Aaron of his right to vote in their vassal meetings. Sir Aaron Port is the only one who served the family faithfully and truly, and is simply a worthy person. Before making a decision, the head of the clan will ask the question, Aaron Port's words are true. Well, the head of the duchy could not have been unaware of what was happening in his house all this time, and yet he did nothing. So everyone continued the persecution. Words cannot describe how happy the Duke was that he could still do something for his daughter. Emerald eyes sparkled. They hadn't seen the princess for a long time, not an event. He crawled back. Shiani guesses the true nature of today's visit, but wants to hear it in person. And for what reason did this vile guy decide to show up at the place where he had so cruelly humiliated her? It is a great honor that Princess Felicity herself decided to use the services of a tailor. Which family does the lord next to her belong to? This is her escort, and the knight needs a pair of training gloves. So he's a paladin, but you can't tell from his appearance that he's an ordinary person. They'll bring a catalog now. You need to take measurements. And what is on the minds of these spoiled nobility, but the main thing is that they all pay well. Now I can finally immerse myself in my thoughts. The Emperor's words still sound in my head. His Majesty must know about the break-off of the engagement with Arthur. This topic is on everyone's lips. And the heir Benio himself had already managed to understand that the princess had not responded to his invitation. However, for some reason, absolutely everyone is sure that Shiani will go to this damn reception. How interesting everything is working out for the villain. Now she can skip this gathering. The abomination took advantage of Shiani's despair and unbearable loneliness, and then shot her in the head, without any fear of the consequences, because no one will believe or help the Scarlet Witch, not even her own father. She is completely alone in this world. It was interesting why Arthur suddenly visited Luna, whom he did not know. It was an obvious lie. There was another reason for this. Most likely this vile heir learned about the Emperor's interest in Shiani. More precisely, Arthur's father was very interested in the information, so he sent his executor. So I decided to get information from her about what was going on there, what that roar was just now. Well, it's, here, Lediane is shy and doesn't want to be touched. What is this young man talking about? The tailor needs to take measurements of the hands of the knight accompanying Milady Felicity. And the new client doesn't give in at all, but without the necessary measurements they can't make gloves. And why did the tailor suddenly become so nervous? Apparently he was frightened by his beloved and gloomy cutie Shiani. Why can't boys do anything themselves? A centimeter here, the heiress will do everything herself. Well, that's it. It wasn't hard, was it? Even the perfect Lediane's hands are perfect. That's great. The tailor will pass on the measurements to his workers, and they will quickly adjust the selected material to them. Is the young man really that scary? What is he talking about? When they see Lediane, everyone trembles and gets scared. It's like the guy is a monster from hell, and this is despite the fact that he hides under a cloak. Here are the measurements. The tailor just needs to adjust the fabric to them. Thanks for understanding. Does her cutie really not realize that she can make a hole in a person with just one look? In fact, the main character has long since become accustomed to his stigma. What nonsense! Everyone is amazed at how beautiful and different Lediane is, and his phenomenality cannot be hidden by a cloak. And what, the princess really thinks the young man is handsome. He saw her pupils, that is, you need to bring fabric. Yes, she had never met such unearthly beauty in her entire life. Valentine is also beautiful, but the main character is the main character. Shiani shouldn't say it out loud, the heiress never answered, and the young man is persistent. Or maybe Lediane wants to hear the girl's answer out loud so badly. Let the beautiful hero wait for Shiani here. She will return soon. Yes, Lediane is a delight for anyone's eyes, the most beautiful thing she has ever seen. It is really hard to keep silent about it. What's wrong with the maid's face? Did something really happen? Well, here's the deal. Let her spill it already. The maid doesn't know how to say this. In general, the lady will be unpleasant. Then Daisy was interrupted by a male voice. They hadn't seen the princess for a long time, and yet another vile degenerate crawled back. Well, okay, Eric's death can wait for such a contender. Let Daisy go down now. But the maid does not want to leave her mistress with this man. He can hurt her again. Daisy has nothing to worry about at all. The only one who will be hurt here is this henchman of her father's. And let the maid be sure to tell the low-ranking relatives that Shiani is in this hall. And let her add that her mistress here with Lord Benio is in a very difficult position. Now let the maid go. Heiress Felicity has something to discuss with the uninvited guest. Why didn't Shiani respond to Lord Benio's invitation? She was waiting for it so much. Or is this another manipulation? Shiani put on a show of pride to attract the Lord's attention. This time the princess succeeded. She was finally happy. Arthur came to her personally. Smart girl, but Shiani can stop there. The actions of this trash were so easy to predict. Behind all this oppressive bravado lies a snot-nosed boy, dependent on his own gain and the approval of his father and those around him. So boring. He personally brought the invitation in his slippery paws. Apparently, Daddy yelled at him loudly. Shiani turned up her nose for so long and accepted the invitation so easily, Arthur cannot do without the princess at his own reception. This worthless idiot probably announced in advance that Shiani would be at his party. This time the villainess will agree, since the Lord himself has galloped here to be nice. But next time the invitation for Princess Felicity must be written in his blood, what? If that brat tried to invite Shiani again, he would have to fall to his knees and beg for it. You can bark so that it won't be as depressing as always to look at this worthless thing, Shiani Felicity. This time, to attract Arthur's attention, the heiress pretends to be crazy. Who gave the right for dust to touch the villainess's skin? Hand donors are waiting for Arthur at his father's estate. Has Shiani forgotten that in her home someone began to consider her a person only because of him? Again, the mongrel bares its teeth. Arthur is the only one who can save her. These are her words. And how dare she behave so arrogantly towards Arthur after this? Let him be grateful that she did not deprive him of his hands. Shiani began to be hated precisely because of this degenerate. She was made guilty of breaking off the engagement. The real princess was always a sensitive and worthy person, but she was forced to wear the mask of a villain. Apparently, it doesn't reach Daddy's nutcracker. There is no more Shiani for this scum to use and hurt. In other words, Princess Felicity's life will not change because one day she stepped in pigeon droppings. Where does this oppressive and intimidating aura come from in Shiani? She has always been a faithful mongrel at his feet. Arthur could do whatever he wanted with her. She was material for him, something he could even wipe his feet on. The world belongs to women now, my friend. There's a reason natural disasters are only given female names. The princess has hurt her head. She understands who she is telling all this to now. Who would have thought Shiani's dependence on Arthur was disgusting to him? But it's much more interesting to play with this girl. This cretin really finds it funny. He's lost touch with reality. Today, Shiani is unusually beautiful. She should not have hidden her character. If the heir to the archduchy had known about her character, he might not even have broken off their engagement. This freak actually said it out loud. He was so sure of the former Shiani's admiration for him. Arthur should have realized this was hurt, but he only saw now whether the princess really had her own motives. Let Shiani answer him. She has truly secured His Majesty's trust. Or maybe the heiress of the house, Felicity, has found a madman who is ready to become engaged to her. Poor stupid little rat. The patience of villains has never been limitless and loyal. Well, since this idiot has talked enough, the speech apparatus is no longer needed today. Shiani sharply jerked the back of her head upward. The heir of the Shield clan stared at his former admirer in shock, touching his chin. What the Lord didn't imagine now was that the princess really did hit him. Such unforgivable closeness and tactility among noble ladies is regarded as harassment. This is unacceptable in any society, and especially after the engagement is broken. So let ignorance tell whether he will have problems with the Pope if Shiani does not attend his reception. Doesn't the pitiful offspring of the Benio family have his own motives? Now the princess really does have her own interests, and they don't coincide with his. What was that, and what is the heir to the Archduchy Benio doing here? What is going on here anyway? Daisy was always punctual, and it seemed to her brother and sister that the Lord was busy studying the gallery. These annoying flies. What are they doing here? Arthur hasn't yet received what he came for. Lord Benio apologizes. He accidentally ran into the princess while looking for the gallery. Shiani is flattered that Arthur traveled so far to personally present her with his invitation. What did she say? How is this invitation? What does it mean personally? Eric and Luna looked at each other with concern. It is worth apologizing for the omission. If Arthur had immediately said that he had come to meet Shiani, it would not have been awkward. And also the poor relatives would not fuss in vain around the uninvited guest. And how could a person from such a noble house manage to put the guests of Felicity's house in such an awkward position? On the part of the uninvited guest, this is the highest degree of disrespect for the helpful poor fellows. And now the heiress of the Felicity family wishes Lord Benio a safe journey home. Let reader Levi deal with Benio's heir on his own. Heartbeat quickened as soon as this degenerate approached. Shiani's heart skipped a beat. And it was clearly not fear. The villainess's heart did not yet follow the feelings of its new mistress. These feelings belong to her, and to the real heroine. The princess has finally returned. And her highness is all right, but Milady's face turned pale. The villainess cannot believe that the heart devoted to the true Shiani still beats like that. It hurts her pride. The tailor has chosen the fabrics. Let the lady look at them and let her know if she likes anything. Milady is grateful for the tailor's work. She will notify him when she makes a decision. And one more question. Accompanying Princess Felicity is a paladin, an escort. The heiress's knight hasn't received a proper education yet. That's not the point. And what worried the tailor so much, it reminded him of the legend. The king of the devil's army was not the devil at all. What? Under the robe was hidden an unimaginably beautiful angel. Well, LeDiane really is fantastically beautiful, like an angel. But what does his beauty have to do with the legend? Why did the tailor suddenly start talking about it? It's all about the peculiarity of the curse from the legend. That angel did not cause human fear. The angel inspired fear with his eyes, black as the abyss of hell. This is how the introduction to the original plot of the novella begins. The great empire of Meteor was founded by an all-powerful goddess named Thea, and this empire suffered countless torments and sufferings. And the cause of the empire's endless troubles and pain was the king of the devil's army. Phedion, despite his stigma, was a king with an angelic appearance. Then the divine creator of the empire decided to seal Phedion. It seemed that the goddess Thea had existed since the very beginning of the universe, as did the king of the devil's army himself, but the goddess disappeared along with him. This legend was at the beginning of the first chapter of the original plot of the novel. And why did the legend about Phedion and the conception of the empire itself suddenly start to sound now? What the tailor is leading to, well, the whole point is that the princess's paladin has black eyes. Damn black eyes, come to think of it, no one mentioned black eyes in the original. And in general, the eyes of the main character were described as aquamarine, which is richer than the depths of sea waters. And if we were talking about someone else, the girl simply would not have attached any importance to it. But we are talking about him, about LeDiane, who is the key to everything. So the villain needs to collect and analyze any mention of her favorite hero. The tailor's assistant wrote down the measurements of the princess's companion. They can go. The tailor left the estate, and the princess said that she would return, but the young man never waited for her. The villainess looked closely at the handsome hero, letting LeDiane approach her. The beast with the angelic face was so close to her, but not close enough. Let the young man go lower. LeDiane could just lower his head. The princess reached her hands to his perfect face. Norna approached the man with distrust, but with the curiosity of a wild predator. They must trust each other. Now they are in the same boat. The young man managed to forget about their agreement. What does the heiress do? Let her favorite stand still? Well, a little dark, but definitely not black. This is definitely a dark and cool shade of blue. Why was the tailor so scared? He should have a good understanding of the palette of colors and shades. Perhaps it was the shadow from the robe that fell on the eyes, making them appear black. Oh, what's wrong with the expression on her beautiful boy's face? What's the matter? LeDiane is worried about something. He feels unwell, where it hurts. His cheeks are burning. It's all because of the princess's candies, that is. The young man eats them constantly. Of course, if you eat a lot of sweets, there may be unpleasant side effects. But these are not some kind of caramel confectionery. These are healthy pastilles made according to a recipe tested by a doctor. What is the main character talking about? Such a good medicine could not harm LeDiane. And by the way, the villainess tried very hard, but oh well, the young man can trust Shiani. And to tell you all about it, on the way here, LeDiane met a group of maids. Those maids told their mistress's escort where she could be found. And besides, those girls said that someone had really bothered their lady. It's hard to believe that such a man with a spotless reputation could do this to their princess. Well, Shiani was indeed disturbed today by someone insignificant. It was that man. Since the girl was talking to Arthur near Le Diane, he apparently heard everything. It's not about him. Then who is? When was the last time she felt real anxiety? When you live another person's life over and over again, you realize that being overly sensitive is a heavy burden. If you don't trust anyone, then it's impossible to be deceived. If you don't get attached, then you won't be betrayed. And in that case, there would be nothing that could actually cause pain. In reality, there is no such person usually. A person becomes disappointed because of his own expectations. That is, the princess means that she never expects anything from people, exactly. Nothing came of it, all because of that strange young man who asked the maids about Milady Shiani. It was definitely Norn, whom the princess pulled out of the dungeon. He is so scary and frightening. Why did the heiress even pull the monster out of the laboratory? There is no need to blame everything on the older sister. Luna is worried about her. Let the maids help the girl change her clothes. It's time to visit Shiani. So is there a beige dress in Lady Levy's wardrobe? The villain really doesn't expect anything from people, so as not to hurt herself later, but this does not apply to Le Diane. The young man becomes close to her. They stick together on this difficult path, so she expects a lot from him. A beautiful young man must never betray her. He must swear to follow this. Le Diane will only hurt the heiress if Princess Shiani herself betrays him. This will never happen either, because in that case, Shiani will simply die. Here, the atmosphere around the main character began to change. His aura became frightening again. In that case, if Shiani breaks his oath, Le Diane will regard this as a call to action. Milady will untie his hands. Shiani will not betray him, by the way. Le Diane himself did not make any promise. Footsteps were heard outside the door of the princess's private chambers. Who was there? Daisy had forgotten something. Why was there no answer? So even if it is hot in this robe, Le Diane needs to be patient, okay? Here the bedroom doors swung open without a preliminary knock. Luna asks forgiveness for the visit, and only for it. She was just worried that her beloved little sister wasn't feeling well. Ugh, what a mediocre game. There is at least one thing that this useless, envious woman will be good at, that she needs at all. The original plot is changing so quickly, and the reincarnated villain is to blame for it all. Luna didn't know that Shiani had guests now, and that this envious and greedy girl couldn't take her eyes off Le Diane. This is Norna Harris from the underground laboratory. They need to discuss some issues. Training on the training ground will begin very soon. It's time for Le Diane to return. As it happens, the handsome young man will be able to get there on his own. My lady should not worry about him. The young man whispered the last words right into Shiani's ear, following her example, and her heart immediately began to beat treacherously. You shouldn't do that. Shiani's legs are buckling now. It's like she's in a romantic drama. What the hell? It didn't seem to the moon now. What was this at all? So the main character goes to the underground laboratory with the magic key. Let Luna pass, unlike her vile brother. Luna in the original never spoke to Shiani alone. Since I was always afraid of her, Lord Benio said that he was going to inspect the gallery of Felicity's house. So the brother and sister said that they would not detain the heir of the Benio family. The sister must have been surprised. Shiani was not at all surprised, by the way. Shiani actually received an invitation to his banquet. Apparently, my Lord Arthur cares about his little sister. He came all this way just to hand over the envelope in person. So from the outside, it looked like Shiani had no intention of attending this event. How could Princess Felicity not be present? The Benio family doesn't want to lose face again. And what does Luna want to say with this? She has never spoken to the princess so enthusiastically before. Shiani is right. The girl has been chatting a bit today. She just wanted to cheer Shiani up. By the way, that Norna in his sister's chambers, his name is Le Diane. The main character recognized the main character. No wonder. Le Diane is the strongest Norn. The duchy cannot do without him. Eric would bring his sister to the training ground and call Le Diane a real pain in the ass. Luna heard that the instructors even use limiters to prevent Norn from destroying everything. This is indeed true, but why does Luna ask this question? It was just the first time the princess had such an expression on her face, so she thought they were close. The flow of the original plot was disrupted. Due to Shiani's intervention, the main characters did not recognize each other. The villainess never intended to come between them, even though this third-rate heroine was not even worthy of standing next to him. And is it even worth creating an extra branch in the novel now? Shiani is simply trying to live up to her father's expectations as always, and it was not for nothing that the Duke gave her the key. So that's what was expected from the poor little sister, another attempt to win her father's love. However, something has changed in her. She shouldn't be special, and Luna needs everything that Shiani Felicity has. After all, absolutely everything that concerns the princess seems so magnificent. The next morning, Duke Felicity began an early meal. The head of the duchy heard that his daughter had to face the heir of the Benio house yesterday. His lordship already knows everything and does not require Shiani's verbal confirmation. A deafening silence fell over the dining hall, and my father was very sorry. Duke Felicity sincerely regrets what was said yesterday. His daughter should not have heard it. It's even funny, the princess is used to hearing things like this. She's only been told nasty things since she was born. Shiani is much stronger than any of them and does not need pity, and what did the Duke call her at all? If that was all, the heiress would not like to take up any more of her precious time. That's all. Yesterday the daughter said that if the vassals refuse to be right, then she will clear the family name at the cost of her life. Otherwise, the vassals will have to pay, and Shiani is right. They must be held accountable for their words. And the Duke wants to give the princess the right to punish them personally, and that's not the only reason Shiani is sitting here to punish. Shiani will personally pass judgment on those who dared to desecrate the name of Princess Felicity. Well, I must say the Duke, who hated and neglected his only daughter from birth, had something for Shiani. Could it be that after so many years, this ruthless parent decided to let his daughter in just as soon as she showed off her intelligence? It's just that the Duke is apparently flattered to attribute the success of the heiress to his blood, making it his own. The father literally put a knife into his daughter's hands that would cut the throats of their family's vassals. Since the Duke has made such a decision, the heiress will follow him. Since the vassals were very surprised by the letter for her from the Emperor, it is worth observing them for a while. What the daughter means is that the vassals will have the opportunity to correct their mistakes. Since they have been serving Felicity's house for a long time, instead of cutting their throats, it would be better to put collars on them. That's how it is. Wouldn't it be better to expel them, deprive them of everything, property and status? Well, the princess has become so reasonable and strong-willed. And how did the daughter even find out about the Villan region? Who is the person who has information about the affairs of the imperial family? After all, the ruler will probably ask about the source of Shiani's information no one informed her. She herself learned and planned. Most of the central areas are owned by the palace. The emperor buys up land that can be developed. And when this happens, the aristocracy gets ahead of the game and buys up such areas. And in that case, why then did none of the nobles take an interest in the Villan region? It is not because the emperor seized it that the land is useless. There is no possibility of developing it. The question then arises as to why the members of the imperial family, as if by agreement, show such interest in the Villan region. But they keep silent about this. The ruler does not provide information about the Villan region, right? The reason why they only control information regarding the Villan area is fabricated uselessness. Villan deliberately makes himself look backwards so that no one will take interest in him, because the emperor does not want anyone to seize the land for grandiose projects. For this reason, only the Teika region is known to everyone, so that no one can intercept Villan. It's just brilliant how my daughter was able to guess. Well, she read this novel. This information will be enough for the Duke and the Emperor to believe. Wait, so the princess will go to the Benio family banquet? Well, their heir arrived yesterday in person. To deliver the invitation personally, the Duke can't stand the brat's fake smile. This slippery guy has completely lost his fear the head of the duchy should bring him closer to death. Duke Felicity may slander even after his daughter's visit. Shiani has one request: let him devote his time to her. If you think about it, his own daughter has never asked the Duke for anything. And like the worst father in the world, he will do anything for her now. So let the daughter tell, she, more than anyone else, deserves to have her wishes fulfilled. It seems like it's very busy outside today. What's going on there? Rumor has it that His Excellency has gathered all the most famous designers for his daughter, which the Duke paid 10 times the compensation to each craftsman to leave their current work. With all orders cancelled, the empire suffers from crying heirs, and the princess is definitely being slandered. It's good that Luna's dress is middle class. It's better than being left without an outfit. The princess is definitely jealous of Lady Luna. Why doesn't she share her dress with her? It would be better for the lady to ask the duke, not the princess. How can Luna resist her sister? Besides, His Excellency gathered all the designers specifically for her sake. And Archduke Arthur Benio came all the way to personally extend his invitation to Shiani. Why is the lady crying? She is the most beautiful. The princess cannot compare to her. There is no point in shedding tears over this evil and greedy heiress. Damn Shiani, Luna always took away from her absolutely everything that she rightfully had. Those beautiful dark eyes. Luna can't think of anything else. He should only whisper in Luna's ear like that. Luna herself said that she is much nicer and kinder than her half-sister. She has nothing to worry about. Everyone should shut up. Shiani has hidden the most valuable and beautiful thing of all, and it will become hers. Well, what's wrong with the maid's face again? It's so unfair, the designers that the mistress's father called. All these vile people have gathered and are throwing mud at her lady. One said that if only he had known that it was not Duke Felicity who had invited him, but the Red Witch, he would have refused. Another even dared to say that he had never seen the princess, but was sure that she was ugly. Why aren't maids allowed to kill such degenerates for the honor of their mistress? Who are you, warrior? There would be no reason to be so angry. It would be better if Daisy helped the princess put her hair up. The maid can't stand it when her mistress is treated like this. These pigs don't even have a clue what she's like. And why did the princess collect all this useless trash in the estate? If there is some reason for this, well, of course, there is a person who should be there now. Among all this stinking crowd, there is a man with blue eyes and brunette hair, yes. Daisy remembered each one so that she could then eliminate them one by one, but in the novel there is definitely one villain. Even those who just wanted to sit in the corner, this man is just that. And who is this man actually? He is someone important. He really can be called that. Bergman Dietrich? In the original story, he was called a genius, and now Shiani needs him. Why should the best hands of the empire dress the ugliest and most evil girl for the banquet? Even the most good-natured heir, Lord Benio, could not bear it and broke off his engagement to this witch. That's why Felicity's house didn't say a word about the breakup. That's right. It would have been better if this ugly woman hadn't chosen dresses of his design. His Majesty, the heiress of the great House of Arrow has arrived. Could this really be the same Scarlet Witch of the Duchy? All the designers immediately gasped, "What the? This can't be. Could this really be the only heir to the Felicity family?" The best designers of the empire are happy to welcome the heiress of the House of Felicity personally. Shiani has heard about it. The princess walked past the crowd of hypocritical sycophants with disgust. What a parade of baseness and hypocrisy. So who among all the designers of the empire is the best? Of course, Shiani already knew who the real legend of this time was, even if he had not yet been revealed. Is there really no better one among the crowd? It doesn't happen that way, or does no one need Princess Felicity's order? The designer was just a little confused. His fashion house is currently having the best sales. His studio simply has a large selection of goods, which is why sales are high while the man only has collectible items. Since when is it a skill to produce an obsolete product, and his house can't produce it in stock at all? In the original, Shiani was not even considered a human being, and as a result, the princess did not choose a single high-class dress. This time the villain will choose more dresses. Anyone can refuse. Shiani needs the best. In any case, everyone will be compensated. There are 3 days to do the best for the princess. But 3 days is too little. Then the designer can refuse immediately. Shiani needs the best master. It is not clear. And those creators who clearly understand that they won't be able to cope can immediately return to their studios. Until recently, these empty and worthless peacocks were so eloquent. Where did their confidence go? Come on, now that golden boy is about to appear. It can be done in 3 days, and here it is. But to do this, you need to return to the studio right now. To get to work immediately, which was expected from the best, Bergman wrote his name into history in the novel, but his legacy was discovered only after his death. So this time, the true genius will have a chance to enjoy his fame in his lifetime. Norna broke all the wooden swords on the training equipment today. Le Diane, as before, frightens everyone around him with his permissive and unbridled power. There was no one left in the training arena except this storm. The main character immediately turned around to the voice he had known since childhood. The strongest warrior is training so hard today, but it doesn't seem to be doing him any good. Well, it's nice to see that all the serious wounds on the young man's face and body have healed successfully. Well, what is this sour look? As if the student was expecting to see someone else who might be nicer than the coach. The collar was finally removed. What a relief that Norn was no longer being tortured, and his complexion improved. The boy's body no longer bears those terrible wounds. His consciousness is clearly awake and not dulled by the tranquilizer. Honestly, my soul is really happy for this boy. He has changed so much. The coach still remembers their first meeting. The baby's name is Diane, and the coach's name is Newell. Then the kid snorted in disgust and called the coach ugly, a little bastard. Norn's fate was always unenviable and cruel, but Newell was especially worried about this boy. Then, by order of Duke Felicity, the little children were gathered, and Diane was the last. And why are the soldiers forced to collect these children at all? It was the last will of Duchess Felicity. The late wife of the head of the duchy asked to find children who have great potential. Their potential will be needed by the duchy. Wait, what? That is, these babies will be used as weapons. The poor kids will be turned into killing machines. If that's the case, then Newell has no place with the Duke. In the warrior's opinion, Romeo is an inhuman degenerate or something. And even if that were the case, he would send children to fight monsters or to war. Let Newell think about it. Romeo spends so much money to educate them, even an estate was built for these children. A noble knight might not trust Romeo Felicity, but the Duchess was the one worthy of trust. So many years have passed since that conversation. The poor boys have spent their entire lives in this dungeon. That's why the now grown-up Diane is still in the damn dungeon. Newell doesn't know what was in Duchess Felicity's will, and no one except her husband knows. But the seasoned warrior didn't like all this from the start. There is no honor in such things. Wait a minute, Diane has changed after all. It's all because of the candy. The princess put her heart and soul into preparing this medicine, especially for her Diane. So the boy really did change, and it was all because of that girl's strange, sweet candies. So stop, Sir Newell wasn't imagining things. He loves this boy, but he has a disgusting character. All this time the coach was kind, respectful, and polite to him. However, this did not touch Diane's heart and soul in any way, which was not his fault, because it was just a drop in the sea of pain and despair. But that girl somehow managed to touch the strings of this boy's soul. And for the first time in so many years, a radiant smile shines on the face of this rascal, even somehow uneasy. The day of the banquet, morning, the neckline of the dress was decorated with first-class pearls to emphasize the femininity of its owner. Pearls are too simple. Precious sapphires are much more suitable for the heiress of the Felicity family. The designers made an outfit for the retirement of the heiress Felicity. Sapphires make you look older, it's pearls that make you look older. And the third team added a wave frill to the sleeves and skirt, emphasizing the romanticism of the image. Milady is familiar with embroidery techniques, and every stitch was made by hand using appliqué. The work was done to the highest standard, as expected from designers with such a reputation. However, there is one major drawback: all these exquisite outfits are not practical. Do the masters really think that there is even one lady who can wear their dresses for 8 hours? Here with these bustle petticoats and crinoline corsets. But if Princess Shiani wants the most beautiful dress in her life, she will have to endure it. That's right, except that a lady should not endure torment and at the same time smell like a rose, no matter how hard and painful it is for her. A smile should not leave her face. And why did all these gentlemen suddenly decide that the heiress of a great family should do this? They didn't mean it that way. And everything looks exactly like this. Here the villainess's attention was drawn to that very dress, and here it is. This is a creation of Bergman Dietrich, and an unpleasant whisper went through the crowd of already established designers. After all, according to the plot, this young man has not yet been recognized as a designer, much less the best. It's time to see what this generation's genius has come up with. Shiani is rooting for this guy. Duke Felicity was ready for the banquet first. Luna was descending from the second floor. Today, no one can outshine her. She has spent years creating the image of a pure and innocent girl, and the lady looks lovely. Well, what does His Highness say? The girl didn't spend much time choosing her outfit. This is her first big party and trip to the capital of the empire. Let her enjoy today. His Excellency has nothing to worry about. Her brother will accompany her. Lady Luna is so beautiful. Yes, yes, their mistress will outshine all the noble ladies at the banquet today and will become the flower of high society. Luna wore a simple necklace to match her dress, which makes her whole look seem simple. Shiani is late. Luna knows that carriages with clothes arrived this morning, so it's not surprising. If you try on all the dresses, you might end up staying in that room forever, and here comes Princess Shiani. What did Luna squeak? Everyone present gasped. It can't be. This is their princess. Her ruby eyes sparkled enchantingly, her golden locks were swept to the side, and her dress accentuated her marbled skin. The creation of the brilliant designer perfectly emphasized the heiress's exquisite figure. The luxurious fabric flowed over her body. The men immediately stared in shock, wondering who this girl was. Could it really be Shiani? The daughter looks absolutely fantastic, you can't take your eyes off her. And the necklace on her neck, her father gave it to Claudia. When I proposed to the Duchess, wow, the princess is truly beautiful like the most beautiful rose. And who was the designer of this bold dress? His name is Bergman Dietrich. Later, she will introduce her wizard to her father. Even Eric looks at this girl, fascinated, as if she were a masterpiece in a gallery. They are already late. It's time for them to go. Is it possible to be so greedy for other people's attention? Why should everything be for Shiani? Luna always wanted to be the sun. And she deprived this scoundrel of everything, and now she, like a reborn phoenix, shines brighter than ever. Why did Shiani suddenly decide to come out of the shadows? Since childhood, they have instilled in her worthlessness and pain. Where does she get so much strength from? Eric thinks that Luna has a beautiful dress, the colors are so well chosen, and who did her hair? The sister should praise this man, that's enough. She doesn't need consolation from her brother. But her brother doesn't try to feel sorry for her at all. He speaks from the heart, uninterestingly. The carriage in which the Grand Duke is now riding, how spacious and comfortable it is. What? The day will come when Luna will ride in this carriage. Their carriage is also good. When they lived in the orphanage, my sister dreamed of such outfits in the capital. And now Eric is the right hand of the Grand Duke Felicity, and Luna is his adopted daughter. However, she and her brother are simple Levi, not Felicity, and they were not seated in the carriage with the head of the family. And Shiani hasn't done anything for more than 10 years, but now she's riding around in the Duke's carriage, where Luna should be. Okay, my sister will deal with this later. Now she has a different goal, a cherished and main one. Eric must help her. After all, her brother has a key to the underground laboratory, and there is a Norn there that she wants to meet. The princess prepares candies for Lydiane and worries about him. This is good, but this vile Eric has always been disgusting to Newell. By the way, today there is a grand reception at Lord Arthur Benio's. So many carriages arrived in the morning, and they all had dresses for the princess. This was the scoundrel who broke off their engagement with Shiani, so it was Arthur Benio who was bothering the princess that day. The heiress went to the celebration to meet this man. Well, probably. Once Lydiane asked an unusually large number of questions about what exactly was going on here. Before leaving, the young man whispered to Shiani to visit him before he got hurt if she was worried about him. In response, the villainess asked the young man to promise her that he would wait for her, and then Shiani would return to him quickly. Lydiane here is not the same as in the dungeon. Well, at night the young man was in the dungeon, and during the day he trains here. Of course, the guy is very grateful to the princess. He is in a place where he himself cannot get, and he returns back himself. Lydiane is really glad that thanks to that girl he can now go out of the dungeon. But it's not just about the privileges they receive. Shiani said they now stick together. And she said this sincerely, but why did she need it herself? If the main character obediently waits for the heiress, she promises to return. But if he gets seriously injured, let your daughter leave her cape alone. She might freeze indoors. But it's summer now. The princess simply doesn't know how terrible a cold can be in the summer. The Duke is clearly overdoing it. Who is it that has come to the possessions of the Archduchy of Benio, the great Romeo Felicity and his only daughter? The villainess is happy to greet the head of the Shield clan, so this is what her failed father-in-law looks like. And the princess has changed a lot since their last meeting. It's clear why Arthur is so tormented. Ugh, the offspring is just like his dad. The Archduke has heard about Milady's active work. She combines beauty and intelligence. Duke Felicity must be proud of such a daughter. Here we go. Benio only just realized that this freak is seriously courting his stub again. And what was that all about? Doesn't the father care about his daughter? Has Benio personally greeted his guests for a long time? How could the Archduke entrust the meeting of Felicity's family to servants, and he would like to talk to the princess personally? In the first part of the event, the young people should have a fun time. The host will accompany Duke Felicity and let the maid take the princess to the guest room. Duke Felicity is here today only to accompany his daughter. Well, what did this rotten brat think of? And her father suddenly started to protect her like a lion. Well. There's no point in arguing anymore. Everything is really fine. The beginning of the holidays is always chaotic anyway. So Duke Felicity can safely go to the banquet if they meet in the second part of the holiday. The princess will be fine, so the father really has nothing to worry about. Yes, of course, let his daughter believe him. Today men will stick to her, but they won't dare to do that next to him. Why? So, what was that? Does the Duke really think that Shiani forgave him for all the pain he caused her? Why did you suddenly start playing the role of a caring and loving father? Well, we'll talk about that later. The maid will be happy to serve my lady. What false helpfulness! Archduke Benio simply ordered the maid to keep an eye on the princess. The heiress of the house, Felicity, would like to request some water at room temperature. The princess is also very sensitive to smells, so she asks to put herbal leaves in the water. The lady would like to have some rosemary or something else. Hyssop leaves, please. The maid understands that the princess means young hyssop leaves, not pre-prepared ones. As long as the maid carries out the order of this aristocrat and cannot overhear anything, the master will be dissatisfied. Milady's assistant Felicity and her guards will be outside, so the maid has nothing to worry about at all. In this case, the maid will begin to fulfill the mistress's order, but finally she got rid of Benio's ears. The villainess should take a good look around before the banquet begins. Where did everyone go? Wait, who is standing at the door during such an important event? Why is Milady here alone? It is unlikely that Archduke Benio assigned surveillance to only one maid. He must be a member of the imperial family, otherwise this guy wouldn't have been able to get here so easily. They couldn't have met such a person by chance, so what was he planning? The stranger sees that his appearance has surprised the princess. His name is Caelus. The young man came here to help his brother, but the Archduke sent him here. That was the original name. This hero is the brother of the Emperor, the great holy Caelus, Hugh Rickson. Milady, it is a pleasure to welcome His Holiness. There are not many people in the Empire who know what Caelus looks like. Of course, because on the pages of the original work, there was an image of him only in a hood. Young aristocrats are so bold these days, Caelus speaks as if he were about 100 years old. And now the young blood is not at all afraid of the consequences. And what does the Emperor's brother mean? More words, uncle. The princess sent away the maid who was assigned to watch her. Her master will be very upset. The villain doesn't understand this hero's motives yet, but she absolutely needs to watch her words. Shiani did not know that the request for leaves could upset His Holiness. He was talking about Archduke Benio. She knows why the Emperor arrived here today. The ruler was looking for a meeting with Milady, and Arthur also made a bet with him that Shiani would be at his reception. However, the villainess will not speak about this directly. She is not sure that she knows the motives of the son of the Empire. The Emperor had been eyeing the ore deposits for a long time, but some ill-mannered girl bought them up right in front of his nose. That's what the Welland district was hiding. Why did the girl buy an ore deposit that she was definitely not interested in? So the palace came to the conclusion that they had a rat infestation and that the rodents needed to be caught and killed. Caelus is looking for someone who he thinks could have planted a rat in the imperial palace. This is an expected reaction. His Holiness says very strange things, that's why. It is fair to say that His Majesty is upset that someone managed to get ahead of him. But why would the imperial palace stage senseless provocations? After all, no one would even think of competing with the Emperor of Meteor himself. It would be tantamount to a death sentence. Then why did such a smart little girl acquire such inconspicuous lands? The deposits that the Imperato has his eye on are certainly valuable, but there was only one man with the foresight in the Empire. Some smart little girl, and it is unlikely that His Highness will punish her for her good intelligence. That is fair. In the original story, Caelus was more of a punisher than a priest. Wrong answer, and Shiani's body would have been found that evening. But it is not so easy to get rid of the mental anguish that he bears, as His Highness must accept the fact of theft from him. What to do with the only heir of the great Arrow family? Princess Shiani Felicity is ready to die for her actions. What the hell is going on here? What theft are we talking about? Milady simply identified the Emperor, and for this she is destined to die. Has this whole situation really hurt the Empire's son so much? The villain cannot remain silent in such a situation. No one said that this information was secret. In fact, their ruler never and nowhere called the lands of the Villan region his property. Then in that case, on what basis does the priest call this theft? Is it possible to steal a thing that has no owner? They should call things by their proper names. The heiress of the Felicity family did not steal anything from the Emperor, but occupied the lands he desired first. In the imperial palace, Kalis cannot kill the villainess, but given the plot of the novel, she cannot let her guard down. If the girl runs away from here right now, the accompanying knight will be able to protect her, right? So the princess occupied the ruler's lands first. What convenient logic. The Punisher's adequacy has completely disappeared. If Kalis's brother heard something like this, he would be terribly disappointed, but that was okay. The Emperor could live with it. According to the law, the owner is the person who first declared his rights, that's all. Shiani is saved. Well, look how quickly time has flown by. The bell is already ringing, which means the banquet is about to begin. Kalis would like to accompany the heiress Felicity to avoid getting into a terrible situation, since both of them have no partners. After the test which brought her 5 minutes closer to death, she didn't really want to. But since this is the hand of a great saint, everyone present will definitely pay attention to them. It is a great honor for the princess. May His Holiness take care of Shiani. It must be admitted that Kalis had his own concerns about the Grand Duke's only daughter. This is what teleportation magic is. Depending on the princess's answer, there were only 2 possible outcomes. Either Kalis would kill the girl right here, or he would allow her to enjoy special honors. What's going on? Why is the Punisher's hair color changing, and the man has made his decision? What for? Today, all eyes will be on the new owner of Welland, who will be accompanied by the Emperor himself. Benio can't take his eyes off Duke Romeo today. He looks especially charming today. The Archduke of the Shield family snorted. He would speak directly. It was a surprise. What kind of relationship does Shiani have with the Emperor? Father has no idea, and yet Duke Felicity only came here to escort his heiress. Besides, the great warrior had not been out in high society for a long time. It seems that the old head of the Shield clan did not notice that the skin of Duke Felicity's hands no longer suffered, which... His hands are like velvet. This is an attempt to avoid the question of what skin has to do with it, and who the Duke should allow to accompany his daughter. Shiani gave the cream to her father to soften his hands. The middle-aged man's boasting was activated. He refused, but his daughter insisted. Benio doesn't have a daughter, he can't understand, and they call Benio cruel. What an old bastard. Well, this is unexpected. Romeo is not bragging for personal reasons. He is truly proud of his daughter. Something doesn't add up here. The head of the Arrow clan speaks so warmly about Shiani, but didn't react in any way to the break in the engagement. Could it be that Shiani's father provoked the breakup of their children's engagement? What's the matter? The Archduke ordered that no one be allowed in here until he himself gave permission. The butler asks the gentleman for forgiveness, but the host must know that there is a very big and unexpected problem in the banquet hall. It's all about the heiress of the Felicity family. Princess Shiani is currently accompanied by the Emperor himself. What? Shiani is doing great. The more the Emperor watches her, the more he realizes how phenomenal she is. How can the princess not be happy that the son of the Empire has recognized her abilities? The girl is not an expert, but she clearly remembers that teleportation is prohibited in the temple. By posing as another person, Shiani must keep it a secret, otherwise Silas will rip out his brother's heart with his bare hands. For the record, the real Kalis is much colder and more intimidating than the Emperor was in his guise. Now the princess became the main heroine of the banquet. Even the ruler's daughter could not be honored with being accompanied by him. If Shiani likes his favor, then she can give up Welland, all negotiations at the negotiating table. And the girl is not at all simple, but His Majesty said that he would arrive for the second part of the banquet. So the princess's father also arrived at the event today. Duke Felicity is glad to welcome his master. But the great warrior did not think of giving his daughter to the ruler. What he said, the Emperor burst out laughing. Let the father listen to the end first. And there is no point in trying to make a hole in the head of the ruler with the power of thought. Many have already tried. The Duke raised an incredibly smart daughter with a strong character, and the Emperor would like his daughter to be the same. To make sure that the princess follows Shiani's example in everything, Arthur's dad looks extremely displeased. The ruler's daughter had gone through their entire history in 2 years, and the Archduke did not like the fact that his son's holiday was turning into a parade of pride for his daughters. Just like fathers and men have a lot of topics to discuss, the villain really did become the star of the evening. The emperor met with the man he wanted to. It was time for him to go, and by the way, he almost forgot to congratulate Arthur. The ruler congratulates him on the return of the title of Archduke. Let the head of the Arrow clan and the head of the Shield clan follow the head of the Sword clan. Let's talk. Let the princess be more careful and not let these lustful men get close to her, okay? And here's the trash that didn't get even a drop of attention at the moment when it should have become the main character. She and her father are having a hard time suppressing their anger, which means they will both take action. Shiani looks great today. What's wrong? I don't like being in Shiani's shadow. The game is on. There are a lot of spectators around today. This is all for them. How pathetic and disgusting he is. The slimy bastard placed his hand on the villainess's shoulder again. She should have been like this from the very beginning. And this bastard should know that his turn to die has come. If the girl had always been like this, then Arthur might even have fallen in love with her. Ugh, how disgusting. The princess must know that today the election of the Archduchess will also take place. This rotten boy deliberately raised his voice so that the other guests could hear him perfectly well. Dirty and cheap tricks, but there was pathos. This character does not change. It will be easy to remove him from the distance. Well, the lady said that the heiress of the House of Felicity clung to their Archduke like a leech. But her image, it seems, is that Arthur has fallen head over heels in love with her. Let Shiani finally admit that she has achieved her goal. That all she does is try to get his attention so that Shiani can be chosen as the next Archduchess. The heiress of the Arrow family thought only about this. This is what Arthur thinks only about. Let him not get confused. Poor boy. He was told as a child that the world was created for him, but it will be painful for him to face reality. There is one significant problem here. Arthur is not at all a subject for Shiani to admire. He is ugly and disgusting. And he's also not handsome. Let him take care of his skin or something and do something with his hair. It looks like his younger brother cut his hair, and that stupid expression on his face. Shiani isn't blind. How could she like him? What? Oh, how the villain's words touched this peacock. The blockhead didn't even have time to control the emotions on his face. Well, to be honest, his appearance is not exactly ugly, but the internal rotten stench causes an unbearable attack of vomiting. And if you compare him with the beauty of the fantastic Le Diane, then Arthur is just a purulent pimple. When a girl is told that she will be accepted, she should behave modestly. God forbid he says such a thing in the real world. The coward dropped to a whisper, feeling himself at a disadvantage, but there was no man in the empire except Arthur who would accept her. Then the villainess's stepsister crashed into her shoulder, and the guests immediately gasped. So what was that? What did this street dirt have in mind this time? What kind of show was this? Luna began to squeeze out tears and apologize. She was so guilty before her sister. The girl simply knows that the princess didn't have time to have breakfast today, so she brought her some food. This adopted daughter of the Duke, Felicity, is she really treated so badly that she brings food for the blood heir? And this red witch only mocks the poor village girl. That's what this snake has in mind. How low she has fallen, the main character tries to steal the spotlight by denigrating her and making her look like an evil older sister. And to whomever the author gave the leading role in his plot, it's a failure. There was cake left on my sister's shoes, but it's okay. Luna will clean it up now. It was this rot that started the dirty rumors that Shiani was a villain. The heiress of a great family should calm down. Luna Levi did not do this by accident. Hands off. The real Shiani would have fallen for this pathetic trick, but it's time to rewrite the plot. Then the villainess slapped him with all her might, and a loud and sharp sound echoed through the hall. Everyone present immediately gasped. In any case, Shiani, contrary to the dirty rumors, remained himself. Public opinion will still be on the side of the false and cloying scoundrel, as it always has been. But just as the villain is unable to change her prescribed image, so Luna will not be able to change some things. As a personal servant, she generally took care of her mistress, and the maid rubbed her cheek in bewilderment. The heiress made it clear that Luna Levi needed to be taught etiquette. Why hadn't this happened yet? Where did her ill-mannered mistress get the habit of falling on her knees anywhere? The princess taught Luna the concept of dignity, and that she represented the Shiani family. Another thing is that now all the nobility knows that low-grade origin cannot be changed. A whisper immediately went through the crowd, yes, no matter what dress they put on a country bumpkin, she will remain one. You can't let just anyone into a social event. Duke Felicity's family was so kind to this ignoramus, and she repaid them so much. Eric immediately began to raise his sister. Enough. It would be better for her to stop shaming them. The stupid and pathetic wretch must understand that her cheap tricks only work on the street with her backstreet rabble, but not with the heiress of a great family, such an insignificant spectacle. It's hard to believe that this blockhead actually went for it. There is no need to so obviously demonstrate your vile and pathetic insides to everyone, and she will still have to obligingly fall to her knees. So wherever this greedy and stupid fool may be, let her not forget what blood flows in each of them, and blood is not water, as we know. Eric once again forgot that the best he could do was to disappear silently. Let him take good care of his little sister. They both disappointed the princess so much today. So the Archduke of the House of Bonillo is very interested in the reason why the Emperor himself personally accompanied Princess Shiani. What's so hard to understand? The ruler said he would do this. He needed to make a good impression on the heiress. However, today, it was Benio's son who was to become the sun, and the evening turned into the festival of Shiani. What are these two nasty old men generally keeping silent about from the head of the Shield House? What a fragrant tea! Judging by the expression on the face of the star of the evening's father, he also knows the reason. Somehow, the head of the Shield clan does not understand at all why the Emperor himself needs to show himself well in front of Shiani. And his wayward son ruined everything. He was supposed to seduce her. The Emperor will really entrust the education of Milady Felicity's daughter. Lord Arthur reached for the villainess's shoulder again, and Shiani immediately threw his hand away in disgust. But what's wrong with her? Shiani was crazy about him. She was his loyal and obedient mongrel. What's wrong with Arthur? No one is attracted to dung heaps, my friend. Initially, the villainess planned to hold out until the second part of the banquet in order to create the proper impression. But thanks to the envious and attention-hungry moon, an incident occurred that greatly interested the people. The guests will gossip about the adopted daughter and will not avoid talking about the Red Witch. But the story that the heiress Felicity was accompanied by the Emperor himself will be discussed for a long time. It's time for it. And where is Princess Shiani going? And why did the boy suddenly decide that he has the right to know about this? But this is only the first part of the banquet. In honor of Benio's house, the reception promises to be grand. And the princess is already preparing to leave the party. A pitiful sight. She understands Arthur Benio's intentions. And why should the princess of the House of Felicity remain at this parade of hypocrisy? Shiani herself has already made so much noise and entertained all the guests. Being accompanied by the Emperor will go down in history. So today the villain unexpectedly even exceeded her plan. And yet to this day, the poor girl is haunted by rumors that she killed her own mother. The real tormentor and villain, like a leech, attached herself to the supposedly bright and pure Lord Arthur. And of course, the former terrible bride who was difficult to get rid of. Poor Shiani was called a witch more often than by name, but today many want to please her. Let the princess accept the gift. Arthur made a special order in the vineyard. Today she is the center of this society. Thanks to Luna's pathetic attempt, rumors will spread throughout the empire, and all will have Shiani's name, and not a single mention of Arthur. And that is why the hurt Arthur can only do one thing instead of talking about her and the Emperor. Or that the noble heiress Felicity taught her ignorant relatives etiquette. It's much easier to make Shiani look like a fool so that in the eyes of the public she will be just a stupid girl who is crazy about Arthur Benio, so this scavenger will be at the center of all the gossip. The villain was just going to quietly leave this place, but this trash decided to interfere. Arthur is either sick with something or has had a recent head injury. The princess has said many times that she is allergic to grapes. Because of the red wine, the heiress of the Arrow family even lost consciousness and suffocated. It is likely that the amorous Lord Benio confused Princess Shiani with another heiress who loved wine. What came over my sister? Why did she fall at Shiani's feet? She's lost her mind. Why all this obvious circus? Luna crashed into the princess on purpose. Eric saw it. Yes, on purpose. And so what if her brother does it to her? Luna did all this on purpose. This greedy girl at least understands how it all looked in the eyes of society. She understands that she is setting up her brother too. Why stoop so low? It was so low and pathetic, and Eric himself had been bullying and tormenting Shiani since childhood. And he got real pleasure from it, so why can't his sister do the same? Eric had the right to do this, his brother can even hear himself, they have the same rights. However, Luna has always been and will be not enough. The Duke pulled them out of the mud, they are already part of a great family, and her sister is still the same rabble from the street. These foster children don't even understand what they're doing. Not only did they not disappear from the public eye, they even occupied the terrace. Luna Levi, and what the sister is wrong about, in any case, there is no benefit to Arthur in this dialogue. In the fact that Luna only disgraces herself, in high society she does not achieve recognition by begging for pity from aristocrats. Hasn't your brother noticed that the Duke's heiress, Felicity, has become a completely different person? This is not the hunted and half-dead girl who is hiding in the room now. Everyone is looking only at her. And in general, Luna knows everything. It has been like this since their childhood. She always longed for the Duke's attention, but not Eric. The children vied with each other to tell their lord about their efforts in order to receive his recognition and rewards. From the very first days, Luna denigrated the Duke's own daughter and praised herself, and to her surprise, she succeeded. However, Eric was always more concerned not with Duke Felicity and his location, but with what? Her brother's eyes always longed for recognition from her. From damn Shiani Felicity, let Luna shut her mouth. Eric roared in rage, let his sister stop immediately. What's the matter? Brother doesn't like to hear this, so let him prove Luna otherwise. Let him prove that Luna's words are not true, and do not forget about their conversation in the carriage. Eric must not allow his control over the underground laboratory to be taken away. He understood that. The young lady collected all the newspaper signs of the Empire today. It's crazy. All the headlines are only about the princess. Bergman, the designer chosen by the princess, the heiress Felicity, was accompanied by the emperor himself. Even the most famous houses are now trying to make dresses like those worn by the heiress of a great family. And until recently, the heiress of the Arrow family was considered a rotten apple, but today everyone wants to be her. What will Sir Bergman say? What does he think about all the magazines and newspapers writing about him now? So they should continue the conversation that they couldn't finish. In the luxurious chambers, a charming girl with silver hair sat on the floor and admired a fresh magazine. What is the little lady looking at? Who is this lady of incredible beauty? This is the heiress of the House of Felicity. Her name is Shiani. After the recent banquet of the Archduchy of Benio, everyone is talking about nothing but her. The little girl began to examine every detail of the current socialite star's appearance. This lady is a real goddess. Shiani is so beautiful and all shining. Her Highness should not talk like that. Only Taya is called a goddess. And Shiani Felicity can be called a red rose, an angel, morning dew, or just a beauty, whatever the baby says. Nothing of the sort. This girl is no angel. She is definitely a real goddess. What exactly did Princess Shiani want to talk about? What did Sir Bergman want to show her? The girl really wants to hear all the details about the new material from her famous designer. Now the name Bergman Dietrich is all over the news. He is the youngest of the leading designers of the Empire. And this is only the beginning of the glory of the young genius, which will go down in the history of this fantasy world. The princess's eyes were immediately drawn to the outfit of the young fashion genius, so his name was Sir Bergman Dietrich. The designer's creation looks completely different. That's exactly it. There are no frames here. But at the same time, the skirt retains its shape perfectly. Bergman used his own development for this. Since the fabric of the outfit is quite dense, the designer decided that it was possible to do without a frame. And everything really worked out, the golden guy. The villainess already hears the rustle of banknotes. Bergman will conquer this world. It's just that this Bergman didn't have money for expensive fabric, so he replaced it with cheap one. Yes, what could an architect, accustomed to working with hard stone, possibly know about fabrics? What is this concept of an evening dress? No famous designer has ever released a model with such a name. It has always been believed that a reception dress should be voluminous and fluffy, and what kind of dress is it without embroidery and precious stones? This is a complete disgrace. Bergman's outfit for Princess Felicity looks like a nightgown. Simply amazing, the young designer surpassed all the most daring and pleasant expectations of the heiress. It feels like this dress was made especially for Shiani, it wouldn't fit anyone else. And for every young person, it is so important to feel herself and her individuality, and also to convey it to people. Who else would dare to wear such an outfit, except for Milady Felicity? Such audacity and confidence only suits her. And if at first such a bold decision in fashion was diligently ignored, now everyone is jealous of him and trying to copy this miracle fabric, so Bergman has become the real star of the news and not she. It's all thanks to Princess Shiani. If the girl hadn't worn an outfit by a little-known couturier, he would never have been noticed. Although modest, among the uniform outfits it became revolutionary, breaking all boundaries and setting a new direction in fashion. And now all the heiresses of noble houses are lining up to get their hands on his innovation. The creation of the young genius has not only obvious beauty and aesthetics, but also convenience and individuality. And Bergman was the only one who managed to combine everything in one thing. However, there is nothing wrong with such a phenomenon feeling indebted to Shiani. She wants to make him one proposal. Felicity's family wants to officially support the brilliant couturier in the creation of his new material. This is a contract. Bergman will be sponsored by Felicity, and he will officially become the princess's designer. Being a couturier under the command of the House of Felicity is too much for the young designer. It would be more accurate to say that Sir Dietrich will be under the personal control of Princess Felicity, or he does not want to be. The boy simply doesn't deserve this. A man of this kind put on a dress of a failed couturier, signature below. Milady Shiani became the first person to recognize the young man, and she has a grand plan. The princess would like Bergman to go with her all the way to the end. He is the genius she really needs. The young genius is grateful for the trust shown. He will not let you down and will do everything possible. Well, that's great. Finally, this golden guy is her slave, that is, her personal designer. Let him sign already. Today, the Le Diane training gloves they ordered from the tailor were delivered to the estate. Isn't it too late today that the villainess decided to visit her most beloved hero? Milady came. What a surprise. Why is Mads so surprised? Something happened, not at all. How could he lead his mistress? Mads was in control here. Was the knight really begging for praise from the princess? By the way, the heiress Felicity has a task for such an executive young man. Let the lady just say, Mads will do everything in the best possible way. This guy's behavior has changed since the training ground. On the day Shiani tamed Valentine, he was no less powerful and dangerous than Le Diane. Previously, Sir Mads was torn between the villainess and her half-brother, but now he has taken the side of his master's heiress. There are materials in the dungeon with personal information about the Norns. Let Mads find them and bring them to the princess. The knight will immediately give the order to prepare everything for the lady. Mads is smart and seems to be not bad. Mads is really great. Le Diane no longer sleeps on the cold floor but sleeps in a bed, like the other Norns. The view here is, of course, not so great, but this room already resembles a room more than a dungeon. Now you don't have to worry about the handsome young man catching a cold. Well, that's a great job. Mads really deserves the praise from Princess Shiani. The knight paid full attention to the villainess's instructions and didn't miss anything, that's the thing. Lately, Le Diane has been strange, and in what his deviations from the norm manifested themselves, at first the knight trained diligently. And then, on the contrary, the young man did not want to do anything at all, as if he had become weak or lost all his strength. And recently he even demanded a sedative. And what is happening with Le Diane? How many candies did she feed him to cure his addiction? The girl does not see any wounds on her face or body. Le Diane is as angelically beautiful as always. It's even scary to breathe next to him. And these strong arms, abs as if cast from steel, heaving chest. I urgently need to think about something else. Rainbow, flowers, cheese. This guy is taking up too many thoughts in Shiani's head. Wait a minute, what's that he has there? There are several lacerations on Le Diane's arm, but where did he get them from? The blood is still flowing, which means they are all fresh. Rage immediately flared in the ruby eyes. Who dared to mutilate the hands of the not beautiful hero? All the wounds are very deep and jagged, which means they were left on the skin by something sharp and strong. And what happened to her favorite hero during her absence? Then the strong hand of the young man suddenly squeezed Shiani's palm. So Le Diane still doesn't sleep? How does he feel? What happened to him? There were no answers to the girl's questions. Instead, LeDiane pulled her towards him with one movement. Well, it's not that the villainess was against such a pleasant intimacy with the most wonderful guy in the world, but it's somehow unexpected. Shiani could lie next to him for eternity, listen to his breathing, feel the warmth of his body, but something was wrong. Such impulses are completely uncharacteristic of the young man. LeDiane does not recognize him at all. Wait a minute, what's with her favorite gloomy eyes? They're somehow cloudy. Maybe it's the effect of some drug. Why is LeDiane silent? How does he feel? Is something bothering him? What and where hurts him? Here, the main character in one jerk found himself at the girl's face. Finally, she came to him. What? Shiani is still the same. What he says seems like feverish delirium. LeDiane began to squeeze her wrist harder. And there is clearly something wrong with the young man's voice. It is hoarse and painful. Every day he saw her in his dreams. She left wounds on his body, and the young man hugged them in the hope that they would never heal. Because she left them, it was Shiani. Let LeDiane come to his senses and let her go. He doesn't want to. The beast already said that it doesn't matter where she runs and where she hides. What's wrong with him? LeDiane will collect her all, her skin, bones, and fragments of soul. He will definitely find her. Now she is really scared. Has the poor guy really gone crazy? And what should she do now? How can she help him? Why did she leave him? Why did she leave him? Why did she leave him alone for so long? The villainess gets goosebumps from such LeDiane because she knows that the demon has been waiting for her for so long. And why does this whole situation seem so familiar and ordinary to her? He waited so long. And then the feeling of overwhelming fear receded and was replaced by something long forgotten. The villainess plopped down heavily on the bed. What was going on with her? This guy was causing her strange feelings. Then a painful roar was heard. The main character burst into coughing. What is this? Still, it's not a matter of madness. Something happened to LeDiane. What the hell? Scarlet blood gushed from the young man's mouth, and the coughing continued. Why is her beautiful beast coughing up blood? What to do about it? How to stop this nightmare? LeDiane began to shake his head. It seemed that his consciousness was beginning to clear. The young man heard Shiani. She immediately put her hands on the young man's strong shoulders and tried to bring him back to his senses. This is Shiani. He must wake up. LeDiane began to choke on blood and wheeze. He collapsed on her knees, exhausted, and only whispered that he needed water. The main character's entire white shirt was soaked with his blood. Shiani was nearby. Everything would be fine. The villainess carefully laid the young man on the pillow and raised his head so that he could drink in small sips. LeDiane began obediently to empty the contents of the glass. He seems to be getting better, LeDiane hears her. He recognizes Shiani. The main character opened his eyes. His breathing became normal. His heart began to beat more evenly. The gloomy eyes finally cleared up, which meant LeDiane really was getting better. When she came here, the young man immediately jumped up from his seat. That is, he doesn't remember anything. And what was that? And LeDiane was not accidentally beaten and tortured by instructors today. That did not happen. In that case, maybe the young man overextended himself during his training, which is also a no-no. Judging by LeDiane's calm reaction, this is not the first time this has happened to him. He simply wiped the blood from his face without a hint of surprise. Or maybe he is sick with something, and the unloved hero does not have long left, as has been happening with LeDiane for a long time. The villainess reached her hands to her demon's face. He had to be honest with her. He remembered that. The girl's palms grabbed the beast's beautiful face, and he immediately became embarrassed at what she was doing. Why does she always try to touch him? Let LeDiane tell him straight out. He is sick with something. Well, he doesn't know anything about it. The young man just had a terrible dream. Sometimes that happens to him. So the girl expected to hear something completely different, like it was a dream. What kind of dream was this? And why could any dream be so exhausting for LeDiane? He doesn't remember it. Apparently, the young man took a sedative, and this was its side effect. Well, what should she do with him? Shiani left the young man for only a couple of days, and then this happened upon her arrival. The villainess told LeDiane to take care of himself, but immediately after their separation, he coughed blood on her. And what about his hands? Why are they all wounded? Where did these marks come from? It's clear there will be no answers. Wait, where did those bruises on the girl's wrists come from? It looks like she was grabbed tightly. Who did this? Was it really Lidian himself who did this to undermine his own delirium? Well, yes, but Shiani won't talk about it. How can you blame the young man for this when he looks like that? And besides, it's not his fault at all. It wasn't Lidian who did this. Let him not bother his charming head in vain, but rather remember what happened to his hands. Shiani only had to leave him for a short time, and he scared her so much. For her, this period was not long. Time passes differently in prison than it does outside, so for the young man it was quite a long time. Wait a minute, what did her favorite character want to say with this? Did it really not seem that way to her? So Lidian really was waiting for her, right? Shiani was right. The main character immediately blushed. Why did he need this? Why should he suddenly expect the girl to return? Well, how lovely. He is embarrassed and can't hide it. His gloves are ready. Shiani came as soon as she received them. But it would have been better for her, of course, to have come before the main character got injured. The girl handed the young man a gift box with a bow. This was made especially for Lidian. The princess will ask Sir Mads to call a doctor here. Let him examine the young man first. No matter how much the heroine thinks about all this bloody horror, everything still looks strange. Can addiction really have such horrific consequences? Why does the young man just look at the gloves? Does he really not like them and won't even try them on? The main character has absolutely no strength, and his hands are all covered in wounds. It will be extremely difficult for him to put on gloves himself now. Wait, is the wild and unapproachable Lidian really asking her to take care of him now? He is so cute, just like a baby, asking for help putting on his gloves. On the other hand, the main character was coughing up blood a second ago, so he really got it bad. It's even good that her favorite hero behaves this way. It means he sees support in her, and Shiani is doing everything right. Well then, Princess Felicity will do Lidian the honor of raising his hand. The girl carefully pulled the soft leather glove onto the beast's wounded fingers. Well seated, now let the young man raise his other hand. The lady had a good time at the banquet. Well, her visit was definitely worth it. Now everyone is only talking about her. Shiani became the capital's main discovery, and also acquired an incredibly talented designer into its ranks. But if there hadn't been an envious and attention-hungry pseudo-relative at the banquet, it wouldn't have been so fun. They do talk about receiving the worthless Lord Arthur Benio, but Shiani doesn't remember speaking about him to Lidian. She certainly didn't say anything, so how did the young man know about her visit? Even on the practice court, everyone was talking about the Duchess's trip to her ex-fiancé's reception. And indeed, so many carriages with outfits came to her, it would be strange if they didn't talk about it in the dungeon. It was much more interesting than originally expected. There were even clowns, everything was ready. And what will the main character say? How do he like his training gloves? They should be comfortable. Sir Mads brought the documents to his mistress, so let's see. In the original story, most of the Norn in this dungeon met their death. There were only 4 survivors among them, the strongest of them, Lidian, the main character of the novel. No less wonderful is Valentin, who is also gifted with a rare talent, with whom the villainess had already encountered in the training arena, as well as Francis and Inine. So it would be better for her to leave only these 4 and let the rest go while they are still alive. How are things with Valentin? Valentin sits motionless in his cell and thinks about something, very much like the calm before the storm. The princess believes that if Valentin behaves quietly, it is good, time will tell. To be honest, this is the first time Mads has seen Norn Valentine in such a state. According to the original plotline of the novel, Valentin has a rare gift. The prince with scarlet hair is a phenomenon in the mixing of medicinal herbs. Valentin created the magic solution without any effort. That's how talented he is. I wonder if this charming prince tried to kill his brothers with the poison he made himself. It would be good to direct such a phenomenon in a good direction, after all. There is a separate room in the laboratory. Magic solutions and reagents are needed. There is one. Pharmacists conducted their experiments and research there. It is needed if the main laboratory becomes unavailable. Let Valentin play there. What? He is a real demon. You can install a protective barrier and not remove the restraining device. Just hang it on his hands. Okay, it will be done, but recently something happened to the lady. Why is Sir Mads asking this question? It's just that my lady has huge bruises on her wrist, and that's what he's talking about. This is the mark that the main character left on the villainess's body, but he was not himself, so she is not offended. Lidian has excellent taste. He chose a great material for his gloves. They suit him very well. The main character sheepishly thanked the princess. "Oh, my dear. Wow, her gloomy and cold prince even knows what gratitude is." Here, Diane angrily hissed at her like a cat. Who did she even take him for? The girl burst into loud laughter. At that moment, Diane looked so much like an evil cat. Why was he cute? The lady is fine. Why is she laughing for no reason? Mads should call a doctor here." The villainess took a sip of aromatic tea from her cup with a victorious look, and now it was time for training. How are the vassals of the Felicity family doing? Is everything well? Of course, they are all prospering. And the young Duchess, by the way, becomes more beautiful every day. The parade of hypocrisy is declared open. There is such a stir around the only heir of the Arrow family now. How Milady managed to become friends with the Emperor. Well, what obvious and pathetic servility, and this should be enough to pay for years of bullying. A deafening silence fell over the courtroom, from years of exalting his own worthlessness at the expense of humiliating the girl. As a child, the villainess so wanted to see exactly these frightened and pitiful faces of these scavengers. There was a misunderstanding for the sake of the clan's prosperity. The vassals simply made harsh decisions. Shiani is Felicity's own kind. Instead of helping her, they cowardly bullied and humiliated her because there was no one to protect her. Shiani's 12th birthday also marked the 12th anniversary of her mother's death. Then the girl was in a black dress and holding her only gift, and then those words were spoken. This vile and envious bastard said as a congratulation that she was a disgrace to the family, and it would have been better if she had never been born. Shiani was only 12 at the time, and she endured years of brutal persecution with true courage, something that weak and vile wretch like them could never have achieved. And no matter what they do now, it will not be enough. It was the best way to prepare a 12-year-old for this world and the responsibility of the family, wasn't it? Everyone is sitting here only because the father doesn't know how much dirt there is at this table. It's a mistake. There was a misunderstanding. These cowards don't even have the courage to admit their mistakes. It's a pathetic sight. Why was the vassal shaking so much? Where did all his supposed arrogance go when he humiliated and bullied the little girl? Father said that vassals who were supposed to help the family could expect no mercy for infringing on the dignity of their duchess. And all decisions made by Shiani will be carried out, be it exile with confiscation of all property or execution. It seems that the heiress of the Felicity family has not forgotten anything. None of them ever thought that one day Shiani would open her mouth. Vassals who have served the family for many years will receive a light punishment. Do not rejoice and consider it a punishment for softness. The only heir of the family cannot ignore the powers that her father gave her. However, the way Princess Felicity was treated by her subjects, those who hid behind her family name and lived off the offerings of their family, so the villain will have to do everything to protect the honor of her noble family. Everyone must show understanding. Only a few representatives of the families visit the estate, unless it is a gathering of large and small houses. As today, therefore, the heiress will change their seats. Only those whom she seats in front will come to the next meeting. How is this even possible? The vassals have been sitting here for years and taking advantage of the position of the Shiani family. How dare the heiress destroy the hierarchy established by her father? All these scum are supporters of Eric, who corresponds to them in everything, worthless parasites living at the expense of others. So, from today onwards, the boys are assigned to the gallery. Everyone went to the back seats. The guards had to forcefully carry out Milady's order. The vassals would not let what she was doing go unpunished. Now, quickly take your hands off the vassals of Felicity's house. They will not lose their places at the table. They already have. The vassals demand to call the head of the Arrow clan, Duke Romeo Felicity. How much noise this trash is making. Does the princess really think that she will live peacefully after doing this to them? They really don't understand that Shiani could have taken their heads by right. And now they are given a great honor. The young man must admit that my lady has changed a lot. Why didn't the daughter execute at least one of these scumbags they hid behind their family name, but they themselves poisoned their mistress? While taking full advantage of the benefits of their family, their father left the duchy to them. How dare these scum, calmly. And the worst thing is that my daughter had to deal with all of this on her own. The Duke is so ashamed in front of her. His daughter was all alone against the whole world and stood firm. The father does not even dare to ask for forgiveness, because it will never be enough. The heiress thanks for understanding. Rotten roots always need to be cut off. Shiani has matured so much. There would be something to be thankful for. It's a blessing that they managed to sort out all this dirt now. However, it is not worth completely renouncing all vassals, so as not to cause unnecessary noise. They should pretend that they cannot defeat Sorabello and keep him at their table. Their families have been close since their grandfather's reign. They know his level of loyalty. He really is a noisy old man, and they will send that designer to produce fabric from new raw materials. Regarding the new material, the Duke thinks it would be a good idea to make bags out of it. What does the daughter think about this? First of all, Sir Bergman needs to evaluate the new raw materials. It's interesting that in the original story, the real Shiani was already outraged about her smoking habit. It would be great to make a travel bag out of the material. It is dense and can protect silk dresses that constantly wrinkle. This is also a great idea. Dietrich Bergman can definitely bring it to life. The daughter has shown herself to be excellent lately, but the father lacks the courage to express his pride. Well, that's it. The girl can no longer calmly watch this and inhale this smoke. The heroine begs her father to cut down on his tobacco consumption for the sake of his health. Here, warm memories of his beloved wife and her care flashed before the head of the duchy. The Duchess giggled. Her beloved husband should write more carefully. They are not in the army, damn them all. Why is it so difficult and you should watch your speech, okay with your wife, but with others you should be more graceful? Rude men are not popular. Romeo understood everything. This is of no importance to the Duke. He wants to be loved only by his wife. Romeo sat the love of his life on his lap contentedly. He loves it when they are together. Hey, Romeo still has a lot of things to do. It's okay. It's just a kiss. So, wait a minute. The Duchess stepped back and covered her husband's lips with her palm. Romeo was at it again. What's the matter? The Grand Duke's cheeks turned red, as if he were an ashamed boy. Did the husband really think that the Duchess wouldn't feel anything Romeo was smoking again? Wasn't he? There is no point in denying it. She smells tobacco, and why doesn't Romeo listen to her at all? The Duchess begs her beloved to think about his health and at least smoke less. What happened? Did Shiani just say something wrong? Why did the Duke suddenly become dumbfounded? The heiress was simply trying to show concern. The fact is that her mother had told him the same thing. The head of the duchy has his hands full as always, so Shiani won't take up his time any longer. Well, this was the first time the heiress had seen the Duke so vulnerable and wounded. The great warrior and head of the Arrow clan almost cried as he looked at his tobacco pipe. And how is it that in Romeo, Felicity's soul and heart, there is so much room for everything except his only daughter? The Duke is obliged to give everything that is left in him to the fruit of his love with the Duchess before it is too late. Well, what's on the front pages of the capital's printed publications today? Well, there's nothing interesting there. The villainess's reading was interrupted by the voice of her personal assistant, who brought for the mistress what she asked for. What a big basket Daisy has in her hands. What's inside? There are fresh ingredients there. By the way, all the maids of Felicity's house are delighted with their princess's ointment, and all the newly arrived girls dream of serving her. Becky asked me to convey her deep gratitude to Milady. The ointment helped cure her skin rash. All the staff loved Miss Shiani so much, but among them, Daisy loves her mistress more than the rest. Rumors begin to spread within the family, and even naive Daisy senses that things are changing in the house. They will definitely share this ointment with everyone. This time there are many valuable ingredients inside. This is for something else. New ingredients will be needed to treat the Empress's skin disease, a side effect of the magic stone. Soon, the Emperor will invite Shiani to the palace for negotiations regarding the precious lands of Villan. So, you need to have time to prepare the appropriate medicine before this moment in order to be useful. The problem lies in the magical solution needed to neutralize the magical stone. What's all the noise about? It was said not to let anyone in. In his sister's opinion, Eric is no one, but he's becoming more observant. And what is Shiani doing here? Locked herself in solitude, and when did she even manage to arrange everything like this here? The guard apologizes to Mistress Felicity. Sir Eric was too persistent. Had to let him through. What an annoying guy. What does this idiot need? Let him not drag it out. The heiress has no time for him. Since when did Shiani become so busy the curious relative's time is running out? And that's all he wanted to say. Eric has absolutely nowhere to waste his time or something. What the hell? Sister transplanted all the vassals of the Felicity family. They had a hierarchy formed over the years. And so that's why Eric crawled here, and like all the innovations, it immediately became easier and more pleasant to breathe, didn't it? Here. Eric's face changed in an instant. Let Shiani answer honestly. She really is going to run away from here. What? The faces of the girls in the room stretched out in shock. The sister was preparing to escape from the family estate. The guard would better go about his business. He still needs to check the corridor and the perimeter. Eric is sure that Liani is preparing the ground for her escape, and why does he have such a strange expression on his face? Everything points to this. Shiani remembers his words during the ceremonial reception of Lord Arthur Benio, that Luna should not fall unceremoniously to her knees, but should behave in a manner befitting the great Felicity family. Shiani could have simply ignored her as usual, but she decided to help Luna. Why did she do it? The heiress was definitely speaking sincerely then, but now she is trying to attract the Duke's attention to their family's affairs. Well, let's say that Eric turned out to be right for the first time in his life, but he himself recently said that Shiani was going to take the place of the head of the clan, the next in line. So what, in her words, gave Eric the idea of running away? Well, he is right, of course, but it is because of the main character of the novel and not vile relatives. In that case, why did the heiress suddenly start saving money, and why did Eric become her stalker a long time ago? Everything speaks for itself. The opening of production with the newly minted designer Dietrich Bergman, the Villan district. And if Eric himself were Shiani, he would want to live here with him and his rotten little sister. He knows better than anyone how Shiani was treated throughout her life, how cruelly she was persecuted, and this vile spawn understands perfectly well that he has no right to ask such questions. The girl has been living through her next reincarnation in the body of this heroine of the novel for so many years. How many times had she died and suffered at the hands of the true villains of the novels, and not those who were branded as such? She experienced so much betrayal and pain, so much despair and fear, without knowing love at all. And this is her last chance, should she dream of a peaceful life and finally wait for romance. In fact, she is so tired that she just wants to be able to die peacefully alone. Let the last death give her peace. Shiani was patient and gentle, but that does not mean that they are all forgiven, or that she has forgotten everything. And this time, she will definitely achieve success. But what kind of success can make her heroine's life luxurious? But if the sister decided to earn money and leave, why turn the entire duchy upside down? Is it all because of that Norn named Ledian that Shiani is going to free him? Well, that's it. And anyway, Shiani is going to run away with this guy at night and get married somewhere, which is what he said. The killing power of inference was activated. She didn't even think about it. The villainess went down to the underground laboratory. The lady decided to visit her prisoner today. It's good that Sir Mads is here. How is Ledian feeling today? How was his night? Were there any problems? The guards were worried that the prisoner would kill the doctor, but Ledian allowed himself to be examined calmly and even allowed himself to be treated without a fight. The young man's health is fine, except for side effects from long-term use of sedatives. Completely healthy despite coughing up blood, is this really such a terrible side effect? Shiani wanted to visit the protagonist before going about her business, but Eric started to freak out about her getting married to him. And if Ledian gets it wrong, it will be a serious problem, so it needs to be done quickly and with restraint. They will go to the medicine room, where a small, separate laboratory has been formed. It's like this, that is, today, Milady Felicity came not to Ledian, but to another Norn Valentine. Let Mads take the heiress to the laboratory of the wonderful chemist. It will be done. Valentine was already studying all sorts of reagents and their reactions. The kid is so involved in the process, he's definitely in his element. Damn it, this is not it at all. It's obvious that Valentine enjoys tinkering in his lab. The young man is here all day long without causing any inconvenience at all, which is not typical for him. If it weren't for the main character, Valentine would obviously occupy her thoughts. He is so carried away that he didn't even notice Shiani's arrival. What is he looking for there so diligently? And what kind of potion is Valentine preparing? How are things going with him here? The handsome young man immediately turned to the guest and froze. What was the matter? The heiress had asked him a question. In Norn's hand was a transparent bottle with some kind of bubbling scarlet liquid that he was preparing. A love potion. Let's say. Why the hell would Valentine need a love potion? He could even see himself. But then it would only be an illusion of feelings. Or maybe Valentine hopes to control a person in this way. Why do this at all? Love is about the sincerity of the soul and heart. When you want to give your attention, forgive and care, this is love for Valentine. Calm down, Shiani. When he says these words, his voice and face are so emotionless and cold. He is talking about a feeling that he has never experienced. Although Valentine's thoughts on true love are sincere and pure, he is an amazing guy. While the young man plans to use his elixir, Valentine wants to receive love. It's whose, so Le Diane should listen to what the doctor tells him and start taking care of himself and protecting himself. The heiress will check everything tomorrow. The beautiful beast remembers that he swore an oath of allegiance to her. And why only him, why only La Diana does the princess consider handsome? Valentine is only slightly inferior to his friend in strength, but he is no less handsome. So why doesn't she look at him like that? Norna fell to his knees before the heiress of a great family. After all, the crown prince also wants Shiani Felicity's love. He also wants to be special. Like La Diane, if Princess Felicity loves Valentine, he won't have to rot in that lab anymore. Quite honestly, that is, the love of the princess will be the salvation and solution to all his problems for the young man. In that case, Valentine will be able to simply live and not survive every day. He will be able to do a lot in freedom. She knows that. Valentine's father was like Milady Felicity. He gave everything to his brother and sister, whom he loved, unlike the young man. The beautiful Norna was now speaking of Emperor Desilio, his own father. Yes, it was a dark episode. Valentine is as beautiful as he is terrible. The father knows why his son killed him, because he loved him. And when you love, you want to be remembered. And now the bloody crown prince is so glad that his father's last memory will always be of Valentine. In the original story, Emperor Desilio died at the hands of his own son, and the reason for this was his love. Therefore, Valentine would like the heiress to drink his elixir and fall in love with him, so that she could save him. This is the kind of love this handsome and frightening young man speaks of. The princess will be able to keep the promise she made to him. Then, in the training arena, the villainess said that only she had enough power to return him to his homeland. That the heiress has enough strength for this, therefore Valentine must submit to her. So the scarlet-haired prince dreams of returning to his empire, where he left behind a trail of blood. These strong hands, now bound by magical chains, have taken many lives. An unwavering and cold gaze, it is immediately clear that Valentine cannot be subdued. This alluring predator seems to have sensed prey, and this prey is now in the hands of the villainess. The chains were removed from the young man's neck at her command, so why hasn't such an exceptional talent freed himself and escaped yet? Why does he ask her for freedom? Real freedom is not liberation from shackles. He will receive the status of a runaway slave after escaping. That is why Valentine is waiting for the heiress to make him free, so that she can give the knight at her side a new name and surname. One word from her is enough for him to be free to visit his empire, which is what the princess wants in return. Valentine will be able to make an antidote for the side effect of the magic stone. He can do it. The Dark Prince has not studied this, but since he is capable of making poisons, he is also capable of making antidotes. Well, that's great. In that case, they came to an agreement with the bloody heir. Just think, another child unloved by his father. She and Shiani really are similar. All the traumas really do come from childhood. There is one more condition. Norna still needs something from the Princess La Diane. Let her love Valentine more than him. How is the maid doing, since that whole horrible scene at the banquet was Luna's fault? To be honest, the heiress Felicity was right and scolded Levi's personal maid for a reason. Why? And after this scene, doesn't the maid hate her mistress? There were so many people there. How dare a servant hate her mistress? And Mistress Shiani gave her an ointment that turned out to be very effective. After applying it, everything immediately went away apparently. The sister was also worried about the fate of the maid. Well, of course, the princess prepared this ointment all night, especially for the estate staff. The skin becomes so soft after this essence, the maid will share it with Mrs. Levy. What a hypocritical girl, she scolded Shiani behind her back every time, and now she's chattering about her like that. Let it remain between them, of course, and how can a sister give such things to simple servants? This is a great idea, because the new ointment may cause side effects. A sly smile appeared on the nasty stepsister's face, and things were getting better. Meanwhile, little feet in pink shoes were stamping around the garden of the imperial palace. The charming princess smiled broadly. She missed her beloved uncle so much. The little girl jumped at her uncle at full speed. The girl was so happy that she found him here. The princess is becoming more and more impudent each time she takes after her father, and you can't argue with that. High Priest Kalis Hugh Rickson, my uncle said that there was no place for a child in the temple. It was dangerous here. Why did the maids let the baby in here? Uncle Kalis doesn't need to scold them. The princess ordered them to. Or maybe the uncle didn't miss his niece. Of course he missed Moriana. But next time let the hooligan contact him. The uncle will come to her himself and let her stop going to church. By the way, has my beloved uncle already seen the goddess? What did the little girl say? Oh no! The maid immediately turned pale. The fact is that Her Majesty saw photographs of Milady Felicity in a magazine. The maids ask forgiveness from His Holiness. The princess is still so young. That is why she said such words. Without suspecting that this is blasphemy, the maids beg for mercy and mercy from the great high priest. It seemed like all the maids were scared because Moriana's uncle was angry, but he was so kind. Calum Rickson is kind to his beloved niece, but he would kill any other person in an instant. In fact, the emperor's younger brother is a much more dangerous and powerful figure in the political arena. The descendants of the goddess must be ready for her return. Spiritual forces will let them know that the time has come. When the goddess is resurrected, Rickson, Benio, and Felicity form the force of Eunomia, the order of the empire, and it is then that the strongest of all the prophets in the empire will appear. Kalis will take a walk with the baby. None of the maids should follow them. The previous Princess Iselle was a spiritual priestess. Uncle is very angry. It's all because of the little hooligan. The spiritual power of their ancestors could also awaken in Moriana. In that case, it is quite possible that the time for the resurrection of the goddess, as spoken of in the prophecy, has come. But Kalis's little niece cannot be the prophet from the legend. A shadow of worry appeared on the high priest's face. This child was still too young to bear such a burden. Kalis prays to the goddess that such an unenviable fate will pass. Moriana, by the girl, can pray together with her beloved uncle. Princess Moriana prays to the goddess that the wrinkles on her uncle's forehead will disappear and that he will become a little kinder to his servants. It seems the little hooligan wants to be scolded again. The little girl giggled. The uncle is at it again. And why did the niece name the heiress of the family Felicity? Why is that? Because Shiani is the most beautiful. But to become a goddess, just being the most beautiful is not enough. Why does uncle say so? Moriana already knows this. If the princess really likes Milady Shiani, then she should refrain from calling her a goddess. This is a dangerous statement, and the little girl needs to listen to adults. The girl snorted in displeasure. My beloved uncle grumbles so much, and besides, the goddess takes care of Moriana's brother. That's why she's a goddess. What did the niece just say? Did she really say the word brother? And here comes the charming hooligan. The father told the girl not to go to the temple and not to disturb his brother, but the princess did not listen to him. The emperor will take his daughter. Kalis held the already sleeping princess in his arms. Apparently she had a good time. When the princess sleeps peacefully, she looks like an angel. However, when this little girl wakes up, she immediately turns into a real demon, doesn't she? Kalis was alarmed by his niece's words. Moriana said that the goddess was protecting her brother. The emperor knew something about this. An oppressive silence hung in the temple. The elder brother understood Kalis's question perfectly well. Former Princess Iselle, their sister with the emperor, is there really a chance that her son survived? Then the court nobility put pressure on the ruler, because Archduke Benio would not simply leave Princess Iselle's illegitimate child. The Shield family had always sought to take the throne of the Golden Sword, and the princess's bastard was dangerous to the current monarchy. The face of the elder brother of Iselle and Kalis twisted in horror. The son of the princess, his nephew, he is the elder brother of Moriana. There was an insistent knock at the door. The knight was here on behalf of Milady Felicity. The heiress of the family asked to pass something on to Lodiane. Let the young man open the door. Milady never ceases to amaze me how she managed to tame the strongest and most dangerous beast in the dungeon. And Valentin, who is slightly inferior in strength to Lodiane, also submitted to his mistress. But why? The box contains the ointment Lodiane is supposed to use and his favorite candy. The main character opened the beautiful box with interest. What is it? It wasn't just Mads's imagination. This beast really did smile. It gave me goosebumps. What the hell is going on here? Lodiane seems to have become a completely different person. Just a minute. Now the guard has no doubt that Shiani will become the mistress of the dungeon. The most powerful Norn is in her hands. The lady doesn't fully trust Mads yet, but if he becomes friends with Lydianne, he will be able to win over the lady. Milady is so caring. Mads also used this ointment. It helps heal wounds well. Valentin badly burned his hand during the experiments, and thanks to the ointment that Milady gave him, he recovered. Let the guard repeat what he just said. Did he say something wrong? Why does Lydianne have such a frightening aura? What mistake did the knight just make? Who gave what to whom? It looked like Mads was going to die today. Lydianne was clearly furious at his words, and no one likes messengers with bad news. And why did the guard even tell Lydianne about this? He meant that Shiani was merciful to all the pathetic slaves. The guard says this so that Lydianne doesn't even think about considering himself special. Here he is. It's not like that at all. The princess treasures Lydianne the most. How scary. Sometimes she even comes to watch him sleep. Last time Mads forgot Lydianne's medicine, the lady called him names and almost killed him. Of course, the heiress of the family is kind to everyone, but this does not compare to her love for Lydianne. Mads is still alive? Yes. It seems to be quiet around, which means the lady's favorite animal has calmed down. Is it possible that the guard will live? So while this guy is thinking about what was said, it's high time for Mads to get out of here while he's still breathing. The guard has completed his mistress's task, so it is time for him to return to his duties. Mads ran away from Lydianne in tears. How scary it was. He became 5 minutes closer to his death. And what does all this mean? It was weird, and that shaking guy was weird too. Heiress Felicity did indeed devote her attention to his friend, Prince Valentin de Cilio. Valentine is almost as good as Lydianne, which is why he attracted Shiani's attention. But the words of that trembling boy, that gift, which was collected with all the attention specifically for him. In all likelihood, that girl gave that box to Lydianne for a reason. If His Majesty's nephew really managed to survive, then we can only hope that he is in good conditions. Otherwise, how will the older brother be able to look into the eyes of Princess Iselle? She will never forgive him for this. The words of the Emperor's daughter worried him, whether that child could really be alive now. Princess Moriana is a pure-blooded heir to the Rixen family, just like his sister Iselle. Therefore, it cannot be ruled out that the young princess may become the next spiritual priest. Judging by the expression on his younger brother's face, Kailum was seriously alarmed by the words of their little hooligan. What exactly did the little princess say to the high priest that was weighing on him so much? Moriana looked at the statue of the goddess Thea and said that the goddess was taking care of her brother, that is, their nephew. The maid said that ever since the little girl saw Lady Felicity's photograph, she began calling her a goddess. Then Kalis became curious as to why the princess thought so. The little girl called Milady a goddess because Shiani is the most beautiful in her opinion. The high priest is saying this seriously now. His Majesty should not laugh at this. The Emperor burst into loud laughter, and this worries his younger brother so much. So what does the heiress think about His Majesty's proposal? Shiani would like to be involved in his daughter's education. It's a big responsibility and also an honor for their family. All of this is somehow sudden and not part of her plans. Now the villain is completely focused on the main character and Valentina to change her unenviable fate. Why suddenly, during the ceremonial reception of Lord Benio, the Emperor had already spoken about his proposal. And that day, His Majesty called Duke Felicity aside and asked him to find out his daughter's opinion if she had seen Benio's face at that moment. And what does it even mean to be responsible for the education of Princess Moriana as she was in the original story? It was written about the heiress of the Rixen family that she looked like a heavenly angel. However, she had a bad character and loved to demonstrate the power of her position. According to numerous rumors, many maids shed tears because of her stubbornness. There is no time to become a toy for the princess. Shiani is definitely not going to please her. The villainess doesn't have time for this. She needs to save herself and rewrite history, and not become an accessory to the Emperor's daughter. The head of the duchy went up to the second floor. This is his daughter's maid, isn't it? The maid knows where her mistress has gone. Daisy bowed before his lordship. Milady Shiani is now in the home pharmacy where and what is his daughter doing there? The lady is preparing her ointment. Lately she has been thinking about creating a new medicine and looking for the necessary ingredients. And when Shiani became so grown up, she had to grow up and her mother became strong too early. Perhaps his lordship should take him to the heiress, but it's not worth it, since she's busy, and her father won't distract her. Perhaps the maid is too self-confident, but the mistress is truly a kind, bright, and strong person. Despite all the long and brutal persecution in and outside the mansion, she spent the entire night preparing ointment for the staff. The heiress said that no one would want to live here if they were in her place. She really went through hell. The Duke's daughter Felicity said she would never forget what she experienced within the walls of this estate. But even in spite of all her pain and loneliness, Milady enjoyed sharing dinner with her father. And the ointment that the lady gave to his lordship was prepared with special care, including a beautiful box and fragrant flowers, and what the maid wants to say so that her master will treat his daughter better. This is the only thing a maid can do for my lady to make her happy. What can I say? Shiani immediately decided that Princess Moriana would hate her, although they had never even met. He is a lousy father. Is the daughter really happy with even a drop of attention from her father? This is a misconception. Shiani helped the Duke a lot with the documents. If the heiress needs something, just let her say so. The father will do everything he can. Shiani has no idea why the Duke suddenly started talking like that, but it only benefits her. We are talking about the Norns, who are now in their underground laboratory. Among them is the one she would like to make her knight. After his daughter's words, the Duke's face changed dramatically. What was the matter? She spoke about this too early. Shiani Felicity wants to make one of the Norns her personal knight. That's exactly it. What's wrong with that? Father knows that his heir takes all Norna seriously, so her request is quite natural. And most of them hadn't even undergone proper training when the daughter went down into the dungeon with Eric on the first day. She found something unacceptable. LeDiane is constantly drugged with sedatives because they fear his destructive power, and the guards take advantage of this by beating him while he is weak. She will free the boy and deal with the dungeon. Eric entrusts it to incompetent and cowardly cretins. Let her father hand over the power in the dungeon to her. We cannot leave Norn's talent to rot in the hands of ignoramuses and worthless people. That's enough. The daughter was the only one who managed to control LeDiane, and the other Norns would also benefit from proper training. But the Duke promised her mother something and cannot release them yet. Then let the Norns become knights and obey Shiani. It's impossible. The heiress has an idea. The guys from the dungeon just need to put masks on. This method may indeed work. Their faces will be hidden and no one will recognize the Norn, but they are dangerous and aggressive. The villainess has long since removed the main character's shackles, and he has been moving freely and training for a long time now. And during all this time, LeDiane did not give the heiress a single reason to doubt her decision. Same goes for Valentin Desilio. He does a great job with his home pharmacy. They don't need cages. The heiress was in the same room with them, unarmed and unaccompanied, and she was fine. None of those poor guys, doomed to endless suffering, went crazy on their own. Norn was choked with anger and despair only because of the cruel and insignificant instructors, because all this time they saw only pain and fear. Everyone in the dungeon calls them monsters, so they have to act like it, although the real monsters are their enslavers. Maybe the father knows something about this, who condemned the poor children to such a terrible fate. Shiani is so disappointed. Her exhausted heart, which felt almost nothing anymore, still had room for wounds. She, too, was in captivity. The girl was dying of hunger and cold. There was not a ray of light in her dungeon. Her bony hand was scratching the floor and begging for at least one sip of water. At that time, she thought that it would be better to die immediately, but because of the desire to live, she did not give up. Even moldy and petrified bread was a blessing for her. Then she wanted to survive. And everything that happened was to test how low a person like her could fall. That dark reality forced her to kill people for a piece of bread. She was called a dirty scavenger and a monster. It is not in the girl's nature to think about her past life, but now it is impossible to avoid it. These Norn renouncers are so similar to Shiani. They are walking her path, and her heart aches so much from this injustice. The soul is torn to pieces. During this time, she has already become accustomed to the role of a fake daughter, but she will never raise her hand against people who have gone through the same thing. You need to come to your senses and play out your role in the plot to the end. Everything is fine with the heiress. There was steel in the girl's voice. She was fine. Could her father please let her go? The strong and firm hand of the great warrior warily recoiled from his daughter. As she pleases, Shiani simply turned pale, and it seemed to the Duke that she felt ill. Romeo Felicity's daughter's voice echoed in his head. The father knew who had condemned these unfortunates to such a fate. Why does the heiress of the Arrow family think that she is in the same position as Norna? Her voice is broken, her gaze is blazing with rage and pain. Shiani seems to be a hunted animal herself. It was as if his daughter had gone through the same path as the monsters locked in the dungeon of their castle. Cold sweat ran down the young designer's face, and where were he and my lady now? It's a rather gloomy place, even if Sir Bergman considers it to be the laboratory of Felicity's house. So the designer must make masks for 4 young men, who will become her accompanying knights in the future. So, to begin with, the head of the duchy would like to personally meet the strongest of the Norns, Lydianne. To ensure the safety of their daughter, they can easily cope with this condition. The designer can cope with this quickly. It is better not to call the main character by name so that no one outside the duchy knows of his existence. We need to find a suitable and sounding nickname for the main character, maybe Rarian. And who is this Rarian? Look, the plan failed. Well, that's what it would have cost Lydianne to play along with the villain. The genius designer immediately stared at the young man in amazement. It can't be such beauty. It's simply beyond belief. Hey, hands off. This guy is like a living work of art, and Shiani has already taken over this masterpiece. Stop devouring him with your eyes. Ideal body proportions, perfect facial features, incredible dark eyes. Yes, the heiress knows that he is perfection. The main character did not share the enthusiasm of the guests. This guy in glasses is called Rarian. What a stupid name. What did he say? For that guy with glasses, Lydianne will be called Rarian from now on. This is a password that only Shiani and Lydianne will know. This name will only be used externally. That is, a secret nickname just for the 2 of them. It's so childish, but the young man definitely likes it. Lydianne understood everything. Milady will call him Rarian outside. She said she would get him out of here. Why is the guy so sad? Didn't he hear or something? Soon. Lydianne will be able to leave here, alone or something. The girl didn't quite understand her handsome prisoner's question. The protagonist immediately leaned towards the heiress and whispered in her ear that she wanted Lydianne to leave here alone. To leave Felicity's duchy alone, Shiani somehow didn't think about it. Is the main character really afraid of this? Afraid that the young man will find himself behind the walls of the dungeon in a new world all alone? Although on the other hand, who would be scared by this? He has been in this dungeon since childhood. Yes, that's right. Lydianne is precisely frightened by this because he knows nothing about this world and its inhabitants. The main character is so scared at the very thought of the unknown world. So Lydianne asks his mistress not to leave him when she takes the young man out of the dungeon laboratory. Let the heiress not leave Lydianne completely alone when her favorite hero is scared. He looks like a confused cat. It's strange. In the original, he tried to leave the dungeon at every opportunity, of course, until Shiani can leave him alone. And the young man still cannot leave the dungeon alone. For now, only for 2 hours, Lydianne must stay close to Shiani. And also, the beautiful hero must wear a mask on the outside. Shiani thought that he would be glad to go out without it, but since Lydianne is afraid. This is not true. It is not that the prisoner is afraid to be there alone, but that the young man does not want it. The main character put her hand to his face. What is he doing to her? Calm down. The lady said that she would protect him. It seems that the young man does not quite understand the essence of his new profession. But oh well, he is so wonderful. Shiani is really ready to protect her. In ancient mythology, Venus was the goddess of beauty, and there lived a man whom she fell in love with. How beautiful he was, that the goddess of beauty herself fell in love with him. Her chosen one was called Mars. But the goddess's chosen one was as beautiful as he was terrible. Mars was the embodiment of war and destruction, pain, fear, and suffering. Venus's beautiful lover turned out to be evil himself. Since Mars always wore a black mask on his face, the goddess did not notice his true essence. In front of Venus, he was gentle and affectionate, but away from her, he enjoyed other people's blood and murder. How romantic! The cruel god of war put on a mask for his goddess and became affectionate next to her. It will be a real masterpiece. The image of Milady and the knight that day so deeply impressed the designer. And this young genius is very impressionable. The main thing is that he doesn't overdo it. Of course, the designer of this generation did an excellent job. It's simply amazing work. Bergman so accurately conveyed the essence of her knight, taking the image so suitable for him as the basis for the mask. The heiress would like the designer to make masks for the rest of the dungeon's prisoners. Shiani can rely on him in this matter. Of course, Bergman will do everything possible, that's great. She can't just show Norn to the Duke, it's time to play. After all, the festival and monster hunting competition will begin soon. This will be the first test for her knights, and they will do well. Only elite knights participate in the hunt. From each aristocratic family, the winning house proves its strength and can improve its reputation. This is a great opportunity, as they have an army but no elite knight corps. Why did her daughter even apply to participate in this competition? What was Shiani thinking about? A deafening silence fell over the dining hall as she waited for this question. The great warrior's face was imprinted with excitement and anger, but at the same time, a certain softness did not leave him when looking at his daughter. Well, the head of the duchy clearly does not approve of his heiress's plan, and the vassal does not know the intentions of Milady Felicity. However, it was clear to him from the very beginning that Shiani Felicity never tried to harm her family, no matter what. Milady is right. This is an excellent opportunity to clear the family's reputation in connection with the events that have taken place. It is also due to the Duke's fault that Shiani is called the Scarlet Witch, who killed her own mother and sent her father to war. And the gravy with Arthur Benio was also torn apart. There are so many rumors, and this competition can tell them about the type of arrow. Perhaps the vassal of the Felicity family is right. It is high time to take care of the image of the heiress among the masses. No one should feel entitled to belittle and denigrate the dignity of the Duchess of Felicity. The head of the duchy will tell his soldiers to get ready. There is no need for that. After all, it was Shiani Felicity who never showed herself in public after her mother's death, and the soldiers of their duchy may be confused because before this they had only dealt with people, not monsters. So the great Arrow family must not be disgraced. Their reputation is at stake. That's right, that's why Shiani will take full responsibility. It is up to the Duke's heir, Felicity, to sort this out and make her presence known to the world. Of course, if the head of their house allows this to happen, it will be an honor for the heiress. What kind of a man is the Grand Duke Romeo Felicity? He went through the war. Therefore, the head of the Arrow House is an outstanding and experienced military man with countless victories and medals. However, his departure to war was an escape from the painful reality in which the Duke had lost his beloved. And at the same time, Romeo raised his comrades' other children, rejecting his own daughter, but as a warrior he will be glad of the victory, which will prove his military power. Shiani will prove how strong their line is and will receive a corresponding victory. The Duke is well aware of how strong the Norns are. Let her father give her a chance. Then Shiani will demonstrate how invincible her knights are under her command. No one in this world can compare to the strength and endurance of the Norns, except the gods themselves. So the villain needs only one chance to show this world in whose hands the true power lies. The head of the duchy suddenly burst into loud laughter. What can you say? Blood is thicker than water. Shiani is just like her father in his youth. A dubious statement in any case. Felicity is the strongest family. Now he is an old man with bad habits, but before he was the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army, whose fame never left him. The conversation with the villainess's father continued for some time, but the main thing is that she still got her way. The girl looked around the territory of the duchy. How many people had gathered there today? The head of the house appeared behind the heiress. Shiani was already getting ready to leave. But the Duke doesn't think that such a number of accompanying knights is clearly too much. His daughter herself agreed to these conditions. In exchange for his permission, the Duke ordered the soldiers to stay in the shadows, but there were still too many of them. The daughter simply does not understand that the more obedient a Norn like Ledian behaves, the more careful she should be with him. And this beautiful young man is not at all what he may seem from the outside. First of all, he is a man and therefore a threat of what? What strange things the Duke says. If Shiani were a father herself, she would understand him. The carriage is ready. The heiress's crew has already arrived. She cannot be delayed. She will not let her family down. The most important thing is that the Duke's daughter Felicity is careful. The head of the House of Arrows does not ask for more. A look of concern flashed in the eyes of the great warrior. The words of his only child still echoed in his mind. The father knew who had doomed those unfortunate children. Who is the man who made those prisoners monsters? Does he realize that he himself is a monster? The rays of the welcoming sun favored the villainess, as if she felt with all her heart that she would not miss her last chance. The carriage was already at the main entrance to the duchy's castle. Daisy followed her mistress. The stepsister came out of the garden with a large basket in her hands. How heavy it was. This is a meeting, and where is Shiani Felicity herself heading? The villainess and her maid immediately turned their attention to the true villain of the novel and where Luna comes from. She took some supplies from the pantry because the festival is coming soon. Luna is going to make dessert and treat everyone with it. Something is wrong here. She went for supplies herself. Well, her maids were just feeling unwell. The last time they saw this rotten girl was at a banquet. Shiani didn't think she would start causing trouble for her so soon. If Luna has a problem with her staff, let her tell the butler or manager about it. What if she personally goes to the warehouse for supplies? The people working there will feel uncomfortable. Luna didn't think about it at all. Shiani wasn't surprised by it. This heroine has always been shameless and immoral. And is it true that my sister is going to the festival today? That's right. The heiress of the Felicity family will leave the duchy for a very short time. Let her not rejoice. So many knights have gathered today. As expected from a duke, he is so caring and concerned about his only daughter. Despite all the efforts of this envious and greedy girl, it is time for both of them to return to their own affairs. Today promises to be a very hot day, so sister should be careful with what she eats. The vile heroine cast a sly glance at Shiani, her scarlet eyes meeting him coldly and calmly. However, Shiani's soul became uneasy. And what was this? A threat, a warning, a mockery. This snake is probably up to something, but the heiress has absolutely no time to deal with it. Meanwhile, in the imperial castle, the ruler was talking with his younger brother. His Majesty needs to sign these papers. The upcoming competition promises to be interesting. The emperor heard that Milady Felicity's personal knights would be participating in the monster hunt. Kailas heard right now. Not the knights of the House of Arrows, but the personal knights of the heiress of Shiani. That's right, it's become another hot topic of discussion, and it seems that young Felicity is quite confident in herself. However, this was for the best. The ruler was still thinking about what pretext to use to invite Milady to the imperial palace. So that's how the words of the little niece in the temple did not give the high priest any peace. That goddess takes care of Moriana's brother. That's why she's a goddess. So Felicity's heiress will attend the hunting competition. This is a great opportunity for the great high priest to meet the said goddess. It'll be quite fun there. Why shouldn't the younger brother attend the tournament? Knowing him, Kailas will definitely faint there. The little brother can't stand noise, and during the hunt it will be unbearable for him. So it's okay. He'll refuse it. Kailas will come. What? The high priest rolled his eyes. Kailas needed to meet the sensational heiress in person. The villainess saw the treasured clearing and ordered her coachman to stop their carriage right there. As her ladyship pleases, the coachman came down to the ground and offered his hand to his mistress. The heiress carefully descended from the carriage, and now it was time to meet her knight. There wasn't much time to prepare for the competition, but the Norns were superior to trained knights in strength and endurance. So the girl is rooting for the main character with all her heart. Wow! Shiani's cheeks immediately blushed. The main character came out to her in the clearing. This mask gives the perfect young man even more elegance and mystery, which I really want to unravel. If Mars really existed, it would look exactly like this. After all, the point is not that Mars wanted to deceive the goddess, but that Venus herself wanted to be deceived by him. And this young man is so handsome that the villain herself wants to be deceived by him and forget about everything. Forget about what is important, about your destiny, your last chance. Just dissolve in this unattainable perfection. With just one look from his dark eyes, Lydiane can make her stay by his side forever. And what is the girl thinking about at such a crucial moment? This is her last attempt at salvation. However, despite this realization, Shiani is now ready to turn a blind eye to everything except this guy. The attentive and tenacious gloomy eyes immediately caught the change in their milady. The girl immediately felt the main character's scrutinizing gaze on her. She couldn't show him her feelings and thoughts. Shiani immediately turned her gaze to the side and hurried past her handsome knight. And why is she so embarrassed? The girl is going crazy about this hero, which is very inopportune. Now she is also an heiress and is forced to avoid Lydiane's gaze. Wait a minute, where is she even going? So he needs to pull himself together immediately, since this is the first time the young man is outside at such a distance from the dungeon. They are very lucky with the weather today. Lydiane doesn't think so. Not too hot and not cloudy. What is she bringing? They need to be back before sunset so as not to anger Duke Felicity and who the girl is talking to. And also, the main character wears a mask on his face for the first time, so he feels uncomfortable. And if it weren't for Milady's words, Lydiane would never have agreed to such a thing. So let Shiani look at him when they talk. It's easy to say, Shiani's eyes can give away too much now. The mistress can look at the young man. What the main character had just said struck the girl like lightning when his hand was near her face. There was a leaf in Milady's hair. Lydiane removed it, and the heiress's heart began to beat treacherously against her chest. Here and now, Milady Felicity is the mistress of Lydiane, and that is all he has at the moment. The villainess's ruby eyes widened, her cheeks flushed. Even her body did not obey and so mercilessly betrayed her feelings. Many residents of the empire gathered to watch the competition of elite knights from influential houses. Shiani's mind echoed with her first words to Lydiane, let him serve her as his mistress. Then, in the damp and cold dungeon, the main character replied that he would not serve someone weaker than him. And the fact that the strongest hero called Shiani his mistress indicates that he recognized the strength in her. After all, this wonderful hero said that he would serve only the one who would be stronger than himself. And why did Milady bring Lydiane here? She is going to let him watch this festival. It is likely that in the future, Lydiane will have to accompany her mistress from time to time. Well, here we go again. Just looking at him made her heart beat wildly. She can't look at him. So the accompanying knight, Lydiane, will have his duties, and that's what we're talking about. Well, how she wants to scream for Lydiane to stay with her forever. He must fulfill her wishes. The main character must help the heiress Felicity and protect her when she needs it. Well, this is different from what Milady promised her newly made knight. In fact, Mrs. Shiani promised to protect the young man and give him everything he wanted. Well, she really did promise to give the main character the best, and this really coincides with the call of her heart. The villainess also promised to protect the handsome prisoner from those who were pursuing him. And to rescue Lydiane from the dungeon, he remembered every word she said from their first meeting. However, it would look very strange if the heiress in a pink dress were to fight off everyone passing by her athletic knight with an umbrella. Judging by the look on the protagonist's face, the young man is not going to refuse his lady. This can't help but please. Well, it means Lydiane doesn't want to be Shiani's accompanying knight. The main character immediately jumped up from his seat. Of course he wants this, that's it. The handsome hero freed his foot from under the villainess's pink slipper. And following Milady's example, he stepped on her foot, pinning her to the ground. Could Lydiane also become the master of Shiani? What did he say? She didn't quite understand him. They had agreed. Shiani is his mistress. What kind of bargaining is this? In fact, the main character is the crown prince of the empire, so he will be the master of this state. However, while Lydiane does not know about this, Shiani must tame him and make him hers, while there is still such a chance. Apparently their crew had already arrived at the scene. The young man gallantly extended his hand to Milady. The girl will show him who is the boss here. There is no need to show character and pride here. Lydiane will have time for this. In the meantime, her favorite character is her personal devil. Shiani stepped on the boy's foot. The main character jumped in surprise. No, Lydiane cannot be the owner of the heiress Felicity. Shiani is his sole owner. This is not up for discussion. So her handsome knight will be her personal escort today. The main character snorted with displeasure. Why step on his feet right away, he just asked. And this lady, as always, does whatever she wants. He'll get used to it. And so the perfect youth left his confinement for the first time, and she was next to him. The young man confidently took a step on his path to freedom. Lydiane is going to be free, and of course to be next to Shiani. The main character approached the villainess. As his mistress pleases, she is ready to listen to it endlessly. When he says these words, the girl is ready to give him all the power over her. However, the main character will never know about this. Otherwise, she will never be saved. The villainess put her hand into the main character's hand. Who would have thought? Lydiane carefully squeezed his companion's fragile hand, and what a noisy place this was. Inside, luxury reigned, with various pieces of jewelry displayed in shining display cases. Masterpieces of jewelry craftsmanship are kept here, but that's not all. And why did the mistress bring her knight here? Shiani had already said that she was doing everything for the good of Lydiane, and a little of her own. My lady will be in trouble if her face is uncovered, so let her take a hooded cape with her. Soon it will be necessary to go to the festive eve, so they both put on robes. Lydiane knows what is in front of him. This is jewelry. Shiani brought her favorite character here to buy him a piece of jewelry. So let her handsome knight put on his mantle properly and follow her. Stop pulling the young man by the hood. Lydiane has understood everything and will follow his lady. The young man apologizes, but only clients with a registered loyalty card can enter their salon. Could these guests please leave this establishment so that their customers can do their shopping in comfort? The famous Salon Tesserani, a lot of time has passed. How it irritates the villain. However, the girl really needs to buy something today. The heiress of the Arrow House had not seen this manager for a long time. Shiani began to remove her hood. And now, Milady Shiani can freely visit the salon. She is the same heiress. So much time has passed. The manager had seen the lady's photos in all the magazines, and yes, she had certainly made a strong impression during the Benio family banquet. What is the staff doing? Let them immediately prepare tea and cakes for Lady Felicity. The manager will be happy to take her to the VIP lounge. The heiress was on the front page of the Imperial Weekly. Other ladies want to buy what she did. The young Duchess Felicity was accompanied to Lord Arthur Benio's event by the Emperor himself. Meanwhile, the protagonist once again stared at his hand, puzzled, where Shiani's palm had previously been. So what exactly is the heiress of the great family looking for? Shiani needs Beowulf's Hrunting. What? The manager was dumbfounded when she learned that Beowulf's Hrunting was actually the code for the Magic Hall. According to the plot of the original novel, the famous swords were sold there. After all, Shiani said that she would protect Lydiane. After all, when the villainess sends her knight to participate in a competition where you need to hunt monsters, he will be upset. And the girl hopes that the famous sword will console him. Why the manager froze. Let him see them off faster. The harsh words of the heiress Felicity brought the stunned manager to his senses, as the lady pleases. So, if her grace goes straight, she will certainly meet the summoner. The manager couldn't go further and escort the clients, Shiani realized. They would go further together. The young man bowed and left the corridor. There is no entrance to the magic hall for everyone. So they and Rarian should go straight ahead and not get distracted by anything. They are here for a specific purpose. Apparently, the owner of Lydiana is very popular and everyone likes her. Shiani believes that this is true. After the gala evening in honor of Benio, her photo was published in all the newspapers. Well, in that case, the mask should be worn by the famous heiress of the Arrow family, and not Lydiane. A young man should not perceive all the truth and purity. The fact is that everything here is just an illusion. The face of the heiress, her wealth, and that's something else apparently. This is the summoner and the owner of the magic shop at the same time. If guests start talking about this place outside, they will go crazy. That's customer focus. The summoner will drive customers crazy if they spill the beans. It's so welcoming. The owner will lead them inside. The man is sorry, but only those who will deal with the summoner personally will be able to enter, so the knight will remain here. It's okay if the young man has to wait a little for his lady here. Lydiane doesn't like this at all. If the young man waits for her, then Shiani will buy him his favorite candies. The summoner instantly transferred the guest to his magic shop. What does the young lady want to find here? Shiani needs a sword that must be more powerful than Fafnir's tail and more protective than any hero's armor. In that case, the heiress thinks about the sword of Lablov's. Otherwise, this weapon is also called the Wolf's Eye. What? The Wolf's Eye? But it was this sword that the main character received when he became the Crown Prince, because it was not time yet. This is too much for Milady Felicity's knight for now, so what about this sword? The summoner snapped his fingers, and the magic shop was immediately filled with blinding light. A sword appeared among the purple magical waves, a weapon with a unique hilt. This is Rivel's sword. It will fit perfectly. Why did the owner's voice become childish? What is this? This is the specificity of the sword. It hides the true appearance of its bearer. The sword is called the Tongue of the Viper. Its combat power and defense meet the mentioned conditions, and it also has spiritual power. Maybe Milady wants to check. The weapon definitely looks unusual. Shiani sees the dark red hilt for the first time. That's right. That's why the summoner thought that the Viper's tongue would suit Lady Felicity's knight. The girl froze in front of the sword hovering in the air. It looks mesmerizing and frightening. But what did the owner of the magic shop mean? But the hilt of Rivel's sword is very dark. So what? It's a truly rare shade for some combat weapons. But doesn't such a dark and deep shade suit the black eyes of the girl's knight? The summoner immediately noted that the young man's eyes were incredibly dark, and that was what they kept repeating. And what should these words mean now? The man tried to insult the heiress of the Arrow House. This is the second person who has told the girl this. Everyone knows that such dark eyes are a sign of the devil. Well, what is Milady saying? How dare the summoner insult her? Well, maybe he doesn't have a spare life on the counter. To be honest, it's hard to take your eyes off the heiress Felicity herself. What is he doing? In fact, Milady Felicity reminds a man of a goddess who sealed the devil. What he would take away, the goddess had to disappear. This was the only way to drive out the devil. However, even after the seal and disappearance of the goddess, the devil did not leave her alone. The devil, possessed by her, tore his soul into pieces in order to collect the scattered parts of the goddess's soul. The devil lived over and over again 1,000 lives. For the sake of love, few are ready to go through the circles of hell again and again. What kind of love are we talking about? This is a completely sick obsession, and what are all these ballads for? Shiani resembles a goddess who could melt even the devil's heart, which is why the summoner recommended this sword to her. The stated price for Revel's sword is 2 large ones, or the owner will give it to him for a lock of Shiani's shiny hair. He's a fetishist or something. 1 strand of her hair is worth more than any amount of money. She shouldn't leave traces of herself in places like this. And in general, this is all suspicious. It is not very noble to put a price on a girl's body. Shiani would rather pay for a weapon. Why did this psycho need a lock of the villainess's hair? She doesn't like it. Rarian will have to wait a little. The heiress will give him the gift when he is brought to the mansion. The main character is so cute and confused. Apparently it's all because this is his first time out in public. LeDiane is admiring the painting here, so yes, this canvas is beautiful. The young man has a very unexpected interest. The girl looked at him again and began to blush. Away with all these thoughts. She took the handsome knight by the hand. She can't look at LeDiane for too long, otherwise he will suck her in and swallow her up. They need to hurry. Today is a real holiday in the city. The young man knows about it? Well, yes. It was already late evening on the streets, but people were in no hurry to return to their homes. The girl froze and looked ahead with inspiration. It's starting. Let Rarian look too. Local residents lit red lanterns and released them into the sky while willingly making their wishes. The main character raised his head up. The sight was mesmerizing. Shiani sighed, as if they were in some kind of fairy tale. It was so beautiful, the girl had goosebumps. Time seemed to stand still around her, and inside she was filled with genuine delight. How incredible it is! Rarian is looking at this beauty together with her. The young man is also looking, but not at the sky. The days in the dungeon are always the same. It seems as if time has stood still. It is a boring and emotionless life. But next to her, the soul, which has been locked up for so long, seems to break out. It is so beautiful here, isn't it? Yes, it is beautiful. The heart beats faster, reminding that time, like everything else, does not stand still, and Rarian knows how to smile. This is because he is also a human being, and there is the very place that Shiani wanted to take him to. And what kind of place is this? There's a sweet shop on that street. LeDiane is also a man. These words echoed through his soul. Let the young man not lag behind, otherwise he will get lost. There is a whole crowd of people here. The main character can easily lose sight of them. The beloved character caught up with his lady. The girl sees Rarian's favorite candies on the display case. The young man doesn't like them. He's lying. He liked the candies that the heiress gave to Rarian. It says here that the candies have the taste of paradise. I wonder what it tastes like. And there is one with the taste of love. The knight wants to try it. No, of course, LeDiane looks like a child or something, just a little bit. Although, in reality, the beloved hero mostly behaves like a little child. The main character pouted and turned away from his mistress in resentment. All residents should disperse immediately. A whole swarm of guards appeared on the street. Everyone cleared the way for Archduke Benio's carriage. The guards have been ordered to clear the way for the carriage, so everyone must immediately move aside. There's already so much room here, then there'll be a crush, what the hell, as if a war had started. Let Rarian come here quickly before he is washed away by the angry crowd. Why is this guy pushing? Didn't they teach him to walk properly? Enough already. Let the residents take a few more steps back. Some stranger crashed into the main character. These people are like locusts. The young man cursed. He couldn't break through this damn crowd to get to my lady, and the heiress clearly couldn't hear him anymore. The main character abruptly rushed towards the female silhouette in a red robe, which was flying away into the distance. It's so strange, even without being able to measure her feelings, Diane somehow acutely feels Shiani's absence. Cold sweat began to run down the protagonist's face, and where was his milady? He began to call her even louder. Where did the heiress disappear to? Why can't Diane see her anymore? She was just in front of him. Meanwhile, the girl was coming back to consciousness. What the hell? Where is she and why is she lying on the cold ground? If someone really dared to kidnap her, then we need to quickly find a knife or something sharp. And it's definitely her. Well, they were told that the princess would be in a scarlet robe, so it must be her. These idiots kidnapped the wrong girl. The Scarlet Witch's rage meter reached 100%. Oh, guys, they cut in line for their death, not for wealth. Did they even fake the informant's identity, passing him off as an ordinary maid? They need to make sure that this girl is their target. They need to bring her to her senses. One of the bastards kicked the lying girl with all his might, and everything sparkled before Shiani's eyes. That's why you shouldn't trust important matters to stupid commoners. The girl was once again hit with heavy blows. It's been a long time since she's been beaten with such ferocity. Many people hate her character, but no one has ever stooped to such baseness. The young master will come when they finish the job. Some freak sent a maid to spy on the princess. She had similar clothes and they were confused with Shiani. Let your partner guard the door. The second kidnapper will keep an eye on this bastard so that she doesn't kick. Just don't let that idiot overdo it. If she dies, the performers will have problems. What kind of kidnapper doesn't know his victim's face? Is this the first day these idiots have been on the job? How painful. Where is the main character, or at least her maid? What is this girl talking about? This girl at least understands what is happening here now. Unlike them, Shiani understands the situation. So these useless and stupid degenerates should figure out the situation themselves and pray. Here, the stunned scoundrel flew up to his victim and grabbed hold of her. He drank, of course, but not that much. Their target had green eyes after all. And this girl definitely has ruby-colored eyes, that's for sure. Then who is this girl? Wait, did that idiot Ben grab her without even looking at her face, bingo? The enemy is two strong men, and her heroine will not be able to handle both of them at the same time in any case. There was no one else in the cloak there except her. Her father assigned a group of knights to Shiani, so they should already be looking for her. Let the dumb uncle finally think about it. Blonde hair and scarlet eyes, it sounds ominous, doesn't it? And it must be terribly familiar. It can't be. Not this. Did they really capture the Scarlet Witch? That's right. Shiani Felicity herself is in front of them, and their master has just crossed the Scarlet Witch's path in vain. So the maid and the princess were kidnapped on Benio's orders so that the talentless son could appear as a hero in front of everyone and save them. All Arthur has to do is find the missing girls. Even a child can do that. Arthur has been useless and talentless his whole life, but at least he doesn't create new problems for them and follows his father's orders. Arthur's entire reputation rests on the family name and the delight of young and naive girls, for which his son has no merit. Or perhaps the heir has already forgotten what an insult Benio suffered at his own celebration. The emperor himself publicly announced that he would like to entrust his daughter to the heiress of the Arrow family. This is quite unexpected, and something needs to be done about it urgently. The Benios can't just sit back and watch as Felicity's house gets closer to the imperial family. And of course, the son knows well how this can be changed. Arthur nodded. It is necessary to push Duke Felicity away from the ruler. And how can Benio's family accomplish this? Through his daughter, Shiani Felicity. Will Arthur be able to change her attitude towards him? Father, did he forget that in the last years of her life, the heiress of the House of Arrow relied only on Arthur? Benio's heir is absolutely everything to this girl. He can make her do whatever he wants. Arthur, as always, was unjustifiably and ridiculously self-confident. Shiani looked at her son as if he were looking at dirt on her shoes. Was it really only the stupid and pompous son who didn't notice the disgusted and mocking look with which Shiani measured him? The excrement of pigeons on the road is looked upon more favorably. Arthur broke out in a sweat, so success is clearly not in his favor. This is all just another empty bravado from the little boy, but now everyone is only talking about Shiani Felicity and that boy. And Archduke Benio loves to surround himself with expensive and unique items, so he needs Shiani as a daughter-in-law. Arthur rode to the main square. He would take the little one from the mercenaries and become a hero. Stop. What? What? The heir of the House of the Shield sharply pulled the reins of his horse to stand. Arthur wasn't imagining things just now. The young man jumped off his horse. He was glad to greet Her Highness Princess Moriana. Didn't the princess recognize him, Arthur from the House of Benio? He learned that Her Majesty was in danger. So Lord Arthur immediately rushed here to help Princess Moriana, who dared to kidnap the little lady's maid. What? The princess's maid immediately pulled her little mistress away from the unpleasant heir. What is the Archduke even talking about? And how does he know where the princess is, so that nasty uncle was following them? How disgusting. Didn't Her Highness's maid disappear? What's going on here anyway? We're talking about Lena or something. That maid went to buy candy for the princess. Maybe the ladies don't know yet. And here comes a maid named Lenny. Fortunately, the store hasn't yet managed to sell out the blue sky-flavored candies. Here, the girl with a bag in her hands froze. And why is everyone looking at her like that? What kind of strange guy is this? And why is he so persistently trying to curry favor with Her Majesty? What Arthur doesn't quite understand is that if Princess Moriana wasn't kidnapped by her father's men, then who did these idiots take prisoner? The maid covered her mistress with herself. This young man should explain himself immediately. Well, Arthur's father was informed that Princess Moriana was in danger, and the Archduke ordered that guards be assigned. Well, this all sounds completely unconvincing. That's disgusting. And how can the Lord get out of this situation now? The princess looked at the vile heir with interest. That's how it was. Moriana walked up to Lord Arthur and took his hand, in which case she really wanted to look at these death row prisoners. The princess wants to see with her own eyes the kidnappers who dared to kidnap her and signed their own death warrant. Meanwhile, worried Arrow Clan guards were combing the streets and the main square everywhere. We cannot rule out the possibility of the kidnapping of Felicity's heiress. Send all people immediately to search for her. Let the soldiers take their guns and swords and go in search. All guards are better off moving along the street in groups of 4. Here, the main character stopped the running guard with one movement of his hand. What's the matter? Rage flashed in the beast's gloomy eyes. Let the soldier give him his gun. Very little time has passed since Milady's disappearance, and if Diane moves quickly, he will be able to catch up with the girl's kidnappers. Not far from the place where the young man last saw Milady, there is a narrow and deserted alley. But because it was a holiday, there could be many witnesses, so the kidnappers acted quickly and did not have time to eliminate evidence. These suicide bombers could not cover their tracks in time. This is where the trail ends. What does it mean that the kidnappers turned off the street at this point? What the hell? And why is his entire neck covered in blood? Did this idiot really kill that girl? Does he even understand what he did? They will have to answer for this to the master. They stole the wrong girl. This isn't Princess Rixen at all, but a psycho bitch with a sharp stiletto heel. Before the bastard could finish speaking, the whistle of a bullet flying out of a gun was heard in the air. The second kidnapper immediately fell heavily to the ground. What kind of psychopath shot him? A cold barrel was already flashing at the temple of the degenerate first bastard. Who exactly killed her? What is this monster talking about? Is the kidnapper really going to die today? And this whole theft went wrong from the very beginning, damn girl. The voice of the enraged beast was replaced by a roar that went straight to the bone. Who killed Shiani Felicity? And what should the kidnapper do now? It would be better to take this monster to that crazy girl. Let the psychos reunite. Of course, the employer will kill the performer for such liberties, but he fears this psycho much more. The gloomy eyes were already little like human ones, and this monster could tear off his skin and break all his bones with one platoon. That's it. The kidnapper has decided who he fears more. Let the psychopath with a gun follow inside. From the last door came women's screams and pleas for mercy. Here they come. The main character hit the bastard with the butt of his gun, after which, in one leap, he covered the distance to the door that separated him from the villainess. While this monster is busy with the kidnapper's partner, he himself had better get out of here. Meanwhile, a woman's scream was heard in the room. How painful it was. Diane froze in the doorway, so it was not Milady who screamed. Heiress Felicity doesn't feel any regret or remorse in this blockhead's words. Let him try again. The kidnapper won't do it again. He's very ashamed. Let Milady not beat him anymore. The young man threw down his gun and rushed towards her. Oh, Rarian found his mistress. Her handsome knight must have been very surprised by the disappearance of the girl. She's alive, alive, alive. That's all that sounded in the protagonist's mind. Diane immediately grabbed her hand. And with one strong jerk, he pulled the heiress towards him. She is alive. The handsome hero grabbed the girl in his arms and hugged her tightly, his heart beating so hard. The cheeks of both heroes immediately turned red. Shiani did not expect such an impulse from him. She would go completely crazy. Rarian was probably very worried, that's true. The young man was very worried about Milady. The main character began to touch the girl's face and examine her carefully. Shiani was not injured. Rarian found the heiress sooner than she expected. Shiani knew her knight would find her. Well, that's enough of enslaving your mistress. She'll lose control over herself like that. The villainess learned something interesting, by the way. They assigned a spy to the princess. Instead of her mistress, they were going to kidnap her on the orders of some freak. And these worthless people also have two masters' families with two masters are not at all difficult to figure out. So, which of these families have enough influence to quietly send a spy into the imperial palace? The Beskers and Eclipso are very rich, but they have scores to settle with the emperor's family. Maybe it's the rotten Benios. No, the owners of the performers are the Beskers, which means this is Benio's order, because Shiani just invented the other families. What a relief that the bastard managed to escape while that psycho was distracted. I need to urgently inform the owner about everything. The gentleman will definitely understand that they had no choice because that Scarlet Witch is really crazy and dangerous. That girl, like an enraged fury, grabbed my throat and pierced it with her hairpin. Although the kidnapper suggested that this lady calm down and talk normally because everyone makes mistakes. This pathetic rat talks too much for someone who is worried about his life. The young lady is probably speaking emotionally now and doesn't want to kill them for real. Now she's even ready to ask for it for Christmas. Does this trembling scum really think that the Scarlet Witch has never killed anyone before? Or maybe this idiot thinks that just one language is enough to be considered cursed. Well, at least somewhere a false, bad reputation helped the villain. The damn witch can curse the scoundrel. The young gentleman will definitely think of something, and here comes Sir Arthur. Something like this happened there. The master had to help his servant, and then the scoundrel's throat was cut by a blade. The mercenary's body fell heavily at the employer's feet. Didn't he know that witnesses don't live long? Well, Arthur is covered in blood. We need to quickly hide this idiot's body before the princess sees it. The king seems like an invincible card, but with the ace his position changes. So this order makes sense given the original plot. The relationship between the House of the Golden Sword Rixen and the Shield Benio is like the relationship between the ace and the king. They are intertwined. The emperor has recently shown interest in heiress Felicity, causing Benio concern. And for the ace claiming the throne, the most important thing is the help of the king's close associates. And that's why the ace needs Felicity's support now more than ever. In essence, the villain is a joker, in whose hands real power and strength are now concentrated. Let this degenerate's body be hidden immediately before the princess sees it. We need to find the kidnapped ones. Yours truly, the heiress of the House of Arrows cannot blame the degenerate Benio for everything, based only on the words of this scoundrel. She needs irrefutable proof, and this is definitely a lady, and where does a fragile lady get so much strength and fury from? Ledian stared at his lady in shock. Why was this crazy woman undressing this man? Enough of this twitching. She needs to examine this idiot's body, as expected, a black scorpion tattoo. The black scorpion serves as an identification mark in the afterlife, according to the original. Heiress Felicity could have asked her knight to undress this scum, but not do it herself. They don't have time. The steps of Arthur's men were heard in the corridor. The villainess put her finger to the lips of the protagonist quietly. There are traces of blood everywhere, which means the Duke's daughter Felicity must be here somewhere. Well, Ledian needs to hide somewhere and quickly, otherwise it could be dangerous for him. The three main orders of the Empire form the Order of Eunomius, but the order on this chessboard is broken. As soon as the head of the Rixen clan ascended to the imperial throne, the scales of power tipped in his favor. Kneeling down in front of Rixen, Benio was furiously eager to take his power for himself, since he was also one of the leading trio. However, the Benios were always cowardly and low, acting on the sly, so Benio silently bowed his head to Rixen. Benio bet everything on Rixen having no heirs, then the next in line for the throne would be the House of the Shield. That's why Benio fears the union between Felicity and Rixen the most. Shiani can't reveal all her cards now. It is dangerous to do this prematurely, then people will say that Felicity's line is turning Norn into the crown prince. Any action by Shiani Felicity that could be perceived ambiguously would give the vile and greedy Benio a chance. The soldiers were able to find Milady with the help of the Imperial Army and Lord Benio's guards. How is Heiress Felicity feeling? Judging by her bruises and wounds, these bastards treated her cruelly. Milady needs to be examined by a doctor urgently. By the way, the main goal of these scoundrels was not Shiani at all. Mistress Felicity was kidnapped by mistake, being mistaken for Princess Moriana, which means they wanted to kidnap the baby. Mori was being hunted by villains. It was horrible, but a goddess saved her. You can't call a lady a goddess. Princess Moriana is so glad to meet the goddess. Well, the heiress of the House of Arrows too, but why is she a goddess? Her Highness simply read newspapers with photographs of Milady. Let the goddess come to visit. Everyone wants to see her. Shiani will come, but for now they will have to pass each other. It is too dangerous for the young princess here. The prisoner's legs and back hurt a lot. Let the guards drive the carriage to the back entrance. So the main character is now hiding behind the beams near that door. And while the exhausted heiress is leaving, she will be able to quietly drag him along with her. Everyone heard. Bring a carriage here immediately for Milady. Let the Imperial Guard take the princess to safety. And it would be great if some of the Imperial Crown Guards inspected this place. The guard bowed politely, grateful to Heiress Felicity for her tip. No, let the soldiers of the Emperor and Felicity's house allow Benio's guards to finish everything here. After interrogation, the perpetrators will be handed over to the Emperor's guards along with the evidence. So the Imperial Guard better take care of Her Majesty the Princess, and Arthur's men will take care of this place. And let Benio's soldiers detain anyone who seems suspicious to them here. So the rotten degenerate decided to rewrite all the credit for saving the poor lady to himself, failing his mission. The Imperial Guard has personal motives or is poorly informed about the current situation. Shiani Felicity suffered the most. Despite this, she held off the kidnappers until the guards arrived. And after all this, the soldiers dare not consult with her. Nothing of the sort was meant. It was just that the Archduke had been so actively involved in the mission from the very beginning. Who would have doubted it? Since Lady Felicity is so concerned, why don't they both stay here and finish their business? Ugh. Let the guards quickly take the princess to the palace, and they will finish everything here themselves. The Archduke is so kind, but it's nothing. Lord Arthur is only doing his duty, a pathetic and empty poser. So this obliging fatherly stump doesn't even admit the thought that Shiani beat the truth out of his mercenaries. The conversation will be interesting. Arthur immediately turned to the girl. She met him with a contemptuous look. What a disgusting and rotten guy. Even garbage in a landfill causes less rejection. The bastard grabbed the girl's wounded shoulders. Shiani Felicity, how dare she put herself in such danger? And what was the girl going to do when she was left alone with her kidnappers? She couldn't decide anything on her own. Apparently, because of stress, she went crazy. Many people know that this worthless person clings to someone else's success because she doesn't have any of her own. This scum grabbed Shiani right where she was bleeding, but she didn't show it so as not to look weak. The villainess let out a painful breath and, as if nothing had happened, pushed Arthur away from her with all her strength. This garbage stinks badly. Let him not come near her. She finds it disgusting. What obvious and pathetic hypocrisy. Daddy will scold you very much. I still haven't managed to curry favor with him. This disgraceful fellow has so much baseness in reserve. Stop groveling and acting out. What is Shiani saying? This trash is absolutely worthless in everything. Even the game doesn't work for him. Stop convincing him of your importance and usefulness. Even his father considers Arthur useless ballast. He can only take advantage of everything that is ready. And once again, the non-entity is going to pretend to be a hero by spreading rumors. Let the worthless brat get out of here quickly. The heiress needs to finish her business. Why, how dare she who bowed before him wipe her feet on him? Shiani didn't seem to understand anything. Arthur doesn't need her permission to continue to present himself as a hero. Soon the idiots who kidnapped Shiani will fall into his hands, and Arthur will gas the girl herself. And that's the end of it. And in the end, Benio's heir will be the one who saved the Duke's daughter Felicity and defeated the mercenaries. The degenerate took out a bottle and took a sip from it, and the heiress knows what will happen next. Arthur will be rewarded by her father and his majesty. This offspring is much more cowardly and dishonest than was supposed. How can you fall any lower? This bastard really is the worst of them all. And in turn, as a reward, Arthur will request an engagement with Shiani. She will throw up now. If the princess wants it so much, they can get engaged right away. Of course, the only thing this scum can do right away is lose his hands. Nobody would want to marry a freak like him. This trash still has the last name Benio just to avoid public gossip. Neither money nor the power of the father, nothing in this world can compensate for the low quality and worthlessness of this degenerate. It's never too late to give old feelings a second chance, but you can't give severed limbs a second chance. Meanwhile, the vile heir began to open the pin on the canister of sleeping gas. Would this brat really use sleeping gas? He was so desperate and dependent on the approval of others. The villainess did not have to be reborn for so long and experience so much pain 1,000 times for that. This is her last chance for salvation, and the girl will fight for it until her last breath. Arthur threw the open cylinder on the floor. Gas immediately began to fill the room. Shiani rushed to the exit. This degenerate is a real psycho, and that potion is most likely an antidote. And what about her beloved Lydiane? Where is Shiani running off to? She will be much better off in Arthur's arms. The Duke's only daughter, Felicity, loves the Archduke's son, Benio, which he realized thanks to one incident when he was 6 years old. Where did they hide it? What is little Sir Arthur doing here? She came again. How annoying. It was an undeniable truth, so Arthur did not doubt Shiani's feelings for a second. How did this girl come in here? No one is allowed in here except for people from the Archduchy of Benio, but they haven't seen each other for several days. This was Shiani's punishment. She couldn't go out, which means the girl can't establish relations with the knights. Let Shiani then at least behave like her father's adopted children. Where is Arthur going? It's dangerous, and he should be more careful. What does Shiani want from Arthur? Let him finally leave him alone and not dare tell him what to do. This wardrobe won't support the weight of the little heir and is about to fall over along with him. The frightened girl's face reflected genuine horror, and she immediately rushed towards Arthur. The overconfident boy fell to the floor and yelped in pain, while dishes from the family set fell next to him. The heavy wardrobe began to lean forward, and the girl immediately realized that Arthur would not have time to jump aside. Then Shiani rushed to his aid and covered him with her body. She was a lonely and hunted child, and Arthur was the only one who sometimes spoke to her almost without disdain. Shiani did not understand that he did this for his own benefit. Therefore, this was enough for the little girl to become devoted to him. The maid gasped at what she saw. The girl, who knew only pain and fear, confused true kindness and beauty of the soul with the cheap profit of interests. Love is in the little things. Then Shiani demonstrated complete submission to Arthur and blind sacrifice. The heiress of the house, Felicity, began to worship the worthless and fake Arthur since childhood. Then Shiani stood over him covered in blood, but continued to protect him at the cost of her own life. So Arthur's father cannot be right. Shiani loves him more than life, and if not, then he simply cannot exist in this world. So why does the one who was ready to give her life for him now see him as nothing but trash? Why is his slave so disgusted with him now? It's all nonsense. This simply cannot be. The sleeping gas began to dissipate. And where is Shiani's humble body? The girl rushed to save not herself, but the one to whom her heart truly belongs. Why is the young man sitting here? There is another exit here. Why didn't Lydiane go through it? First, the young man needs to cover his mouth and nose with a handkerchief. They need to get out of here quickly. The main character was worried about Milady and did not dare to leave here without her. Then the disgusting voice of the rotten heir was heard. Who is this guy, and why did Shiani rush to save him, risking herself? Why the hell is his faithful mongrel looking at this guy like that? Who the hell is this degenerate? Arthur was familiar with that look. How dare she? Could it really be the same one that Luna Levy mentioned at the banquet? Then the greedy and low-class relative of Shiani ordered her brother to maintain power in the dungeon at any cost. So it really isn't a rumor. Shiani is targeting the Felicity Duchy's dungeon. Apparently, this mysterious dungeon gives some kind of power and authority. Only for this reason could those village degenerates be interested in it. Apparently, owning a dungeon gives the right to inherit the Arrow family, which is why Eric is so greedy for it. Arthur can make the Duke's only daughter Felicity his wife, so he will prove his usefulness to his father. Shiani's happiness was only possible with Arthur, and he always used this to his advantage. Even when he humiliated Shiani and threw her away like trash, she continued to confess her love to him. The girl definitely said that she could not survive without him, that only he could save her. Arthur always loved to feed her fear of losing him, loved to see the despair in her eyes. It elevated him. And the meaning of his manipulations was this total worship and sacrifice on her part. When the Lord extends his hand to her, she will throw herself at his feet at any time. Whatever the vile heir did with this persecuted girl, no matter how he mocked and hurt her. If Arthur tells her to go to her feet, she should be there. But now everything is really different. If the vile heir of the Shield House fires now, the entire guard will come running to the sound. However, since Benio's men are stationed everywhere, they will be the first to burst into this room. The mercenaries also work for Arthur, who will suspect and accuse him of killing the guy in the mask. The sound of a gunshot rang out in the air and the smell of fresh gunpowder filled the room. The damned degenerate decided to take the life of the main character. For this, the villainess will burn out all of the guy's internal organs. Arthur has no idea how this bastard got here. Let Shiani leave him immediately. Damn it, it seems like the damn gas has started to work. If we stay here for long, it will become really dangerous. LeDiane can deal with this trash, it's not worth it. What can you do against a gun? Her knight is hidden from this idiot's eyes, so it will be difficult for him to hit. As soon as the chance appears, let LeDiane immediately run away from here. The main character will be able to open the door right now, yes. Let the cowardly stub put away his gun. Otherwise, Shiani will speak out against him on behalf of her entire family. Arthur is simply trying to save her from a suspicious guy in a mask. This problem wouldn't have arisen if the annoying girl had been standing next to Lord Benio. Enough of this nonsense. It's disgusting even to look at this worthless thing. Then a second bullet flew past the girl. The damned degenerate has completely lost his fear. He is tired of living. Let LeDiane respond. He is fine. Arthur is worthless in everything. He is also a pathetic shooter, but his bullet could have bounced off her young man. To be honest, Shiani was sure that this idiot wasn't stupid enough to shoot. It was her mistake. The bullet hit the board and barely touched the main character. The next bullet will hit Shiani if she doesn't get out of the way. This is the last chance for the heiress Felicity. Let her immediately go to Arthur and stand next to him. She can't stay here any longer. The side effects of this gas are unknown to her. If LeDiane's identity is revealed, it could backfire on the Arrow House, so they can't return to the carriage. Let her favorite character be patient for just a little while longer. They will soon return to the dungeon. The guards started running at the sound of the shot. Arthur saw the light of the teleportation portal. What the hell? Why is Lord Arthur Benio holding a gun? Where is the smoke coming from, and where has Duchess Felicity gone? Why? How dare Shiani Felicity risk herself for another young man? How dare she just leave Arthur here and go away, while the villain and the protagonist were already far away? Apparently, the young man is in a lot of pain now. Shiani will immediately call a doctor to him. The villainess immediately shouted Mads's name, and her guard hurried to the call of the entire mistress. "Milady didn't go to the festival today. What happened? Where did all this blood come from?" The girl immediately growled at the guard. Mads lost the ability to hear. The heiress of the Arrow House ordered that the Devil's Healer be brought to the dungeon immediately. The guard rushed in fear to run after the doctor. It will be done. The wood splinters did not penetrate deeply, but LeDiane's wounds were very painful. If the young man does not have a fever, then disinfecting the wounds will be enough, and he will recover quickly. Let Milady Felicity call the doctor immediately if complications arise. The girl was so scared for him. The feeling she had denied caught her off guard today, and she was angry. Why didn't LeDiane run away as soon as he realized that the situation was becoming dangerous for him? Why was Milady so angry? The young man was waiting for a signal from her, and how could he leave her there alone? The lady herself appointed him as her accompanying knight. Is that how knights act? Besides, the mistress protected LeDiane as she promised him. Stupid, he is so stupid. It never occurred to the girl that her hero would obey orders and not think about himself at all. Well, if Milady Felicity thinks the young man is stupid, then that's how it is. And here's how to be angry at this charm. LeDiane is entitled to a consolation prize. What he wants is for nothing like this to happen again. If Milady orders him to kill, he will kill. If the lady orders her knight to search, he will find even in hell. Therefore, if the heiress really wants to reward LeDiane, then let her be next to him like today. Well, that is, let Milady protect her knight like today. The main character immediately bit his lip. He hadn't just said anything strange, had he? The villainess completely lost her mind. For a moment, it seemed to her that this guy felt the same way as she did towards him. The main character is a bit big for a child, of course, but you can play along with him once. Well, since this is LeDiane's choice, then her accompanying knight will receive his reward. Both characters had difficulty averting their embarrassed gazes from each other, forced to hide their true feelings. "It's not difficult at all," the girl stroked the young man's silver hair. "The heiress will do anything for her special night. Diane is interested in something. Since his mistress had the magic teleportation key all this time, why didn't she use it right away? Why would she needlessly make a fuss and disturb her father? Wait, her father doesn't know anything. The heiress urgently needs to find Duke Felicity and solve the problems hanging over them today." The girl immediately jumped up and went to the door. Let her beautiful hero recover. "Later, my lady will check how well he takes care of himself, so let him be an obedient boy." Well, this girl left again without any hesitation and left Diane alone with his loneliness. This means that the main character's owner is so compassionate towards those who look weak. Every time a young man gets sick or injured, Shiani is there to take care of him. In that case, Diane can pretend it won't be difficult at all. A satisfied smile appeared on the handsome hero's face. He would see her again soon. Meanwhile, Archduke Benio hit his heir in the face with all his might. How could he be so stupid? Arthur has his own blood flowing through him, a brainless and useless piece of trash. Why does he always ruin everything? Why is he incapable of anything? His father did everything for him. He just had to act like a hero. How could he make their situation so much worse? The Archduke can't believe that his son has ruined absolutely everything his father worked for. Now everyone will say that Shiani saved the princess. Benio destroyed all the witnesses. Unless the worthless offspring himself spills the beans, no one will know about his shame. However, the father learned that the Duke's daughter, Felicity, was also nearby along with his stupid offspring. Let the pathetic brat immediately answer what he and Shiani talked about. She dared to say that no one would want to marry a freak like him. No last name could cover up his rotting stench. The occasion did not lend itself to conversation, so the heirs of the leading houses said nothing. The Archduke himself knows very well that Shiani despises Arthur and cannot even look at him. What's going on lately? Shiani went out in public wearing a hoodie. Why should she hide? Now that girl has become a stranger to Benio's heir, who also cares for another man. The material that guy's mask is made of is very expensive and you can't just find it on the market. So that man was definitely not a ragamuffin, but Arthur couldn't find another family connected to Shiani. The lord's cheek was so swollen. While the young master was away from the capital, a lot has changed. He needs information about that guy. The butler learned that this year knights under the personal command of Milady Shiani would take part in the monster hunt. But there is no information about a certain man. It is possible that the Duchess spent time with one of her knights. This can't be Shiani, whom Arthur knows. Stop. The heiress of the Felicity family that Arthur himself knew, that bowed down before him, no longer exists. So there may be some truth in the butler's words. Isn't it romantic? A knight who saved his lady. If this information could become her weakness, it would have been better to hide it from Arthur. All girls are waiting for a fairy tale with a romantic ending, but in reality, it is impossible. According to the Duchess, Felicity's family should buy all the land in the area, as well as the businesses. The composition of vassals changed by the heiress was the most correct decision. Now only the right questions are asked here. Then Eric spoke up, meaning Shiani went to the festive festival in the city. And who did Shiani decide to attend the event with? And why is Eric even asking about it? And why is the vassal interested in this? Let the vassals immediately answer who Shiani went with. Eric will now be taken out of the office. Let him calm down. A deafening clatter of dishes was heard in the corridor, and then something else happened. The maid's hands were shaking and were covered in red blisters. Maid Lays should be more careful. She is so ashamed. She will collect the broken pieces of dishes. Let the girl immediately get up from the floor and apologize to his lordship. And what's wrong with her hands? All the maid's hands were covered in a red rash. They itched and scratched terribly. Today, all the maids were covered in red spots and couldn't go to work. What the doctors say is that they are seeing something like this for the first time and cannot help the maids. Then the manager entered the room. He had recently noticed the same red spots on the hands of their gardener, and today the gardener is also absent from his workplace. Since all the staff at the estate have these rashes, it means it's a skin disease that's transmitted from person to person. All patients need to be isolated and kept under observation. The cause needs to be determined so that irreversible consequences do not occur. Cold sweat began to run down Eric's face. This was definitely an infectious disease. You can't leave everything to chance. And where is this girl? Who is she with now? Meanwhile, the villainess was considering her next moves in the political arena. The degenerate Benio has crossed the line and will pay dearly for it come at last. A frightened maid ran into the heiress's private chambers. Her mistress was fine. Daisy heard that something terrible happened to Milady. Shiani needs a father, it's urgent. During the meeting, a messenger from the imperial palace arrived and conveyed gratitude for help in rescuing the princess. Because the head of the duchy is now very busy, they express gratitude so quickly. This is completely unnecessary. Either the imperial family is concerned about Benio's appointment, or they are trying to find out Shiani's plans to buy out the priceless lands. In that case, the heiress will meet with the duke tomorrow, and now she will take a hot bath. The maid has already prepared everything. The water is already heated. She will help her mistress. Daisy began to take off the dress from Milady and immediately gasped. Her entire body was covered in terrible bruises. There was not a single living spot on the young duchess's body. Everything was covered with deep abrasions and bruises. Daisy was shaking. Her face immediately turned pale. Her mistress's back, Shiani, is known. Her back looks terrible, but it's okay. She got off easy. She could have lost her last life. We need to call a doctor urgently. My lady is in pain. Everything will go away on its own. There is no need to call anyone. But the back of the heiress Felicity is one big wound. How can Daisy not worry? The villainess doesn't want to make any unnecessary noise now. Too much has been happening lately. How's the water temperature? Could Milady at least bring some ice or some soothing herbs for the bath? All's well. Just in time, Shiani had to report everything to her father, so she was in a hurry. But the main character did not let her go until the very end. He becomes so soft and obedient. But from the beginning, Liliane was like a proud and lonely wolf who did not recognize humans. But now the girl has managed to tame this charming predator, and it seems he even likes it. And a maid can do something for her mistress, of course. The warm water pleasantly warmed her skin and washed away the remnants of the day. Daisy needed to go underground. Night had fallen in the Empire. Shiani walked along the corridor of the castle. He should have arrived by now. The heiress has already even ordered the servants to prepare a tea ceremony. Shiani also asked to prepare sweets because Lydiane loves them so much, and who is standing behind the column. What is Eric doing here, and what is wrong with his face? How did Shiani even come up with this? She is fine. Why can't the girl calm down? Why does she have to risk herself and get into trouble every time? Eric pressed on the most painful wound, and Shiani instinctively howled. Did those freaks really dare to hurt her? The young man was immediately confused. He didn't know what was hurting her, why Shiani didn't show up to the doctor, where it hurt. How did she get hurt? Did those bastards really dare to beat her? Where is the heiress's common sense? As girls grow older, they should become wiser. Let Eric speak directly about what is necessary. Eric's face immediately changed. Shiani left with that same Norna. He's right, what? What was this guy even doing around Shiani to let her get kidnapped and beaten? How tired the girl was of endless showdowns about what was going on with Eric, with Arthur. Wherever Shiani goes, it's none of Eric's business. Let him stay out of her way. She should be so kind to the wrong guy. And as for Eric, what is he even talking about? Why should she suddenly be kind to him? Everyone has gone crazy today. Here, the young man boiled with resentment. Why didn't she understand anything? What was wrong with his face? Nothing. Okay, Eric just wanted to make sure that the heiress was okay. He and his sister hadn't been bullying for years, so it wouldn't be that easy to break her. If something bothers the girl, let her tell Eric, but why would she do that at all? Something the villain does not understand at all. His behavior is different from usual. Eric looked worried. Well, maybe the heiress is suffering from some kind of infection. Her skin has started to itch, or a rash has appeared. No. What was that all about? What kind of strange questions and flow of emotions were these? The plot of the novella has long since departed from the original line, but not the essence of its characters. So why did some of the heroes become less like themselves? Meanwhile, Shiani's maid escorted her beloved hero to the tea room. The main character's attention was immediately drawn to a painting that hung on the stairs in the east wing of the castle. This painting has been hanging here for so long, even before Daisy began her service to the duchy. The gloomy eyes immediately sparkled with interest. It felt like he had already seen this painting. The picture seemed very familiar to the young man. A girl similar to Shiani stood at the deadly gap, he remembered. A similar painting hung in the shop. A blonde girl looking at the raging elements. However, in that picture, the heroine was looking at the waves and turned away from the audience, but here she is looking straight at Le Diane. Moreover, the heroine of this picture is exactly like the young man's mistress. The beautiful Norn's thoughts were interrupted by the maid's voice. "The knight should hurry. The lady is waiting for him." It's so strange to hear this. Now, Le Diane is waiting for her mistress, and not the other way around, because it was he who always counted the moments until her return. And usually after meetings, Shiani did not visit her demon for a long time, but here not even a day had passed after their trip. Maybe something happened. Apparently my lady is still washing. Let the young man sit down. Daisy will call Miss Shiani. The lady asked very much to call the young man and prepare all this especially for him. Why did the heiress call Le Diane at such an hour? Something happened. Well, my lady announced that the young man would represent her during the monster hunt at the festival. They will have to work hard day after day, so her handsome knight must be well fed. That's what the heiress Felicity said. The maid can't say anything more. The protagonist clenched his fists. What does this all mean? What does it mean to work together day after day? Something the young man doesn't understand. Is this really what he thinks? A man and a woman are working hard in the same room? What is being discussed? So today everything was really extremely strange. The Arthur Benio that was described in the original story was certainly a scumbag, but he was not a possessed psychopath. And Levi's half-brother had never felt any awe for Shiani, but now it was obvious. The important thing here is that any change in the original storyline can lead to unpredictable consequences. And the girl cannot ignore this because her life already depends on it. Arthur shouldn't have fired the gun, but he seemed to have gone crazy and put his ego even above his position in society. In the novel, this empty and cowardly nonentity remained with Shiani to fabricate his public image. We need to be more attentive and careful, but first we need to take care of Le Diane and how her wonderful hero is feeling. And what was the young man doing all this time? Le Diane began to look away in embarrassment. Nothing, absolutely nothing. That's why the young man needed to at least eat. The heiress specially asked the staff to prepare food for him. There was so much delicious stuff on the table, such an abundance of cakes and pastries, but he didn't touch any of it. What's the matter? Her knight is not feeling well or he has no appetite. Le Diane just doesn't like it. Shiani sat down tiredly on her chair, in which case she could give the knight his favorite candy. However, the main character turned away, embarrassed and displeased what was happening. Everything was fine with them. Apparently, Daisy said something wrong. Now Le Diane is somehow wary of her. The girl doesn't know how the young man took her words, but she would very much like to cooperate with him. Le Diane swallowed. Here the main character took off his mask, let Shiani say everything to his face. Wow, she had already forgotten how perfect his face was. Simply incredible beauty that enslaves and subjugates, so you need to collect your thoughts. So why is Le Diane all sweaty? Apparently he has an open wound or an inflammation. He needs a doctor. She needed to examine him urgently. Shiani immediately barked. Let Le Diane immediately undress and lie down. Well, the main character knew it. That's what that maid meant. The handsome hero's face immediately turned red, which meant the lady really did call him for this. What's wrong with the young man's face? Why have all the guys gone crazy today and are behaving so strangely? Let Le Diane quickly take off his clothes and lie down. The hero sighed resignedly. Where should he lie down? On the bed, of course, or Le Diane sees another place here where you can lie down, damn it. The young man got into trouble. She truly desires the body of the strongest Norn, will tie him to her bed and use her power. And why is the main character still sitting there? What is he even thinking about? So the heiress of a rich family longed for the body of a young man from the very beginning, and what should he do now? After all, the main character doesn't even know if she likes him, but there is a way to find out right now. And why is the young man looking at Shiani like that? He is obviously very worried. But her handsome knight has absolutely nothing to worry about. The heiress knows perfectly well what to do and what to do. I mean, Shiani knows perfectly well what to do. Didn't she say that this is her first time? Well, in one of her lives, she made a name for herself as an imperial physician and pharmacist, but that cannot be talked about. The girl can't tell all the details, but that's how it is. Her wonderful hero is still such a child. When it comes to treatment, he shakes so much. So the remaining medications should have been in that dressing table over there. The villainess began to sort out the pharmaceutical deposits, which could help with inflammation. Meanwhile, a muscular wall formed behind the girl. Where is this bottle of cornflower ointment? If you mix it with ginger, you get an antibiotic. And what strange sensations were inside the girl, Shiani immediately turned around. The main character immediately began to attack Shiani, and Lydian pressed his stone torso against her. This is a sight, and such a dangerous closeness what the young man is doing. How can he resist her now at all? The main character leaned over the villainess. Even though Lydian was sitting in the dungeon, he knew everything. Somehow the girl loses the essence of their conversation, either because of the heat that has washed over her or because of Lydian's misunderstanding. There is a difference of a year or two between Shiani and Lydian, right? But why does the young man even ask about this? Wait a minute. The heiress immediately pushed the stone statue away from herself, and why did he switch to informal terms with her? As much as she would like to erase all boundaries between them, she can't, because then she would give him all control. And it is not known what exactly this situation will turn out to be for her heroine, what Lydian knows. And here their age difference, the girl feels his measured heartbeat with her fingertips. Her beloved gloomy eyes look impudent and demanding. For some reason there is no more respect in them. The handsome hero's lips are pressed together in annoyance. It seems the young man misunderstood something. Why did the villain only become happy about this? The proximity of the main character becomes more and more pleasant and familiar to her. However, Lydian cannot know about this. I wonder what he knows about all this. As much as the girl would like to take advantage of his submission and readiness now, she will not. Lydian is what she wants most, even more than her salvation, but it is not destined to happen. So there's no point in even trying. It's too early for a young man to do this. Let the beautiful hero turn his head and look in the mirror. Lydian's cheeks are so cutely flushed and those embarrassed yet ready for action eyes. The main character looked at his reflection and froze. Yes, he is fantastically handsome, and Shiani has to put up with it. The villainess's cheeks blush treacherously after all. Isn't a knight still a boy? The handsome young man was still standing in front of her with his bare torso, which looked as if it had been carved from marble. Lydian misunderstood the maid's words, and the young man apparently immediately recoiled. Let her charming knight finally sit on the bed. She needs to apply the medicine. The wounds were not serious, but we still must not forget to disinfect them. It dawned on Lydian that the lady had called him here to administer the medicine. Well, of course. And what was this excited boy thinking about? He understood everything, right? A sparkle of excitement flashed in his ruby eyes, or perhaps the noble knight was thinking about something else. The main character blushed. He even had pictures in his head. Since they managed to resolve this misunderstanding, then let Lydian finally sit down. Anyone could misunderstand those words if you talk about it like that. However, something is wrong with the owner. She moves strangely and slowly. Moreover, when the young man approached Shiani's neck, she immediately recoiled from him. The heiress sighed wearily. She was already tired of repeating the same thing. The protagonist sat down on Milady's bed next to her. He noticed huge abrasions and bruises on her neck. Did the heiress really get injured when she was kidnapped by those freaks? Lydian doesn't have to worry about that. He got it just as bad as she did. However, the main character has already been examined by the family doctor Felicity and the heiress herself. Has the doctor not yet taken care of the lady's wounds? It would be better to say that she has already been examined. Nothing serious. Okay. The girl promised not to lie to the young man anymore. The doctor didn't examine her, but everything will pass on its own. This is stupid. Isn't Shiani in pain? Let the mistress lie down. Lydian will examine her himself. Now Shiani sees that the young man is fine. When he turned red, she thought he was getting worse. Yes, it's all because of the words of that maid. Let the mistress lie down on her side quickly. The girl burst into laughter. Lydian is so cute when he is embarrassed and angry. The patient should not talk during the examination. Let her turn sideways now. You can't toss and turn. The girl knows that her back looks terrible. Well, yes, that's right. What an accurate diagnosis. So Lydian is worried about her. This can't help but touch her. Today was a special night. At the moment when this girl disappeared, the main character was overcome by an unbearable feeling of loss, which Lydian was unable to cope with. It devoured him. And at that moment, the wonderful hero realized that he could not and did not want to lose her anymore. All the strange things that happened to him, they were all because of this girl. The main character does not want to miss a single moment, even the strangest and most unfamiliar to him. Diane wants to live like this forever, wants to always look only at her. The heiress was so tired today that she fell asleep immediately after finding herself on her bed. The protagonist gently ran his fingers over her skin, then over her golden hair. She was like the sun, and he was like the silver moon. For the first time in her long history of reincarnations and rebirths, the villainess slept so peacefully. The protagonist's consciousness was covered by a painful wave and a certain voice. Diane can handle everything, as he always did. What the hell is going on with him? Where is the young man? Why is Diane standing here in chains? What does it mean, how he always did it, what Norna did and with whom? Who owns this ominous voice? Mr. Fidion's fortress is now just ruins that have no meaning. He doesn't need to be told again how to work. Let Diane bring everything that seems suspicious to him. It will be done. The main character followed the command of the commanding voice as if nothing had happened. The young man walked confidently and precisely, as if he had already done this 100 times. The castle was pitch dark, and the young man could only see through the light of the single candle in his hand. Diane hit a wall. This is where the path ends. How was this fortress designed at all? What is this all-consuming darkness? Even the light from a candle is not enough to get rid of it. Perhaps it was all the magic of illusion. Who did this voice belong to? To which the young man immediately obeyed. Diane should not have been born. Who is saying all this? The voice moved behind the hero. The main character was cursed from birth. He is the curse and must die. That girl will leave him. Like everyone else, he will forget about something black and distant. Diane will see everything with his own eyes. The cursed youth sees his castle, which has turned into lifeless ruins. It can't be. Ever since that girl sealed him, he's spent countless amounts of time here. Why does this voice belong to the darkness, which is exactly like Diane himself? He spent so much time in captivity for his goddess, darkness like Diane. He realized what this place was. The unconscious is like an abyss. Diane is constantly running away from the abyss that pursues him. It is a terrible dream. But before, his unconscious simply plunged him into impenetrable darkness. The dirty and damned Diane will be abandoned. That girl will simply use him and then get rid of him like trash. Diane would be left in the endless darkness all alone. Enough, the young man begged for it all to stop. No man can give freedom to another. Let Diane count to 10, then it will end. The lady's voice releases him, the warmth spreading from her fingertips and throughout his body. She will become the salvation of the main character. Her warmth, Diane is ready to bow before her as before a deity. With this girl by his side, his nights will pass peacefully. Meanwhile, the villainess managed to get enough sleep and began to wake up from her sleep. How good. It was as if her sleep washed away all the heaviness of the previous day from the heroine. Wait a minute. The girl immediately jumped up from her pillow, and when did she manage to fall asleep? At night, Diane said he would apply the medicine, and she lay down for only a couple of minutes, which means she fell into a deep sleep. Could it be that her handsome hero lay at the head of her bed all night? Here, painful wheezing and groans were heard. The young man is clearly suffering from nightmares now. He needs to be woken up. Diane began to bang his head against the bed, his teeth clenched nervously. These terrifying sounds and convulsions remind the girl of that terrible day when she found Diane covered in blood. Then the main character bent over and began to spew pools of blood from himself. He asked to bring him water. Diane said that this often happens to him after waking up from sleep. Could it be because of the slow detoxification of the sedative? Let him count to 10, then his nightmare will end. Let Lilian hear Shiani, she is nearby. From a conversation with the kidnapper whom Shiani was tormenting, she was able to find out important information. The villainous and greedy Benio family is behind the kidnapping of Emperor Rixier's only daughter. This was definitely planned to contain the Emperor's family and Felicity. Benio was afraid of their union. And in that case, it is absolutely impossible to allow Benio to find out about Diane. The heiress knows that the Duke called her here to scold her for yesterday's incident. The daughter is crazy. She went through so much. She should be scared. Benio should not find out that Diane is actually the crown prince. Then the main character will become their main target, so everyone needs to be convinced that he is a Shiani knight. And not just a knight, but a Norn, so that there are no questions about his lineage. They need to start preparing for a monster hunt. Daisy came to report that Sir Mads was waiting for the lady in the living room and that the knight was still sleeping in her room. Well, I'll be damned. It's almost lunchtime, and the main character is still sleeping. Let him gather his strength. This is for the best. And what about the maid's face again? My lady already knows this expression by heart. Let Daisy tell us what happened at the estate again. On behalf of her mistress, Daisy went to the kitchen and asked the chef to prepare dinner for her knight. However, in the kitchen there was only the maid Becky. There was neither the chef nor his assistants. The maid was in shock and clearly very worried when Daisy called out to her. "What's going on here? Where is all the kitchen staff? Why is Becky working here all alone?" Hadn't Daisy heard about the infection that was spreading throughout the estate? Everyone was in panic. They began to suspect that the problem might be in the food, so they called the chef from the kitchen in for questioning. When a person is infected, their body becomes covered in red spots, but Daisy is completely healthy. By the way, Daisy and Becky cooked yesterday's dinner without anyone's help. They are great. The dinner was truly wonderful. They deserved the praise. The conversation between the heiress Felicity and her personal assistant was overheard by a rotten relative. "Well, wow, was it really Valentin who made all these magic potions? And in such a short time, too?" Yes, there is a remedy for wrinkles, for lightening, soothing, and moisturizing the skin, and also an antidote, which Mrs. Shiani asked the young pharmacist about personally during their last meeting. Yes, this guy really is a genius. So the lady praised Valentin. When she learned that Valentin had done more than Milady had asked, she said that she did not know a man so phenomenally. Well, if the young man is such a genius, then why hasn't the lady gone down to the dungeon lately? Milady used to come down here to watch Lydiane train, but now she keeps him close to her. Valentin squeezed the arms of his chair, which was what the guard who Milady was keeping next to her had just said. Well, now the duchy is preparing for something, so the duchess needs to keep Lydiane close. And where is Lydiane now? Mads was told that he was sleeping, so they met with the lady in the living room. The atmosphere in the laboratory immediately became oppressive and threatening. That is, Lydiane was sleeping in the heiress's room. Mads wants to say that Shiani doesn't pay attention to him because she's having a great time with Lydiane. Valentin clearly asked to be loved more. Favoritism is now clearly in his favor, something Mads wanted to leave. The lady is truly no less surprising than Norn, having tamed the strongest of them with a disgusting reputation. Lydiane has become so obedient next to Milady, and Miss Shiani also keeps Valentin, the second on the list of especially dangerous, on a leash. The power of her persuasion is, of course, amazing. This is the first time Mads has seen something like this. Who is even capable of making it so that the strongest Norns cannot take a step without permission? Or maybe the lady simply got these two hooked on love, since they are both young men with hot blood who have never seen women. The pictures started coming. How disgusting! And why does Mads have such a wild imagination? We need to quickly complete Milady Felicity's assignment and get out of this demon's laboratory. Heiress Felicity said that she would call Valentin to her very soon. That's how it is. They can't seem to find the cause. It's becoming a serious problem. Without the source, they can't stop the spread. How a skin disease that was common only among the lower classes found its way into their palace. The butler himself heard what the doctor said about this. The maid's words may seem careless, but a few days before the infection, the entire staff gathered in the kitchen to try the cake that Luna Levy made. If you think about it, the staff living in separate rooms are healthy. But if the cake was the cause, then Luna would have been infected too, isn't that right? Why are the servants so harsh with her? Luna had been eavesdropping on their conversation the whole time. They had upset her so much. Everyone knows that Luna loves to cook desserts, so what's wrong with her deciding to treat the staff? Besides, she ate the last cake herself and also her brother Eric. They are fine. This is just one of the versions that was voiced during the investigation of the epidemic. The infection has already reached the common bedrooms. Luna should go to her own, but she is so worried about the servants. She is especially worried about Susie, who was so exhausted after the attack at Archduke Benio's reception. In fact, only Luna Levi's maids were infected. This can't be a simple coincidence. Maybe Luna has some guesses about this. Well, she's not sure, but all her maids had recently been using some new ointment. So the ointment, well, yes, my sister was so worried about Susie, so she gave it to her after the appointment. This cream was said to have healing properties. It works wonderfully on the skin, moisturizes and protects against damage. Luna thinks it's the ointment. So it's a monster hunting festival. Well, yeah, the heiress decided that this time her personal knights would perform. Every day will require a lot of effort, so Shiani must take good care of each Norn. Now it became clear, this is what that maid was talking about. This is where we will need to try hard. Because of this maid, Lydian was so disgraced in front of his lady. It's good that her beloved knight eats with appetite. He eats away stress. Lydian should take part in the hunt. When talking about Norn's squad, the heiress also means the other guys from the dungeon, right? The rest are not as talented as Lydian, but they will be trained, and that, we need to lure 2 more Norns to our side. Nothing is impossible for the main character. They will pass this monster hunt. And my lady will also take part in this, of course, but as a spectator, not a knight. Of course, the girl promised to protect her dear hero, but not in situations like this. There is nothing to worry about. The boy's restraints will be connected to the girl's necklace. That is, the heiress will be able to immediately find her knight, wherever he is. They will be able to communicate further over a long distance. It remains to be done. It would be within Francis's power. Francis was one of the 4 surviving Norns and became a court advisor, meaning Lydian can find Shian at any time. In general, it is important for a girl to be able to find her knight at any time. The protagonist slowly repeated his mistress's words, as if tasting them. Lydian looked down at his hands, the hated shackles digging into his skin under his white shirt. However, since these chains can connect them to this girl at any time, he will wear them constantly. The main character is grateful for the meal. He is already full. The young man quickly. Maybe the young man will stay and finish his dessert. He doesn't have time. Neville is arriving today. Here, the gloomy eyes fixed on the sheet of paper on the hostess's table, the name Valentina was written on the paper. The young alchemist gave what Milady asked for, and a couple more potions that were obtained by accident. And what is this? Why is there a note from Valentin on the heiress's desk? These are elixirs and tinctures made by Valentin. He has a rare talent in medicine and alchemy. So it means that the owner keeps next to her the man who tried to kill Lydian's brother. It's not for nothing that Valentin was nicknamed the bloody heir to the throne. Whole rivers of blood follow him. If the crown prince returns to his empire, he will cause a bloodbath in Decilio. So the young man asks his mistress to be careful with Valentin, but he seems to be a good guy, and they were friends. It was before the protagonist's fists clenched, and besides, the heiress doesn't care at all about Valentin's nature. There is great benefit from this Norn, and this girl is more than enough. Wait a minute, the young man was struck by lightning. She keeps Valentin close for the benefit, so this girl can keep Lydian close to her because he is simply useful to her. The main character grabbed the piece of paper because he had already warned Milady. The scum who have lived in darkness all their lives will never forget the warmth they once felt. They will cling to this ray of light with their fangs and will never let it go, no matter what it costs them. Like the protagonist himself, Lydian will follow his mistress even into hell to find her. And how does an ordinary person intend to cope with such irreversible consequences? The training arena was already filled with the sounds of crossed swords and rapiers. Lately, neither Lydian nor Valentin have been seen at all in training. And what needs to be done to attract the attention of the heiress of the House of Arrow? What impressed her so much about these 2 Norns? Apparently, one must be not only strong, but also handsome. If only the young man knew what it would be like for him here. Then, Norna would never have run away from the Count. Why is Francis standing there? And where is Norna with purple hair going? Doesn't she want to have fun with everyone else? Now is the time for personal training, as Francis says. After all, in any case, all the coaches are only worried about Lydian and Valentin, and they don't care about the other Norns. I need to think about how to attract that princess. It's easier to just give up and die in peace. Francis is content to live as if he is not here. He only has a roof over his head and food. Did poor Norna really think he could be on par with them? Even though Francis was quite handsome. Those damn voices in his head, such a pretty face might get a lucky ticket. No matter how hard Francis tries, he will only tarnish his father's name. He is the son of an earl, and he is only a bastard born of a servant. That's right. His mother is some kind of servant from a closet who is ready to do anything for money. And where would a bastard get pure blood from? Why did Francis freeze, or did he even think of complaining? Or the loner Francis decided to join the other Norns, quickly realizing his situation. Steel flashed in his purple eyes as he said to join. Francis to these Norns, how can they even rewrite him to themselves? Let the boy not say such vile things again. Francis hates people like them more than anyone. So in this bag is everything necessary for Lydiane's quick recovery. Let the young man tell Mads to apply the ointment to him 3 times a day. The guard will be happy. And something else very important, the heiress noted the main character's sleep problems. They bother her a lot. Let the handsome young man take the blue medicine instead of the sedative. They are already prepared in a bag, and there are also Lydiane's favorite candies in there. If the hero takes all this with him now, he will not be able to come here again for a long time. If this is indeed the case, Lydiane refuses to take all these medications. Well, what is he saying? As soon as hunting training begins, Shiani will come herself. It will be more difficult for him to train with wounds. The girl doesn't want her beloved knight to get sick, so let him take good care of himself. The main character intercepted his mistress's hand and again he goes into the dungeon. But if Lydiane gets better, then Milady will stop coming to him. Stop stirring up Shiani's heart, it's already breaking her ribcage. This means that the young man does not want to wait for the heiress. Her knight does not want and cannot wait for her any longer. And in general, if Lydiane will wait for the lady again, and she suddenly does not come, then the hero's voice broke off. Why did her handsome knight suddenly become silent, and why was he so worried? The main character always seemed so cold and distant because of the shadow hanging over him. Lydiane has absolutely nothing to worry about. The girl will always protect him. Shiani worries about the young man all the time when her knight talks to someone. The heiress is worried about how Lydiane ate today, whether he slept well, what is bothering him. Therefore, almost all of the girl's thoughts are occupied only by the main character. She always thinks about him. It's clear to him. So the idea that the heiress would suddenly stop worrying about her knight is impossible. There was a pause between the two young people, letting the young man feel her words. Lydiane is glad to hear this and will always remember this, and what should this mean? Shiani needs to run to her room quickly. She will be back soon. So let her handsome knight wait for her in the corridor for a little while. But Lydiane must cover his perfect face, and here is the treasure of the moon, her main trophy. It's a good thing Shiani left this phenomenon completely alone in this corridor. Luna is so happy to see the much-talked-of Lydiane. She is irresistible today. He will definitely notice it. However, the main character only snorted with disgust towards Shiani's vile relative. Surprisingly, it only communicates well with her. But Luna doesn't care about this. All men are the same anyway. All Luna has to do is play on their feelings. This is the most aggressive and strongest Norn. If Shiani managed to tame it, then Luna can too. There is nothing special about the sister, but Luna is a dream for anyone. In fact, she came to see Shiani. Luna heard what happened to her sister and her knight in the main square. She was beside herself. She was so worried, it was gratifying to see the brave knight safe and sound. The moon began to move towards the young man. The vile girl stretched into a poisonous smile. Sometimes Shiani does such reckless things. The gloomy eyes immediately flashed with rage, and a growl was heard in the protagonist's voice. Next to Lydiane, this slippery snake should not speak ill of his mistress if she values her poisonous tongue. After which the beautiful beast disgustedly pushed the moon away from himself and walked past her. What the hell was that? Luna is really fed up with this heiress. Why should she have all the best things? This is a mistake. This is all wrong. Luna should have the best, so why is he so devoted to her alone? There have been no special training sessions lately. All the Norns spend their free time as they see fit. How about the list of trainers and research workers that my Lady Felicity asked for? Of course, Mads had already managed to fulfill his mistress's order and prepared everything. Miss Shiani would take a look at the list right now. Mads wanted to clarify why my lady needed this list. There is no point in keeping those who are useless. These vile scavengers thought that Shiani had forgotten everything, but they were just waiting for their turn. By the way, Mistress Felicity asked Mads about the other Norns. Francis is sitting over there. Yes, this Norna is still just a child. Lavender hair, marble skin, purple eyes, they are all so beautiful. And Francis is the very personification of youth. He's like a scared kitten, so cute and gentle. My lady is definitely looking in that direction. The girl misses the times when Lydiane behaved like a cute little boy, as if it were yesterday. Well, Lydiane is the cute little guy, and Francis is the stubborn one from the original story. In the plot, Francis was not a leading character, but he played a very significant role. So the greedy and rotten main character took the place of the Crown Prince's wife instead of Shiani. One of the characters in the novel had an uncontrollable and destructive feeling of hatred and disgust towards the aristocracy. And this very minor character helped the main character of the novel. This young man walked Lydiane's entire path by his side. He is another key to a happy ending. The young character also wiped off the face of the earth the entire central council of the court nobility of the empire. This strong political figure was Francis, and he had no equal. The Count's bastard, a prisoner in the dungeon of Felicity's house, became the chief court advisor. However, the villainess could not even imagine that this Grey Cardinal was so young. Let Sir Mads wait for his mistress here in the shadows. Shiani will be back very soon. Francis is definitely not the type of person to try to get into the spotlight. Mads doesn't understand the young Duchess at all, why Norna is so important to her. The blonde heiress carefully approached the bored Norn and greeted him. The young prisoner slowly looked away from the book and looked at his interlocutor, his pupils widening. Well, Francis looks like a surprised cat, he's just adorable. But there is nothing to treat Shiani with. Maybe he will give him chocolate or candy. Francis turned away from Shiani with a bored look. He doesn't like any of this, he only recognizes jelly. Next time she will treat the young man to jelly. Apparently Francis is reading something interesting. He clearly loves books. So this time it was Francis's turn, which Norna slammed his book shut with a loud bang. So he will get straight to the point. Everyone knows that those who are chosen by the Duchess become free. And this boy is no slouch. And what did the heiress expect from the wisest and most cunning figure in the kingdom? To date, there have only been 2 Norns who have captured the attention of my Lady Felicity. Diane and Valentine, both youths, are the strongest among the rest of the Norns in the dungeon. And thanks to the heiress's attention, all the guards only watched the size of these 2, and the dungeon even became quieter. But no matter what anyone says, Francis likes it here because you can become a leader thanks to your skills and strengths. And for this reason, Norna no longer sees the point in attracting the attention of some authority. Francis tried so hard to escape injustice. Did he have to go through it again? The sarcasm is pouring out of this guy. He thinks that Shiani has disturbed the order of the entire dungeon. Such an ambitious and ingratiating young Norn requires a different approach. The heiress understands what he means. So my lady doesn't like Francis so much. Then there's nothing to be done. She won't force him. As for the young man's book, it's a novel by the murdered Otria. Miss Felicity has his biography. Francis's face immediately showed interest, but even his father couldn't find it from where. Of course, since this biography is the only one, the knowledge-hungry Norn can only be attracted by a new portion of it. After all, it is in this knowledge that Francis draws his strength. The only copy is in the possession of the heiress of the House of Arrows. Well, it's time for the girl to say goodbye, so as not to bother the young man even more with her presence. Now let's see how many seconds Francis has the patience and will to hold back his curiosity. 1, 2, 3. Let Milady Felicity linger a little. The boy did not resist for long. What is it? Dear Norna looks so worried. Francis wanted something from the lady. Let the heiress of the Arrow House lend the young man a biography. He will read it and return it immediately. And why should Shiani do this? After all, Francis is not one of her people. If he were, he would have received such a precious book. So young and sweet. What fun it is to tease him. And besides, Francis doesn't like my lady, that's true. What a little bastard. The lady only loves the strong and beautiful. Apparently we are talking about Lydiane and Valentine. Of course, looking at those 2, you would certainly come to the conclusion that Francis does not consider himself their competitor. Now Francis is a sweet and neat boy, but in the future he will become an influential politician, before whom all the aristocrats will bow. So the young man said that he was already tired of attracting someone's attention. Strength is not only about physical qualities. Hard work is also a talent, and sometimes hard work surpasses natural abilities. This is in case the young man thinks that he is lacking something in comparison with the other 2. If Francis completes one task for Milady Shiani, he will receive Otria's biography and jelly as a reward. The young man will try. This is the right decision. Later the heiress will contact him herself. So everything went well with Francis. 3 out of 4 are already in the hands of the villain. The last Norn remains, Lee Nain. Nothing is known about his past life. Absolutely nothing. The Duke found him on the road. There are also notes in the library that this guy was almost sold at the slave market. So Lee Nain was found on the road, and in the original, the origin of this Norn was difficult to establish. The novel only said that Li Nain was one of Norn's survivors, not a word about his character or injuries. And how to influence a person about whom absolutely nothing is known, especially with overwhelming force. Perhaps Duke Felicity was interested in something about Li Nain's appearance, as Mads might describe him. Milady will soon understand everything herself. This young man is very calm. There is no point in even putting him in shackles. Let Li Nain get up, and also don't forget to greet the heiress of the Arrow House. The prisoner immediately opened his eyes. I wonder how far Shiani has already moved away from the original plot. Prisoner Norna began to rise, so now there are no more questions. It was quite obvious to the girl why Duke Felicity had noticed Li Nain. The girl stared at the fourth Norn in shock. Wow, what a machine! Li Nain seems to have been designed by military scientists. He has an incredibly strong build and is of enormous height. Yes, this machine can destroy an entire village with one sneeze. My lady is glad to welcome Li Nain. The girl swallowed. She even felt somehow confused next to this atlas. So we need to get together and find out if the reason really lies in Norn's dimensions. What is this that Mads brought? This truck needs meat, not a bun with milk. Li Nain's diet is terrible. With such a diet, you will not be able to maintain muscle tone and frame and gain strength. Li Nain looked at his guest questioningly, so Mads would need to put everything in order. Starting from the conditions of food and accommodation, it will be performed in the best possible way. The heiress has no doubts, but Shiani has one condition. Li Nain is fine with everything. She will need to perform with other Norn miladies during the monster hunt. The personal squad of the heiress of the House of Arrows is almost formed. There is one last place left. So this is why the girl came here? Well, yes, Milady Shiani needs Li Nain. He will agree to this condition. Li Nain is the fourth key to salvation, and the only one that she must unravel and reveal on her own. It's hard to believe that it was so easy. The fourth Norn didn't even have to be convinced. He was happy to agree right away. Li Nain seems to be the most unsociable and dangerous among the Norns, but he turns out to be a sweetheart. And what is being discussed this time? Shiani heard correctly. She is accused of attempted murder. The heiress of the Arrow House, according to the staff, is deliberately spreading the disease. Recently, all the servants were using the ointment from Mistress Felicity, which is why suspicions arose. Assistant Rubel, the staff is the staff, but the elders have also heard about this infection. Everything points to the fact that someone deliberately infected the workers of the Arrow House. And why does everyone think that Shiani got it? A thorough investigation is required to sort this all out. The heiress gave away her ointment more than 2 months ago, by which time each had already used 2 jars. And everything was fine. The Duke also used the ointment, but the composition could have changed. Reminds me of the false accusation in the original. These old men can even bribe the doctor to accuse Shiani. These two are not here because they doubt Milady Shiani. Her father also believes that Shiani is not that kind of person. The young Duchess is not the type to act secretly and cowardly. She speaks openly of her dislike. What? The manager just praised the Scarlet Witch. There may be a suspect who holds a grudge against the mistress a year ago. The maid was doused with water for making the bed incorrectly. 8 months ago, a servant was slapped for bringing in spoiled food. The maid who stole Milady's necklace was sent into exile. In fact, everyone knows that Shiani always only defended herself and never attacked. Enough. All these people are not brave enough to do something like this. We need to think about it. The manager still had the ointment that the lady gave them, of course. My Lady Felicity knows one way that might clear up the situation. A few days later, they began to learn the basics with the help of the assigned knights of the duchy. Sir Aaron has done a great job. The tutor will soon prepare a report on the training and send it to my lady. There is no point in praising the old commander. This is his job and duty, but there is one problem. So the strongest and most dangerous Norns in this world were gathered in one place next to the weapon. What could go wrong? Let Sir Aaron speak honestly. They will all die. Li Nain has no idea how to handle a gun. Even peasants can shoot a bow, but Li Nain can't even pull a bowstring, let alone a sword. Duke Felicity couldn't have brought it without a reason. There must be something special about it. Besides, this big guy tries so hard that it arouses admiration. It was even worse before. It took a long time for Li Nain to reach even this level, so the mentor began to worry whether everything would be okay if they sent Li Nain to the festival. Would it really be wise to send an unprepared Norn in such a state to the festival? How is Li Nain doing? He and Milady Felicity haven't seen each other for a long time. The young man's health has improved. And thanks to the care of the heiress of the Arrow House, Li Nain's life is now quite prosperous, and as the lady herself, yes, fine. This guy is so polite. The only one among all the Norns, poor Li Nain has already rubbed his hands raw trying to tame his bow. Perhaps the weapon itself is not suitable for the young man, in which case all his efforts will be meaningless. Heiress Felicity asks Li Nain to take his bow and arrows back. It will be done. The big guy immediately pulled the bowstring of his weapon and took aim. Li Nain is trying so hard, but it's clear that he's having trouble with the bow. However, this atlas has an incredible amount of innate strength, even a bow cracked from just one press of it. So Li Nain is not suitable for a sword and bow. In that case, maybe he is a magician? Let Sir Aaron provide the magical astra for the young man. This weapon is in the form of a pistol. Instead of regular cartridges, it contains charges of magical energy. Only those with enough power to control magic can wield astra. Or is he a magician? The lady believes that Li Nain has magical abilities, but then it would show. The young man is not even capable of using ordinary weapons. Let the mentor not argue and just bring astra. As it pleases my lady Felicity, have the guards bring astra to Li Nain. So this is a magical weapon. It's called astra. It resembles a pistol. It's not difficult to operate a weapon like this. You just need to pull the trigger here. Not everyone can use it. Only a natural-born magician, Li Nain, will try it. Norna gripped the handle of the magical weapon and took aim. Now he needed to pull the trigger. Li Nain fired the astra without much effort, as if the magic weapon was an extension of himself. What the hell? A bullet from a pistol flew out with incredible power, which is capable of destroying an entire city. Discharges of devastating force began to spread through the air. It can't be. This is incredible power. So this whole time, Li Nain had been suppressing an unimaginable power within himself. Norna looked at the hot barrel of the gun, from which smoke was coming. He was doing everything right. The villainess swallowed. With such strength, one could destroy an entire village with just one sneeze. Li Nain is simply magnificent. From now on, let the mentor make sure that Li Nain only trains with magic weapons. Now all the Empire's mages are in service exclusively to the ruling Rixen family. That is why all noble houses dream of having their own magician. There were already so few magicians born in the Empire, so each of them was so valuable. And the Emperor took every single one of them, so that it was impossible to even see them. Li Nain is priceless. It will be necessary to sign a contract with such an incredible talent. Let the young man rest. The mentor must ensure that this information does not reach the magic department before the hunting tournament. But when the tournament begins, Li Nain's abilities will still be revealed, and then the imperial court will not be left out. Shiani would argue that Norna came to her himself. She didn't take him by force. A mage not under the control of the imperial family is an unprecedented case. That's right. But it's not forbidden. Whoever finds it first, it belongs to him. And where are the rest of the heiress's knights right now? All three of them are at an away training session in the eastern forest. Where is this? It's on the left banks of the duchy. There are a lot of monsters there. Squads are often sent there for control. The distance is not too great. There are few people around, so no one will detect Norn. In that case, let Mentor Aaron accompany the heiress there. Now the boy's training should be coming to an end, but how is Francis lately? He's a very smart guy. His basic skills are top-notch. Let them assign Francis a personal tutor. Let them pay special attention to political science. In this case, Francis will achieve even more than in the original. I wonder if Le Diane understands that this is a plan for the sake of the future villain. How does Francis feel on the battlefield in real conditions? What a sight. On such a sweet and charming face, there are stains of someone else's blood, but at the same time there is no sense of danger in it. What brought Lady Shiani here? She came to observe the training of her knights. Francis has already read all the books that my lady recommended to him. He is so pleased. The library in the Duchy's castle is truly impressive. There are so many amazing publications there. And where did Francis get the blood on his face, by the way? My lady has nothing to worry about. It's not his blood. The blood must have spurted from the artery of the monster the young man was chasing. A completely ordinary conversation. To talk about death so calmly, Norna is Norna. And what about the tasks entrusted to Francis? They are quite interesting. How about starting training from tomorrow? The young man will start with political science. Then Shiani will find him a mentor in any subject. Even his father did nothing like that for him. I mean, the Count... Well, Milady Felicity said that she would do whatever her people wanted. In this case, the young man will make every effort not to disappoint the lady. Then Francis will become the pride of the heiress of the House of the Arrow and will surpass Lydiane and Valentine. All Norns are truly prone to obsession. And what is happening there in the depths of the forest? Why is there some kind of dangerous aura coming from there? The heroine went towards the threatening ravine, so what? On a steep hill sat the bloody Prince Desilio, and why was there such a frightening atmosphere here? Wow, the whole earth was soaked in blood. How many monsters were there? Did the beautiful and terrible Valentine really kill them all single-handedly? Well, I'll be damned. This precious person has bestowed such an honor on Valentin. His smile is so attractive and dangerous at the same time. There was so much sarcasm and causticity in his voice, the prince was offended by Shiani again. Valentin has a conversation with Milady Felicity. That gentleman mentor is too scary. What? This beautiful beast left rivers of blood behind him, and now Aaron was afraid. Let them be left alone. Valentine is important to her. He is one of the keys to her salvation, so Shiani will indulge him for now. And what did the bloody prince want to talk about? After all, the contract didn't say a word about Valentin having to participate in the hunt. Hunting monsters is a waste of his talent, and during the tournament they will also need to put on a mask. The heiress pulled the capricious prince out of the dungeon. She will soon change his status. Let him try at least a little for her. Only at such moments does the lady honor him with the name Valentine. The villainess's skin crawls from such dangerous proximity to this boy. This hunting tournament is a great opportunity for the young man. Wouldn't victory in the Imperial tournament be a strong trump card for Desilio's ascension to the throne? That is, Valentine can become king. Well, he is a pure-blooded heir to the throne. If Valentine's compatriots heard Milady Felicity now, they would die laughing. So that's how it is, and Shiani would have bet all her fortune and family name on the prince becoming King Desilio. After all, unlike everyone else, the villain read the novella and can say this with certainty. If Valentine becomes king, then Milady Shiani will have to go to his kingdom. After all, the future ruler will take the heiress of the House of Arrows with him one way or another. That still means something. In that case, the young man agrees. The hunting tournament is just a trifle for him. By the way, Valentin's medicines are simply excellent, as expected from someone who is too talented. In the future, Valentin will show even more amazing things. Then he will be able to stay in the chambers of the lady, what he said. Milady kept Lydiane so close to her, even walked with him at the fair. It was unfair. Why does Shiani make Lydiane exceptional? Valentine clearly made it clear that he should be loved more. Isn't the heiress taking care of the prince enough? She even now spends time and monitors his training. Every day he worries about the capricious alchemist eating well and having everything he needs. Just a second ago, Valentin was so impudent and self-confident, but now he was confused like a child. If the prince is so offended, then the girl will pay more attention to him. Valentin has long fingers, which makes it uncomfortable for him to hold the gun when he pulls the trigger. He feels pain. Let him show the heiress. Shiani began to squeeze the young man's fingers as if nothing was wrong. Valentine is straining his index finger too much. You can feel it. The muscles are tense. Let him loosen his grip. If the pain continues, the lady will call the doctor, and she will be there if the young man is scared. She is like a kindergarten teacher. The sun has almost set. Time to call it a day. Let the guards pack up the tent camp and ammunition for now. The watchman will gather all the Norn trainees and announce the return to the dungeon. What is that sound? A chilling roar came from the thickets of thorns. 2 huge eyes of a monster appeared from the shadows. Your ass. What is the guard so worried about? This roar was emitted by a small monster that was accidentally crushed by another guard. Has the guy gone blind or something? What is this terrifying and oppressive aura? There were terrible screams coming from the camp. The guards at Felicity's house must have been attacked. What the hell? Only low-level monsters appear in this area. Where did this huge monster come from? Mentor Aaron immediately looked for the heiress of the House of Arrows. My lady urgently needs to hide in a safe place. And here there are such people. What an ugly offspring. Let the lady go. Valentine will sort this out. The Blood Prince is, of course, also a very strong character, but even he alone cannot cope with this creature. If you use a bow, you can try to hit the monster's weak spot. The girl just needs to stall for time and use Olivia's power. What the hell? What the hell? This creature appeared in front of the girl. A second ago, she was in another place. Then the painful roar of the forest monster was heard throughout the area, and a mark appeared above its head. LaDiane warned her that she shouldn't treat everyone well, only her devil could protect her mistress.